Hello, hello. I'm just making sure everything's set up before we switch over. Izzy, claiming first again. Oh yeah. My brain hasn't started braining yet. I tried to wake up earlier to give my brain more time to, awaken, and that did not work. Oh fuck! I gotta do the post. I can't falter. Teammate will peck my eyes out if I don't post. So all this shit looks like it. Okay. There's always something that's forgotten. Okay, I did it. We're safe. I've managed to pass another day, not being caught with my pants down. But I think it's time, y'all. Hi, hello. It's me, your dog, Coyote, the Backstreet Chimera of Stray City. We are on day 13 of Cybersummer. Holy fuck. Welcome in, everyone. Izzy, you're getting closer to the magical number, the magical 69. Just 2 more days. I went to bed very late this morning. I don't know what happened. I did my things. I cooked dinner at like 5 almost 5 in the morning or something like that. Maybe it's 4:30. And then the next thing I knew, it was already 8 in the morning. I was like, oh, I'm fucked. I'm so fucked today. But that's fine. It's just part of my existence. But I think I fixed my model. I wouldn't necessarily say fixed, but I don't know what happened yesterday, but it didn't save the blinking animations. But I blink now. My eyes won't be dry. They'll be nice and moist. Some juicy, moist eyes. So that's good. I'm still like riding I got the thing I've been waiting for so long high. It makes me very happy. But like, I'm trying to think what even happened. I think I might have just dissociated this morning. And that's why I like blinked and then it was like 4 hours later. Like, was I watching something? Like, I just don't know. Like, what's going on in my brain? Am I deteriorating? Is my mind, is it going crazy from all the streaming? And the scuff. The amount of scuff is actually kind of impressive. And it only ever happens when I'm like live, like the power flickering off, the internet going out, computer doing something fucky. It never does it during the day. And I'm like, what's going on? Like, what entity did I bring into my house that's haunting me? Like, at the very least, it could at least be like a hot ghost. If I'm going to be haunted, let it be a hot ghost or a hot demon. But it's just invisible. It's in the walls, staring at me. Which, I mean, that can be kind of hot in its own way. But I'd much rather have, like, you know, a ghost crawling out of my screen than inside the walls eating the danger candy. You know, though, I think that could be a vibe, though. So if you take like the sort of what is the character's name from The Ring that comes out of the TV? Onryo? No, Onryo is like the spirit, like the name of the type of spirit. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what her name was. But anyway, that, like, you take that premise, but you make it like a grungy, like, disaster girl failure that's living in your walls, eating the stuff in the walls. Maybe she has like a little rat tail. That could be a cute character, but like in a disgusting way. A disgusting cute character. And you can do like the, you know, oh, help me, step bro, I'm stuck, but like in a ghost way. So like her ass is hanging out the wall while she's eating the insulation. So someone needs to make a note of that. Get it on an artist. Actually, I'll make a note of it. I just realized I have a way to make notes of stuff. But my ramblings aside of me trying to wake up my brain cell, I hope everyone's had a good day. It is fucking hot today. Like, I was like, well, you know what if I just turn off my AC for like a tiny bit, just a little bit, just so I can like hear my brain thoughts when I'm trying to wake up. And it was a very bad mistake, because it got hot so fucking fast. It was like 15 minutes, I was already getting to the point where I would start sweating just from existing in the mire, the heat mire. And I mean, I guess it is summer, but I feel like it's been way too hot. Even with the AC on, sometimes it's hot. Feels like 111. Holy fuck. Pigeon, that's too much. That's too many ones. We should not have that many ones together. I hope you're in a place that has AC. Like, pretty much anytime, like, for whatever reason, the power goes out or can't have the AC on, and it's just, I can only exist and dissociate because it gets so hot. I just have to like lay down and wait for it to pass. That's understandable. It's honestly, it's when's the last time like I've actually been outside to like be outside? It's been a while. But that's just being a VTuber. You abandon the flesh and enter the tubes, and then you never touch grass again. That's why VTubers are so unhinged. When you abandon your flesh, you abandon your shame, and then you say fucked up shit. Like, so when I woke up, I was like, oh, I should probably eat something, or else people will yell at me. So there was just like a pack of like shredded chicken in the refrigerator that was open. So I just like grabbed a fistful and shoved it in my mouth. It didn't taste bad, but the texture was a little off. Well, but I ate though. And it wasn't the slimy cantaloupe that I ate before. And honestly, I think it may have made my stomach upset, because my stomach's been upset for like since, was it Sunday? Since Sunday. It's just been the the casual angry tummy situation going on. But I mean, like, it's fine, you know. I have a strong stomach. It's just a little, it's having a tantrum. I mean, it's not anything bad. It's just, you know, it's like a weak cramp sort of pain. It's like that level. Granted, my pain tolerance is a fair bit higher, so because I'm kind of constantly in pain. So it may be worse, and I'm just like, it's not a level where my body's having to be concerned about it. That's always a possibility. Like, there's been a few times where like I'd feel like I'd have a random pain. I'd be like, what is that? And I'd just kind of ignore it because it wasn't actually hurting that bad. But then like I like it's sort of like I mentioned before, like I have like a scar on my back where I accidentally slept with a knife in my bed, and I didn't realize how bad it was because it wasn't really hurting that bad, and but there was blood everywhere. So I was like, oh no. It's sort of like, you know, in like TV shows where people have like that condition where they can't feel pain at all, and they kind of just, you know, they're like walking tanks, where they just like casually get like impelled by stuff, and they're just like, oh, whatever, I gotta keep doing my job or whatever. It's like that sometimes, just not like in a, you know, make believe intent. But I was just playing with the knife. I have the knife autism where my my STEM toys are knives. Like I'm stemming with the knife right now. Surely I'm not the only one. It's just, you know, it's good to have something in your hands. Or I guess your feet. Your hands or your feet, because I kind of stem with my feet too. Welcome in, Zach. You came in at an interesting time. Sometimes I just like wake up with little like cuts on my hands, and it's because I was stemming with a knife. I was just taught it's just a pocket knife, a generic pocket knife. At least I'm not using the pocket knife with my feet. I could technically do that. I have like pretty good grip with my toesies. That like I would call them grippers. They're not like, I'm not super dexterous with it. Like I can't like, you know, write with my feet or anything, but like I can like grab stuff fairly easy and bring it to me. I could totally be like Zorro and have a sword in each hand, but also some knives in my toes. I don't think I wouldn't be able to fight anyone, but I could pull it off though. I make a pick. Like I think I have within arm's reach. I have 5 knives and 2 swords. I think. The swords are really busted up though. They were not taken care of at all. That's fine. I kept them as like knickknacks. They should probably be thrown away. But you never know when you're gonna need a sword. If anything, I should get me like a bat. I mean, I technically do have a metal baseball bat, but it's outside. Because sometimes when you go outside, you're like, it might be good if I bring something with me in case, like, the neighborhood bear is wanting to eat the trash. Which I think that's only happened like twice in my life where I went outside and there was actively a bear around. Usually the bears stay away unless they're like real hungry because they just get out of hibernation. But they have better places to go get food than my scrungly place. See, this is another thing that scuffed. Like my allergies, they don't act up at all until I'm streaming. It might be because I'm talking more. Never encountered a bear. Well, that's good. I wouldn't necessarily say it's scary, but I think it's important to not be the dumb people that say, oh, look, there's a bear. I'm going to go try to pet it because I watched, YouTube videos of people petting bears. But for the most part, the bears are scared of you unless they start getting like they're internalized that people will feed them. So that's something you don't want to do. That's why, like with camping, they always say it's important to keep your food locked up because you don't want the bears to start thinking they can go to campsites to get food. Turkeys are scary. Like we have wild turkeys around here, and like they will come at you. Ours they've postured up, like even at cars. Like a wild turkey be going across the road and they'll posture up at the car. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? But they're also very dumb. They're super dumb. Which might be why they posture up. The tasty goose. I don't think I've ever had. Is goose is that a thing people normally eat? I am calling birds dumb. Absolutely. Not all birds are dumb. Like ravens, crows, they're smart. Parrots, pretty smart. Pigeons, actually smart. Like humans used carrier pigeons for so long. We used it was only in the last maybe 100 years or something that we stopped actively using them, and they sort of got pushed into pigeons are so nasty or whatever. I think that has a lot to do just because of cities not being able to properly handle wildlife and stuff. But I've seen birds actively just walk up to some of our outside cats, and then they got eaten. Oh, not even really eaten. They got chewed on and played with and then tossed aside, which is kind of rude of our outside cats. But outside cats and inside cats are very different very different beast. And it's kind of interesting now that we have one outside cat and one inside cat, and we've tried to let the outside cat in, but he's fine on his own. But he is very, very mean to the inside kitty. So it's like we can't. It's like, buddy, we can't let you in if you're gonna try to actively harm our inside cat. We can't do that. So he's lost inside privileges, which is unfortunate. Because his brother kitty passed away a little bit ago. But yeah, it is Cyber Summer. And I just saw Killer got his journaling today. It looks really cool. Uh-oh. I heard a ding. Zach, thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. Let me I have to do math now. The glorious math. Which I know y'all like to make me do math. But yeah, the new graphics card has been working really well. And it's kind of interesting to see before on my old graphics card, like playing games, streaming stuff, like it would be maxed out and the RAM would be like nearly maxed out, and now it's my RAM is getting maxed out and the graphics card's good. So once I get the rest of the money in from Twitch's side, I'll have the new RAM, and everything will be I'll be a whole new dog. Where in the heckers? There we go. Oh, I can't press that button. But holy fuck, 1,050 is just that is crazy. That's crazy to me. Oh, and I can go ahead and put you on the wall. The wall is getting covered up. Uh-oh, what did I press? Oh, I don't like that at all. OBS OBS had an update earlier today, and I do not like how they changed the ad source thing. I don't like that at all. My brain isn't awake enough to be able to handle this. Where the fuck did they? Oh no. Oh no, I should not have updated today. I didn't think it was I thought I read most of it, but I did not read most of it. And this change I do not like at all. That's fine. It's fine though. I mean, at some point, OBS would have to be updated either way, but this is where add a new. Oh God. This source type is marked as depreciated. Are they getting, okay, hold on. We're good. Oh, I don't like this at all. Oh no. What have I done? Oh, what is happening? Why did that happen? What is happening? What have I done? Oh God, the amount of scuff. No, stop it. Bad text. Being a very naughty text. Okay, we're gonna get rid of that. Oh. Oh no. Okay. We're gonna try this one. Okay. I think that one's safe. I hope they don't. This one's saying they might get rid of it in the future. I really hope they don't, because whatever that other one was, it's like it was tied to my closed captions for some reason now, which I don't know. Well, this is just it's a further lesson of never update on stream day. Never. Ever. Never. Ever. Like hardcore. Never. I can't iterate it enough. Just how much you never do it. Let's see. Come here. What? Where? Oh my God, I appreciate the clip, Zach. Okay, why is this not? Is that? Oh, what? What is going on? What did they do to the text stuff in OBS? It worked fine before. What is happening? What have they done? I am beyond confusion. Uh-oh, I'm grabbing things. Okay, we're gonna delete that. We're gonna keep trying. We're gonna figure this out. Okay, which? We're gonna try this again. Uh-oh. Okay. No, it's being overtaken. What? How? Oh. Okay. What if I rename it? Okay. I think me renaming it fixed it. Oh, okay. That fixed it. That's something. OBS, why did you do this? You didn't have to do this. Things were working fine. There was no reason to change it. Out of all the things you could work on, this was not one of them. No, you're absolutely fine. If anything, this is funny as fuck. Okay. Oh, hold on. Oh, what if we do a little spin action? Oh, I chose too big of a too big. How about that? Is that better? Oh, we fit it. Let's go. Hold on. There we go. We did it. Let's go. Welcome to the wall, Zach. Oh, oh. Okay, things have been updated. The scuff may have won for a time, but we all learned something today about OBS's changes. I really hope there's not more like that. I already am not liking some of the changes. They feel very unnecessary, and I'm very. Yeah, but that's the incentives. There's the incentives. Oh, that's actually kind of funny timing. But yeah, the incentives, you get put on the wall, and you get a special check-in, which I'll have to do that after stream. But I have to obey the incentive laws. Otherwise, I get put in puppy prison. And I'm a free range doggo. I can't be put in puppy prison. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate the support so much. Izzy, it's not that kind of puppy prison. It's not the kennel. This is a different kind. It's not what you're thinking about. This is one where you get tested on. Have weird experiments done to you. Strapped down in a chair, unable to move. But I think tackling the scuff and learning more about, like, yeah, I realized what I was leaning into. I realized that I made it sound better to some people, but that's fine. Yeah, no leather puppy mask. I'll need to get a muzzle toggle. That'll need to happen. To keep me from biting people. Because sometimes I go in a biting frenzy. But yeah, so today we are going to be looking at the TTRPG for Bubblegum Crisis, which, if you're not familiar with Bubblegum Crisis, which I honestly would be surprised if people are, considering it's an old anime that came out in the late 80s, and I don't think it's had any modern stuff in the last decade. More than a decade. I don't think. When's the latest stuff? What was the latest thing that came out for Bubblegum Crisis? Okay, I see 2003 is the latest thing, at least in terms of animations for Bubblegum Crisis. And the manga series, if it even have a manga series, that I don't know. It did have something from Dark Horse Comics. That's cool. But yeah, so the TTRPG is based off of that animated series, the OVAs. And funnily, the TTRPG was made by the creators of the Cyberpunk TTRPG by R. Talsorian. It seems I don't know, every time I discover some old TTRPG that's based off an anime that isn't like made like in Japan, it ends up being R. Talsorian. It seems they wanted to be in the anime TTRPG market. Oh, hold on. Let me bam. But yeah, look at this. This screams very 90s. This is some very 90s cover going on right here. But yeah, I watched some stuff of Bubblegum Crisis like when I first started watching anime. But I don't remember any of it. As well, I mean, I don't remember most things just in general. But when I decided I was going to do this whole cyberpunk thing, I was like, oh wait, I think Bubblegum Crisis, like I remembered like it was a cyberpunk thing. I was like, I remember someone saying that like one of their like first things that they played when they were getting into TTRPGs in the like late 80s, early 90s was Bubblegum Crisis. So I was like, oh, let me give it a peep. And as far as I know, there's no way to buy this outside of buying like a physical copy off of eBay or places like Noble Knight. We can watch it free on Tubi. Oh, hell yeah. I'm going to add that to the list of things to watch after I finish watching Tanya the Evil, which it's that anime is treading some dangerous ground on its inspirations and what target audience is going for. But like you can't get this off of like drive-thru or anything like that. But apparently it was given away for like, I don't know, like a 20th anniversary thing. They just like released the PDF files for it as part of an anniversary. And I think it was Internet Archive. I found like the post on Internet Archive. So if you want to get this, if you think it's cool, it's, at least as far as I know, it is free, which is cool. Granted, it's, I don't think there's any, there's not like a big Bubblegum Crisis wave of people needing to play in Mega Tokyo. So I doubt it will ever be brought back. But then again, there's been a lot of, I don't know, I feel like with Cyberpunk, capital Cyberpunk has been getting so much attention lately. There's been a lot more eyes on the Cyberpunk genre and stuff coming out. And now with the new Ghost in the Shell anime, multiple Ghost in the Shell TTRPGs, maybe there'll be a resurgence of the older other Cyberpunk stuff out there, which I would like to see. But for those not familiar with Bubblegum Crisis, it is about like sort of like a police force type thing that fights robots, as far as I know. Yeah, as far as I know, the new Ghost in the Shell, it's being like, it's like a direct, what's the word I'm looking for? Like it's directly coming from the original mangas. which is nice to see. I honestly, like, I grew up on 90s anime, like late 80s and 90s anime, and that style really, really sticks to me. And a lot of that older stuff still holds up really well, like especially in the animated movies. Like, I stand by Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust is one of the best looking animated movies ever made. It's just so fucking beautiful. Every time I watch it, I'm like, holy fuck, this came out like 20 years ago. Where in the fuck is my PDF and all my tabs? Oh God, where are you? There we go. I found you. Bubblegum Crisis Mega Tokyo 2033, the role-playing game. Adventures in the anime world of berserk boomers and high-tech heroes. It's kind of wild that pretty much all the like cyberpunk stuff, like the early late 80s like stuff that's like, oh, we're in the future, we're almost there. Like we've passed Back to the Future, we've passed Blade Runner, we've passed the original Cyberpunk with Cyberpunk 2020. I believe that Cyberpunk was originally set in 2020. And we are only 7 years away from passing Bubblegum Crisis. Eventually, we're just going to be in the future. And we won't have any of the cool stuff. No sexy robot women. No, I mean, technically there's flying cars. Those technically exist, but they're not like a mass market thing. We don't have any flying cars. We don't have any hoverboards. All we have is like cell phones. That's what we got. And I guess we really don't have AI. We just have this really, really crappy, like someone trying to trace art through a mirror while looking at it to the side. That's what we got. That's what our AI is. Okay, I have to turn my head to the side. Premiere Japanese animation, subtitled and dubbed VHS and Laserdisc. Let's go. A classic. I wonder I think there's the jokes like, oh, kids don't know what a VHS is, but I think they'll hear about VHS, but I highly doubt they've ever fucking heard of Laserdisc. Like, that thing barely existed. T-shirts, posters, mouse pads, miniatures, pins, phone cards, trading cards, role-playing games, model kits, and more. Oh. Wait. Do Bubblegum Crisis model kits? Do they have like Gunpla but for Bubblegum Crisis? Hold on. I'm doing a Google. Uh-oh. It's not a great sign when the first thing you see is eBay. They do exist. Honestly, they look pretty cool. Holy fuck. Ooh, I like how the legs are. Like where they sort of have like the arch in the front and then heels. Obviously not practical at all, but it does look good. And if I'm going to be fighting like shit, I also want to look sexy. So It's understandable. Like, this art is just so fucking classic. Holy fuck. What do we think the, like, they were roommates level this is at? Two Aegis' legs from P3. Oh, I don't think have I seen anything from Persona 3? I'm not sure. I need to get in the Persona series. It might be the thing I get into after finishing Kingdom Hearts and I don't know, a year. They were like sisters. Oh. I mean, when in Alabama. Mega Tokyo. Okay, this is a lot more. This looks a lot more dystopian than I was originally thinking. Oh, that art goes so fucking hard. Hard to read. That is hard to read. I'll see if I can do that. The year is 2033. The place is Mega Tokyo. Virtually destroyed by the second Great Kanto earthquake in 2025. Welcome in, Enigma. It's good to see you. Japan's capital has risen like a phoenix from its own ashes. Today, Mega Tokyo is the most modern city in the world, a center of technology and industry for the entire planet. But it's also a city in crisis. Just as the Kanto fault has rent the metropolis in two, so too has Mega Tokyo's reconstruction divided its populace into the corporate rich and the displaced poor. Confusion and conflict rage in the streets as crime and overcrowding become explosive problems. But this megalopolis' greatest threat may be from technology itself. Science and industry have literally run amok, driven blindly forward by the world's largest corporation. Genome, I'm guessing it's supposed to be like genome. Genome. This super conglomerate is the mightiest economic power in the globe. It dominates the fields of manufacturing and high-tech industry and is the primary force of the colonization and exportation of space. While Genome presents itself as an upstanding concern, the truth is, that is far more odious in reality. Its founder and chairman, the cunning and mysterious Quincy. Oh yeah, you know Quincy is super mysterious. The most mysterious man in the world. Maybe this is just my brain being weird, but I feel like Quincy would talk like Joey Wheeler, but like an older, more gruff version. Like maybe it's that smirk. Is using the corporation to take control of the planet. To this end, Genome promotes wars to destabilize governments, develops illegal technology, and indulges and encourages the individual greed and ambitions of its executives. Unfortunately, Genome has made itself vital to the rest of society and now controls many essential resources. The corporation's most powerful tool, however, is the startling new race of artificial beings it has created. Oh God, oh no, what are they doing with this? I understand this came out, I think this was released in 96, so it's 30 years old. But holy fuck, is this hard to read. It looks cool though. It looks super cool. I'm not sure how old Adam Smasher is as a character, but I wonder if this is sort of is this the Adam Smasher equivalent? Because this is a beefy robot man. Boomers. That's really that's a different meaning nowadays. Born of the fusion of mechatronics and biotechnology, cyberdroids were hailed as the new servitor race which would liberate mankind. Commonly referred to as boomers, these artificial life forms range from simple robots to the most advanced androids, and some were even reported to have their own personalities. Yeah, this is a bit rough, but you know, it has a lot of charm. Yeah, you're having decided so much. And, the yellow is a unfortunate color choice. Like an outline would do wonders on this deck. Yeah, I mean, at least like, you know, it's sort of not great as this is. This has a lot of character to it, and it's just my poor eyes. I'm gonna have to like zoom in manually. Although originally created to aid in the development of outer space, labor boomers were soon marketed domestically. Ultimately, Genome also designed combat boomers, terrifyingly armored monsters bristling with deadly weaponry. In 2033, boomers are everywhere. They fight wars, work at contract sites, construction sites, and even serve coffee. But boomers can be unstable sometimes, going berserk and killing people in the frenzy of blood. Just in response, an elite police force was created to deal with these rogue robots. Oh, I feel like I'm about to have a seizure or something from looking at this. My eyes are getting funky. The ad police. Originally established, okay, I guess, you know, maybe they worked on this and they finished it and they're like, we can't go back. But then they're like, hold on, we can put a background. We can make it better. Originally established as special branch to deal with riots and terrorism, the advanced police now use military weapons, armored vehicles, and powered armor to protect Mega Tokyo from the boomers that increasingly rampage through the city. Holy fuck. A 95 stream streak. Welcome in, killer. So close. We're so close to the big 100. Yet even the bravery and firepower of the ad police are insufficient when faced with Genome's ever-evolving combat boomers. Mega Tokyo needs help. It is interesting to see that Bubblegum Crisis, while it is clearly in the cyberpunk realm, it's like what cyberpunk needs is mecha. It needs more mecha. And honestly, I approve. So am I understanding this vibe right? So Bubblegum Crisis is like, you know, it feels sort of like Akira in terms of the destabilization of the city, but also mecha, but also magical girl. No spam calls. My phone was being so rude to me. But yeah, this, I don't know. I'm getting like Sailor Moon, but like cyber Cyber Sailor Moon, or I guess Power Ranger type. I'm getting a lot of combined vibes together. Oh, Aegis does look really cute. Holy fuck. I just peeped the Discord. And like it or not, it will now come from the Night Sabers, the mysterious team of vigilante stalks Mega Tokyo, battling Genome's most powerful combat boomers. So what this game is telling me, to beat boomers, you just need some young, hardworking, cute women. That's how we beat boomers. I approve. So let's see these characters. Lena, aerobics instructor and close combat specialist. Celia, entrepreneur and team leader. Chris, rock singer and assault specialist. And Nini, ad police operator and electronic warfare specialist. Uh-oh, we're back. Oh no, we're back. We're back to the hard reading. When Genome murdered Dr. Kazuhito Stingray. Wait, is his last name Stingray? That is a change. Holy fuck. The creator of the boomers, little did they realize that his daughter Celia would vow to vindicate her father's legacy. Using her father's secret research, she has created amazingly anti-boomer weapons and recruited a team of determined young women as her covert strike team. Now the computer-savvy Nini, the athletic Lena, and the fiery Press have joined Celia to challenge the evil of Genome, equipped with weapons years in advance of others. The Night Sabers fight to stem the flood of twisted technology pouring from Genome. Their powered armored hardsuits make them a match for the most boomers, and their motor slaves, transforming robotic motorcycles, have firepower equivalent to tanks. They fight to save Mega Tokyo and the world from Quincy's domination. Their battle chronicled in a series of original video animations called Bubblegum Crisis. Something I like about a lot of these 90s sort of anime TTRPGs brought to America is that they actually do a good bit of work into giving information on the thing they're pulling from, and not it just being like a TTRPG rulebook. So it's kind of nice from a not necessarily a collector, but from someone that's interested in the source as much as being able to play in the world itself. Oh. Uh-oh. Tiny bit of scuff. There we go. I fixed the scuff. We're good. Oh no, why? Why do they keep doing this? Oh, but though. Oh, no. I want to zoom in. Enhance. Enhance. I'm fucking with that really hard. There's a lot I like about that. And honestly, I like how it seems like the heel, the very strong heel shape is like, seems like has an intention rather than just being to be sexy, where it's meant for like hooking into your motorcycle mech suit, your cycle suit. That artwork is so good. Holy fuck. I want that. I want that as a poster. Oh, and it looks like the knees are actually where they would like sit on the bike. That's fucking sick. Oh, go zoom out one more. Actually, no. That was good. Oh. Episode guide, Bubblegum Crisis 1, Tinsel City. Oh, this is so hard to read. 2032, as the rock group Press and the replicants blast their music into Mega Tokyo Night, a boomer is on a rampage. The ad police scramble, but the cyber droid wreaks havoc, leaving them helpless before it. Suddenly, power-armored women appear and annihilate the boomer in furious combat. Mercenaries known as the Night Sabers. They vanish into the night as the ad police inspector Leon watches in amazement, but their next job will soon come calling. The client is in the USSD, the Space Defense Force. The task is to find a technician, F.G. Frederick, and his little sister Cynthia, who have supposedly been abducted. By accepting, the Night Sabers become entangled in a vicious conspiracy. While stalking the dark underside of Mega Tokyo, the four women soon run afoul of the kidnappers, boomers who are actually led by the treacherous Frederick. The vigilantes ultimately confront Frederick in an abandoned Aqua City. There, they discover that Cynthia is not a little girl, but a killer doll, a boomer targeting device for orbital satellite weapons. Frederick uses his amazing abilities as a fusion bomber to control inanimate material and melds with all of Aqua City in an attempt to overpower the Night Saber. The Night Sabers. Press barely manages to destroy him by using her motor slave. Still, Cynthia panics when she discovers her true identity and fires a USSD satellite particle beam from orbit, destroying all of Aqua City. The Night Sabers escape, but lament about collecting their pay. That is a wild synopsis. What the fuck? Also, that is so hard to read. Who chose this font? Who did this? I like how they give synopsis for the episode. It's that way we can learn about it before we actually figure out the rules or what this game is trying to do. Like I'm assuming we play as the Saber Knights. That's my assumption. We get to play as Saber Knights. Fine. But honestly, this is because I have read the holy fuck Raiders. Is me, your dog, Coyote, the Backstreet Chimera, Stray City. It is Cyber Summer, and we're looking at Bubblegum Crisis, the TTRPG. It is 30 years old. I know. It's an old TTRPG. It looks like an old TTRPG. Hime, thank you for rating. If you need a raid and run, go take care of yourselves. Get something to eat. I know you've been doing your You was making the TTRPGs with chat. I was in there. I was peeping earlier. I was creeping. Yeah, no. Well, so Bubblegum Crisis is older than you, though. The actual animated series is older than you. Just the TTRPG is younger. Bubblegum Crisis came out in its first OVA was in 1987. Or yes, 1987. And so this TTRPG is made by R. Talsorian, the creators of Cyberpunk. They made a bunch of anime-based TTRPGs in the 90s. Because I didn't know this, but at least from what I read on the wiki, originally they was going to make a TTRPG based off an anime, but then ended up making, I'm assuming they didn't get the rights or they lost the rights at some point, but then they ended up making Cyberpunk. And as you can see, the graphic design, the choices they made, while I think it visually looks cool, this is so far this is significantly hard to read. But I'm trying my best. Right now, we haven't had any rules. There's been not a single rule has been shown yet. It has purely been what is Bubblegum Crisis, and now we're into the synopsises of each episode. But to give a quick breakdown of Bubblegum Crisis, it is a cyberpunk setting, but it mixes in like mecha and Power Ranger magical girl ish stuff. And the greatest threat to the world in 2033 are boomers. That's right. Boomers are the greatest threat, being evil android things that go crazy and they want to destroy everything. You know, I don't think there was any intentional connection, but it is it is a very funny in the years that we are now. I'm honest. I'm just trying to I'm trying to rewire my brain so I can read this bright yellow in a very, very thin font. And I'm doing better than I think I should. And honestly, the names for the people are really funny. Like there was someone that was like, let's see if I can find it. Oh, hold on. Where was he? Here we go. Katsuhito Stingray. Dr. Katsuhito Stingray is his name. Because I feel like, Stingray, that's a very futuristic name. Like, stingrays are so badass. They got their little whip tails. But I think just from this alone, I'm going to have to go and rewatch Bubblegum Crisis, because I watched it. I think it was part when I first got introduced to anime, and a friend was like, "Here's a bunch of CDs I burned off of LimeWire. Here's a bunch of anime." I think it was part of that. I don't know, it's kind of funny. Me as, how old was I? I don't even think I was 10 yet. I might have been 10. I was still in elementary school. But he was just like, "Oh, here's all this anime you need to watch, including was it Hellsing? I think it was Hellsing, and Berserk And oh fuck, I'm blanking on the name of that. It's the one animated movie ninja that has a lot of graphic stuff in it. I'm blanking on the name. Oh fuck. Let's see if I can find the name of it. Dark Ninja anime movie. Ninja Scroll. There we go. And some of that stuff I was not old enough to watch. But I did anyway. Okay, I'm gonna try to get into reading this. I think my eyes have adjusted. Under Brian J. Mason's direction, female boomers recover the remains of Cynthia from the sunken wreckage of Aqua City. Meanwhile, the development of an uprated boomer is interrupted by an explosion that claims the lives of several genome scientists. Irene, fiance of one of the dead scientists and a friend of Lena's, swears to expose Genome's involvement in his death. Concerned, Lena harbors serious fears of Irene's safety. Meanwhile, Pris and Leon deduce a conspiracy within Genome to develop illegal boomer types secretly. One, the uprated super boomer, promises to be a system of great power. Using Cynthia's salvaged black box, it can synchronize with the USSD's orbiting satellite weapons, bringing death wherever it looks. But across Mega Tokyo, Lena and Irene are stalked by a mysterious group of beautiful female assassins. When the two become separated, Irene is confronted and horribly killed by the boomer femme fatales. Guilt-ridden, Lena swears to avenge Irene's death. The Night Sabers soon follow a trail of clues that lead them to the Kawasaki Industrial Zone and another confrontation with Genome. The climactic battle pits the Night Sabers against Mason's deadly female cyber droids and the Super Boomer. Even though the Super Boomer attacks them with the USSD satellite, the Sabers emerge victorious. The head of the USSD resigns, but Mason's schemes continue. Episode guide: Bubblegum Crisis 3 Blow Up. Pencil City erupts in flames as two ad police K-11 power suits battle a pair of military boomers. Collateral damage from the fight trashes the Silky Dalcilia's lingerie shop and the Night Sabers' secret headquarters. Of course, their secret headquarters is the lingerie shop. Of course. Oh my god. That, just imagine Victoria's Secret being your headquarters. Oh my god, that's so dumb. Oh, I love that. Obeying the second rule of the Night Sabers, no personal grudges, Cilly withholds retribution, even though she knows Mason's behind the attack. Still, Mason and Cilly are plotting their next moves. Meanwhile, Chris hangs out with her friend Sho, a young boy who she keeps an eye on when his mother works late. At Sho's 10th birthday party, his mother tells Chris that she has been saving for her dream to move to the countryside. Honestly, that seems like the best thing to do considering what's going on. But at Genome Tower, the technological integrated economic city project is under discussion. Genome has been using combat boomers to terrorize the population, selling their land cheap. Mason agents soon zero in on Section 3 press and shows neighboring Mason agents soon zero in on Section 3 Press and Show's neighborhood evicting the residents. Neither Press nor Leon can stop them. It's all legal. But as Show's mother rushes back to her building to retrieve her savings, she is crushed by the demolition. Oh, fuck. The enraged Night Sabers storm Genome Tower as the others fight the security boomers. Celia faces Mason, now in a powered suit of his own, at the tower's summit. Although Mason discovers Celia's identity, the secret Wait, that's Diggs? The secret Diggs with him dies with him when Celia cuts his throat, or so it seems. Revenge Road 2033. A mysterious black car known as the Griffin is hunting down motorcycle punks, and the Tokyo Highway Patrol can't stop it. The case falls to the ad police, but it's nothing on their priority list. Meanwhile, Priss arrives at Raven's garage, secretly a Night Saber facility where Dr. Raven helps construct and maintain the Saber's motor slaves and the other vehicles. Mackie is using the shop to work on the Highway Star Superbike, a cycle so hyped up, Mackie's afraid to let even Priss drive it. Priss also gets no help from Dr. Raven when she asks about the handsome fellow who picture sits on his counter. Wait, a red motorcycle? It's a super bike? Is this a Kira reference? Elsewhere, J.B. Gibson, the man in Dr. Raven's photo, tinkers on his secret project, the Griffin. When he next takes out to trash more bikers, Priss gets caught in the death race and takes a fall. Looking to find out who dumped her, she gets Nini to check police records, and they trace the car back to Gibson. He seems out for revenge against the bikers who assaulted him and his girlfriend months ago. Too soon, Gibson finishes modifying the Griffin and roars into the night with the police in pursuit. Dr. Raven asks the Night Sabers to save Gibson from destroying himself. Priss uses the Highway Star in the ultimate high-speed chase and narrowly manages to rescue Gibson and his girlfriend before the Griffin, now possessed of a mind of its own, is destroyed by the ADP. Moonlight Rambler. In the Generos space station, 4 women are pursued by station security as they race to the docking bay. The 5th has secured for their use, assaulted by security and Doberman boomers. What does that mean? What does Doberman boomers mean? Only 2 survive to steal a shuttle and flee to the Earth, crash landing near Mega Tokyo. Leon and Celia each investigate the shuttle crash from their own angles. The truth is that the shuttle belongs to SDPC, the Space Development Corporation, which is secretly controlled by Flinthead? Wait, that's Aunt? Wait, controlled by Flint. Head. Okay. That comma was very hard to see. Head of GPCC, the Genome Corporate Research Center, and Largo, HK protege. They have been using Generos to build high-tech weapons for a legal sell to the communists. The stolen shuttle was carrying the prototype DD Airborne Battle Mover. The SDPC executive Krallman secretly hires the Night Sabers to recover it. Meanwhile, Priss has made a new friend in Celia, who is secretly one of the fugitive women. She and Henri, the other escapee, are... is that Sexaroid? That is sexeroid boomers. Sexeroid is that's a weird word. Out of all the things you could call like a sex bot, sexeroid is a first. Holy fuck. What is the setting? What is going on? I feel like I'm in a fever dream, a weird mecha cyberpunk fever dream. They were definitely on something. They were on something when they made this. Sexeroid boomers, biological cyber droids, which are virtually human. In fact, Anris's injuries require Sylvie to use the DD to attack people and steal their blood to help her recover. What? Why do you have to steal people's blood? Couldn't you just go to a hospital and steal blood bags? Like, out of all the options you could do, you choose vampirism. You choose to be drinking, like, sucking people's blood out to give to your sexroid girlfriend. Oh my god. When Sylvie infiltrates the GPCC to steal the data she needs to heal Henri, she is forced to use the DD in battle. Leon tries to bring her in, but is only saved from destruction by the Night Sabers. In the fight, Pris is forced to kill Sylvie in order to prevent the rogue DD from destroying Mega Tokyo. In remorse, Pris vows to get the precious data to Henri. But as they leave, Sylvia hears a voice purring. Wait, a voice purring. Celia Stingray. This is something. I didn't know what I was expecting when I went in, when I was like, oh, this will be fun to look at. Like I should have known it would be anime bullshit front to back. Like I think for the most part, like cyberpunk stuff tends to lean like on the serious side, and while I'm like, this clearly does have some like serious undertones, it is leaning on classic anime bullshit, even though it wasn't classic then. This is when this was coming out, it was new. It's one of the progenitors of anime bullshit. Red eyes. Guilt struck by the killing of Sylvie, Pris leaves the Night Sabers. Meanwhile, Largo sends Night Saber imposter to ruin their name and end their interference in his affairs. Henri, now Largo's aide, infiltrates Genome and learns of Genome's involvement with the defense minister Callahan, whom Largo arranges to kidnap. In a battle at the Tinsel City Bank, the imposters are revealed as hyper boomers. Oh my god, they just keep adding names to boomer. They got a boomer for everything. Force the undermanned Night Sabers to retreat. Largo and Henri take Callahan to Genome Tower, intending to blackmail Quincy, but they encounter Leon and Pris, who find out the hard way that Largo now controls the USDD satellite weapons. While Leon and Pris escape with their lives, Largo reaches Genome. There, Largo faces Quincy and demands the OM's Overmind Control System, the OMS Overmind Control System, in exchange for Callahan. When Quincy has Callahan shot, Largo begins blasting Genome Towers across the world with killer satellites. A super boomer himself, he intends to free all boomers and set himself up as their god. Okay, well, that seems a little bit misguided. You can't necessarily be like, I'm going to free all my people, but also I'm going to be their god and they have to worship me. yeah, killer, why are you blowing up all these places? Who gave you a satellite? Who did that? It wasn't me. I know that. Discovering that Largo sent Sylvie to her death, Pris assaults him and is nearly killed. Only the miraculous appearance of her new motor slave and hardsuit allows her to defeat his hyperboomers. When the other Night Sabers and Leon arrive, they manage to vanquish Largo himself. As the smoke clears, Celia realizes that the super boomer madman was actually Brian J. Manson in a boomer body. She prays his schemes are finally ended. Okay, that's a sick picture. I vibe with that. Double vision. In Houston, Texas, Genome and the Gulf and Brady Corporation sign a contract to co-produce a new boomer, but the meeting is suddenly interrupted by an attacking mecha which kills G&B's president and then vanishes. Later in Mega Tokyo, rock superstar Vision begins her tour, actually she is Rika Chang, sister of Irene, who was killed by Genome in episode 2. Her tour is a cover for her planned vendetta against Genome. That night, she and her partner, Ko, attack the Genome Research Facility and attempt to kidnap G&B's Dr. McLaren, but fail and have to retreat. Frightened, Dr. McLaren hires the Night Sabers to bodyguard him secretly while he's in Tokyo. Meanwhile, Leon and Daly investigate the mecha criminal attack, uncovering clues that yet another illegal boomer may be in the works. Rika manages to kidnap McLaren despite the Saber's surveillance, and Lena is taken as well. Since she has recognized Rika as Vision and Irene's sister, Rika reveals that she is the heiress of the Qing Triad, and she is using its resources to exact revenge on Genome for Irene and on G&B for their death of her parents. Rika and Quincy finally face off in Genome's artificial island. Genome's new boomer attacks, and the Night Sabers intervene to save Rika and Co. In the end, McLaren is arrested by Leon, and Rika is finally purged of her desire for revenge. So when I'm understanding, boomers, they can just be anything. You can have super boomers, hyper boomers, double boomers, sexoroid boomers, Doberman boomers. There's probably some pig boomers. There's, moon boomers, probably sun boomers, dick boomers. I'm sure there's going to be a boomer. We're going to see boomer in here. It's going to happen. We have a fucking ladder of boomers. Scoop chase. December 2033. Add Police Chief Toto entrusts Nini with chaperoning his niece Lisa Vanette, an amateur news photographer and Night Saber hunter, around the office for a few days. Elsewhere, Dr. Miriam Yoshida, a boomer design genius, plans to destroy the Night Sabers to elevate his status with Genome. He creates boomers to elevate the abilities of the Night Sabers' hardsuits and is soon able to design combat boomers capable of defeating the vigilantes. Amidst the chaos, Lisa gets wind of one of the Night Sabers' battles with Miriam's boomers and manages to get a shot that reveals Nini's identity as a Night Saber. Because her photo isn't clear enough to prove Nini is a Night Saber, Lisa begins to follow Nini everywhere, even to Raven's garage. During the surveillance, Lisa meets Celia, who subtly persuades Lisa that the Night Sabers may be more heroic than Genome would have the public believe. At last, Miriam attacks the headquarters with his 4 boomers to draw the Night Sabers out. The vigilantes arrive, and the ensuing battle traps Lisa in the building. The Night Sabers, in their new hard suits, destroy most of Miriam's boomers, but Nini has to face the last of the daring computer combat. In a daring computer combat, what is a computer combat? Are they like playing chess? Are they like? Are they doing a hack battle? Heroic escort convinces Lisa that the Night Sabers deserve to keep their anonymity and continue their fight. And the story's not over yet. Genome's still out there, with Megalomaniac at the helm. Rogue boomers still roam the streets, and Megatokyo is still reeling from technoshock and economic upheaval. The 21st century still needs heroes, people willing to fight to ensure that greed and warped ambition do not rule the new cyber age. You can be one of those heroes, walking the dark streets of tomorrow to protect what bit of humanity remains in the era machine. Are you ready? I am ready to become a glammed up Night Saber and tasteful but erotic clothing, as all heroes should be in. Okay, I think we're finally at it. We're finally at where we can start getting into the rules. Let's see what the rules go. So, Role Playing 101 Classic, the 2033 Source Book, and then refereeing. That's interesting. So, it goes through the rules, which is about 31 pages long. And then roughly 100 of those pages is the source book for 2033. And then the rest, which is, let's see, 16 pages is on running the game, on GMing. So that seems the fusion system, which I believe that's what our Talsorian used for all of these TTRPGs, all these anime TTRPGs all use the fusion system. So at the very least, as someone that does prefer things that are more rules light, this seems like it will be easy to run. Welcome to the RPG. Oh wait, is this like the Cyber Knights, like, sort of, you know, it's not a quote. What is it? What do you call that? Like when you know, like the Green Lanterns thing. What do you call that? Motto? Their creed? Yeah, this is actually readable now. My eyes aren't suffering. Let me do a check. Hold on. Let me adjust this. This is a little skewed for some reason. Hold on. Are you gonna let me adjust? Uh-oh, why? Come on. There we go. Oh no, that's worse. That's worse. That got worse. Oh no. There we go. Bam. I linger by myself on the twilight streets. Then the rain stops and the pavement glitters. Claxons howl in the night sky. Bitter spirits let fly. Dreams burst into flame. A dashing motorcycle hunts down its prey. When it comes time to burn up, hold on tight. Those words are lyrics from several songs from the Bubblegum Crisis soundtrack, and they encapsulate the kind of action and drama you'll find in the Bubblegum Crisis role-playing game. With this book, you'll enter the world of Mega Tokyo and the oppressive mega corporation Genome. A world where monstrous boomers, desperate ad police, and the mysterious night sabers battle for the future of civilization. In case it isn't obvious by now, this game is based on the Japanese anime video series Bubblegum Crisis, which fuses dark future cyberpunk, comic book super vigilantes, and mecha-oriented anime. Cyberpunk provides a grim future of megalopolis for the setting. Anime provides amazing weapons, robots, and action, and comic books provide the crime-fighting angle. But the heart and soul of Bubblegum Crisis comes from its characters. Only in the hands of the right people can technology change the world for the better. Bubblegum Crisis is about who controls that technology. The name Bubblegum Crisis, often abbreviated as BGC, was chosen as a reference to the bubblegum bubble which is about to pop, getting all over your face and hair and refusing to be easily cleaned up. An impending mess that will be hard to handle. This parallels Mega Tokyo's technological and social situation. Tension has been continually rising, and either a collapse or explosion seems imminent. Bubblegum Crisis was an 8-part video-only series produced by Artmic Design Studio and released in Japan from 1987 to 1990. 2 spin-off series were made, the 3-part AD Police Files and the 3-part Bubblegum Crash. Here we focus on the first series, but don't worry, our Talsorian Games will publish future supplements which will cover the other 2. And actually, where I mentioned before, where like these were given for free, I do have the other 2. These 2. I'm not sure if we'll get into those, considering how long it usually takes me to get through these stuff. But I'll probably I might have already put a link in the Discord where I got these. I don't remember. But honestly, I might try to pick these up, even though I was looking at the prices and they're pretty high. Like on a Noble Night, I saw it was like $90. And these are like soft covers too, which granted, I get why they're expensive because they're no longer produced. They're old. It makes sense, but so far, I honestly, like, despite being poking fun at it, I do like the vibe it's going for. It has a silly charm to it. Let's see, Anime Igo, one of the premier American anime importers and distributors, has released subtitled and dubbed versions of Bubblegum Crisis and its 2 spin-offs in the US. If you haven't seen the Bubblegum Crisis videos yet, check them out. Bug your local video store or contact and whatever. I want to say it's Anime Igo, but the way the E is capitalized makes me feel like they had a weird pronunciation for it. At PO Box 989 Williamton, North Carolina. Oh my god. I like this really does date this because like I've kind of forgotten that like, you know, phone books used to exist and stuff like that, like pre the internet blowing up. And it's like I understand why they go into this level of detail, because someone might have got this and just this was the only way they're going to learn anything about this. It's a really interesting time capsule. Let's see what they say. Let's see what a role-playing game is in 1996. If this is your first role-playing game, relax. This is just a structured form of make-believe play acting. Rather like when you play cops and robbers as a kid, the focus is on verbal description and storytelling, with players describing what they do instead of acting it out. Most of you are going to use the rules presented in this book to create player characters, personas you control that exist in this fictional universe of 2033. You will create a set of numbers and characteristics that will give you a clear idea of how your character thinks, acts, what she cares about, and what they can do. One of you will take on a different role, that of the referee or game master, the person who presents the story plot to the players, controls any characters not controlled by the players themselves, logically called non-player characters, and applies the rules of the game. The referee must have a firm grasp on the game rules and the fictional background in which the world is set. It's the most demanding position in terms of time, energy, and imagination. A lot like directing a play when you can't control all the actors, but it can be very rewarding as well. The referee uses the background given in the game world to devise basic plot in which they place the player characters. They describe the situations to them as the characters would know it, and the players describe what their characters are doing and how they respond to the situation. The plot generally flows from there, with the referee presenting obstacles, non-player characters, and other elements to the players in the story form, and the players continually decide what their characters will do and reacting accordingly. This way, both the players and the referee create a story together and have a lot of fun along the way. Then what are all these rules for? Well, many situations will come up in the course of the game that require more than common sense to resolve. For example, if you've never been in a firefight, it might be hard to judge how things should happen in one. The rules give you a way to play out those situations in a logical and consistent manner. When the outcome of an event is in question, you roll the dice. Bubblegum Crisis uses 10-sided and 6-sided dice. Ooh. 10 D10s and D6s? If I had to guess, the D10s are for like skill checks and D6s are for damage. That's my gut. And the result of the roll helps you determine what happens. The GM generally applies the rules as required, but if he wants to discard a rule, he may do so. As long as he informs his players beforehand, it's fair about it, and he keeps the game fun for everyone. In some role-playing games, it's enough for the character simply to survive and maybe amass some money. Not so in Bubblegum Crisis. BGC stories aren't about greed. They're about extreme circumstances, passion, revenge, technology, the definition of human, and probably kicking boomer butt, too. In a typical Bubblegum Crisis game, you'll prowl the urban jungle, face off against authority, fight homicidal monsters, and maybe even find a little romance. Sound like fun? Count on it. Wait, what if one of those homicidal monsters is also the romance? What if? So far it seems like, at least from the synopsises that we read, pretty much all the encounters involved either people in like mech suits or boomers. I wonder if there are actual like monsters. Like, are there like kaiju? Are there like mutated creatures? I feel like having mutated monsters, I feel like would fit in this setting pretty easily. We'll see. System mechanics. Oh, is that like a Mega Man arm? Can you blast with that? Role-playing 101. Playing a Bubblegum Crisis game involves more than getting a hold of a bunch of transforming motorcycles and killing some boomers. While fancy mecha and boomer busting are definitely part of the fun of BGC, role-playing is the heart of the game. Role-playing is the process in which players and the referee cooperate to create a good story and, more importantly, to have a good time. This cooperative aspect demands that the referee and players always work together to make sure you get the most of your Bubblegum Crisis role-playing experience. Your character should enjoy freedom of action but still work within the structure of the referee's game. The referee and player alike should be involved in the character creation process. Check with the referee to make sure that your character isn't wildly outside the parameters of the campaign. Oftentimes, the referee will have specific ideas on maximum levels for stats and skills, allowable equipment, appropriate character backgrounds. Make sure to discuss your character with the referee before play begins. Both parties should be clear on the character's capabilities, background, and unique quirks. The life path. Wait, life path? Are we having like a traveler thing going on? The life path is especially important here. Your character's history will likely generate several colorful NPCs with the referee can put to good use in the campaign. Ooh, I like that. I want to see that. Honestly, it's really interesting that like the most people playing TTRPGs right now probably have only been playing for like 5 or 6 years at max. Like that's on the higher end for most people that are playing TTRPGs right now. But it's, I don't know, it's just interesting that like TTRPGs, unlike I think a lot of other hobbies and genres, are like constantly being rediscovered. That's why you see the like same arguments happening pretty much like every week. You'll see the exact same arguments that people have been arguing for like 50 years at this point. And it's interesting to just, I don't know, be reminded that a lot of the stuff has pretty much already been figured out. And while there are like new forms of play been coming out more recently, like a lot of stuff already has been around in you know, like small ways. Yeah, that's right, Killer. Any award-winning game break? Oh, that reminded me, I need to check in again, see where we can schedule the next session. Need to drink some. Been doing a lot of talking, and we got so much more talking to go. Role-playing in BGC is geared to the idea of a team, a group of player characters who work together on a regular basis towards a common goal. The most obvious example of a team of player characters is the Night Sabers. But each ad police unit is also a team, and even the escaped Sexoroids from Generos were a team. A short-lived one, but a team nonetheless. Because he will be a member of such a team, your character should be created with a built-in reason how or why should become part of the player team. Once again, a dialogue between the player and his referee is vital here. By letting his players know what kind of team they'll be in, the referee will allow them to make characters workable within his framework, while you, as a player, will probably have some idea of what type of character you want to play. It's possible that this idea could clash with the type of team and campaign the referee plans to run. There might not be room for his corporate agents campaign for your armored vigilante or rogue boomer. Wait. So you're able to play boomers in this? Honestly, I was assuming that you would play as the Night Sabers. That's my assumption, that this was a focus around being Night Sabers, but it seems like you can play a bunch of different types of people. Let's say you're planning on making a Formula One race driver named Zach, who learned everything he knows from his older brother Ken, but Ken was killed in a racing accident. Now let's say that referee plans to run a paramilitary style mercenary campaign. How to mesh these two ideas? Through a dialogue between the referee and the player, the character is modified. Zach's brother was working as a test driver for a military prototype Fast attack vehicle. Zach, your brother Ken, they're dead. You have to avenge them. You have to fight all the boomers. Was kidnapped along with the prototype by a group of terrorists. Meanwhile, the mercenary team is hired to get the prototype back. They have their own Fav, but no driver. He bought the farm on their last mission. Enter Zach. The mercs need him as a driver, and he's motivated to join in hopes of finding Ken. And maybe you're like your Fav, your like military race car can also turn into a mech, because it seems like everything turns into a mech. Imagine you're just sitting on your cyber porta potty and then it turns into a mech. When creating and playing your character, remember that you and your compatriots aren't average citizens. They're people of action. If a situation doesn't sit well with you, then you change it. That doesn't mean that you're some kind of ubermensch. Your character is human. Probably. But make sure he's an exceptional human. He should like to go out for drinks, have a few dates, see a movie, and avert global disaster every once in a while. But why does your character do this? What is his motivation for being so special? Try to devise some unique, even outrageous aspects for your character, and then play them up in-game. While Bubblegum Crisis is cyberpunk, it's also super heroic and anime. Just like the adventures the referee puts you through, your character should be shamelessly angst-riddled and melodramatic. Your character's life path is sure to generate all sorts of trauma and neuroses, and anime characters are notoriously bad at getting on with their lives. Okay, so your character is a military agent, but why? Is the government holding your sister hostage? Did your best friend sell you to indentured servitude without your knowledge or consent? That just classic bestie stuff. Happens all the time. If I had a nickel for every time my best friend sold me into servitude, I would have so many nickels. Wait, hold on. It just hit me. So I'm assuming the Doberman boomers, they're either just Dobermans, they're just straight up dogs, but like super dogs, or they're like dog-headed people, like android people. So that technically, does that mean you could be a puppy girl in Bubblegum Crisis? You could be a puppy girl android and fight crime? I think we're getting somewhere with this. Role-playing is about getting into character and creating a virtual reality with your imagination. It's not about shuffling points and number crunching. The values of your character sheet are there to interface with the fusion system, not for you to fall back on instead of role-playing. You may have high strength, but that doesn't mean the first thing out of your mouth should be, I've got a 10, let me try it. Anytime a physical feat is called for, stats and skill measure your character's innate and learned capabilities, but should not pigeonhole you into role-playing. Pigeonhole your role-playing. Don't settle for just rolling some dice when you could and should be role-playing. For instance, if your character is trying to pick up a girl, don't walk up to her and say, I make a seduction roll. I roll a 9, so my result is a 20. Does she go home with me? For shame. Since role-playing is similar to improvisational acting, try to push yourself a little further. Instead of just rolling dice, try something like, I ask her what she's drinking in order to. Then tell her she's the most beautiful woman here. I get a roll. I get a 20 on my seduction skill. Does she respond well? Much better. We all know these aren't the Oscars, but putting in a little life into your role-playing performance helps the other players as well as the referee enjoy the game more. Remember, role-playing only works well when everyone is into it. The referee is running a serious game, but all the players treat it like a joke. It's unlikely that anyone will enjoy the game. Tossing a joke into the mix, either in character or just among the people at table once in a while, is fine. But if you got the giggles and can't seem to focus, take a break. Honestly, I feel like this is out of the older stuff I've read, that I think this is the first time I've seen advice like this. I feel like at least most of the TTRPGs I've read pre, like, 5e coming out and the sort of play style that came from it, a lot of them didn't lean on the, like, we're meant to be having fun and like talking together, not necessarily about the the system, which is, it does seem like the system is a fairly lean one, so that does make sense. But it is nice to see. About the Fusion system. Bubblegum Crisis uses a unique new rule system called Fusion, a unified set of role-playing rules combining the best of the hero system, champions, and interlock, Cyberpunk, Mechaton. Okay, I believe Mechaton, that was the game they were originally making, but then they made Cyberpunk, if I remember right. I'm not actually sure what Mechaton is. I'll look that up real quick, just to get an idea. Mechaton Z. Mechaton is a mecha game franchise. It was starting with a board game in 1984, and then several editions of the first mecha role-playing game in North America. The most recent being Mechaton Zeta. Oh, okay. So it's saying that Mike Pondsmith became interested in Mobile Suit Gundam anime and decided to design a board war game that would combine the mecha genre and the Imperial Star game system he designed for his own amusement. And that's what Mechaton is. And it's very interesting. I feel like I'm going to need to do a deep dive on our Talsorian and their stuff. It seems like maybe that almost a similar trajectory of D&D, of where the designers before D&D, they started with a board game, made a board game or something similar to a board game, like a war game, and then turn that into a role-playing game later. That's very interesting. Not only can Fusion be adapted to cover nearly every time, place, or setting, but it also has the ability to utilize existing hero and interlock rules and materials. It's marked Fusion capable. It can be used as part of the Fusion system. I am aware of Champions. I've heard of Champions before, but what was Champions made by our Talsorian? Let's see who the publishers were. Hero Games is designed by Steve Peterson, which I know Steve Peterson is credited in making this. So I guess maybe he worked on. He's probably just one of the notable designers back then. Interesting. Learning so much today. So much history being learned. Fusion can be compressed or folded to allow characters to be used at a simpler level called primary fusion. Primary fusion allows you to create simple character frameworks in a minute or less. That's quite the claim. I've heard, like, people be like, 5, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, but a minute. I'll be interested to see if that's actually possible. These characters have everything you need to play, but do not have the extra information that allows them to link up with characters in other game systems or settings. They're not included in this game. The Bubblegum Crisis RPG uses a more advanced level of the fusion system, Total Fusion. This level has expanded information for more detailed characters, as well as the ability to be ported to both Hero and Interlock games at will. Total Fusion gives you the ability to use pre-existing Hero and Interlock materials. These are you. Wait, I already read that part. Or did they just repeat that? They did repeat that. No matter what the level, Fusion is designed to be simple and flexible so that you can start easily and add more detailed rules only when you want them. Once you learn the basic, it takes a couple of minutes. You can play a wide variety of games, and whenever you want more detailed rules, you can easily plug them into your existing characters and games to create precisely the level of detail you want. As part of the concept, many Fusion games may include or exclude specific rules as appropriate to the genre. BGC is no exception. Game terms and definitions. Let's see if there's anything funky pointing out. Primary Fusion, referee skill, stat points, talents, target number, tasks, task resolution. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything wild coming out of that stuff. Nothing's making me go like, what the fuck? Life path. Oh, we're on it. This is the first step of creating your character, getting your concept and history established. Life path is the special flow chart of events, personality quirks, and plot compilations which are used to give a character role-playing depth and complexity. In effect, the life path is your character's origin story, telling you where they came from, what they've done, and what they're like. To use the life path, simply follow the instructions in each box of the chart, rolling a die or making a choice as instructed. Optional rule complications. It's not really optional for me. If I see something that makes my character's life harder, I usually take it. I'll even double take it if I can. Like I believe Simbaroom has a similar thing where you can take like negative abilities for your character, like being alcoholic or stuff like that, and I would stack those on just because I like being a fucked up little guy. As part of the life path process, you may also elect to take a few complications, situations, problems, or personal limitations that enhance the role-playing aspect of the character and coincidentally generate extra campaign points to be used in the creation of the character later. Note that in Fusion, traits are not just window dressing. A big part of getting more campaign points is role-playing your complications. You have a good night, Zach. Along with the life path, you're seeing certain events marked with these symbols. Oh, that's hard to read. We have enemy, personality, something. Well, I'm sure they will be bigger at another point. They are to signal that this particular event is a good place to link up to a possible complication. For example, parents murdered would be a great place to take on a responsibility, such as a dependent, your baby sister, or a vow to fight evil, or a code of honor, never harm an innocent. 1. Start by deciding what your character is like, basic personality values, and worldview. You may either roll a d10 or choose. Let's see, basic personality, go to who you value most. Oh, honestly, like I like this. I like that this is a flowchart type thing. Well, it's not necessarily a flowchart because there's not any like, lines or whatever. But I do like how they've broken this up. I feel like this was definitely designed towards people that have never played an RPG before that are interested in Bubblegum Crisis or whatever, because this is made for multiple systems. That they made this for people that are fans of whatever movie, anime or whatever first, and then people that want to play a TTRPG second. But I'm always interested how that works out. Like, you know, if someone, like when they made the Adventure Time TTRPG, like who was the people that bought that the most? Was it people that are into Adventure Time that have never played a TTRPG before, or people that are already playing TTRPGs that also liked Adventure Time? Let's see, who do you value most? Oh, we have pet. We have, oh, we can, obviously we value the puppies the most. They should just replace pet with puppy. Who do you value most? No one. I value no one. I'm a hard son of a bitch. Then go to what you value. Wait, what do you value most? Who do you? Oh, so it's what? Oh, okay. Your worldview, and then to early background. To now move on to your early background and childhood events. Let's see. What was your early upbringing like, economics wise? Roll a d10 to find out. Poor, middle class, well to do, wealthy, rich. Possibly nobility? They have nobility in Mega Tokyo. What connects? Any childhood crises, big problems, or traumas? Roll once on the chart below and go into the appropriate table. A boring childhood, go to 3 life events, or go to childhood events. You know what? Let me find a D10. We'll roll through this. We'll see. We'll see what kind of weird character we get. I really need to get me a dice tray at some point. Raw dogging on the desk is no way to go. So basic personality, we got moody, rash, and headstrong. For who I value most, I got a personal hero. What do I value most? I got friendship. And my worldview is I like almost everyone. And then early background. Oh, come here. Oh, I got a 1. Poor. Let's see. Do I have a childhood event? I actually do. I rolled a 7. Okay. Childhood events. A crisis in your early youth. Roll a d6 to see how your family was affected. Okay. I got a 6. Your entire family was. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My entire family was betrayed by a friend or relative and lost everything they had. Okay, well, they're not dead. That's good. We're just destitute. That's totally fine. Let's see. Step 3, your third step is to chart the course of your life after childhood by moving on to life event section. Wait, hold on. Friends and enemies. Go back to life events. Love and war, go back to life events. Life events start here. Roll 1d10 plus 16 to determine your age. Oh, okay. I got a 2, so this person is 18. For each year over 16, roll once on the following chart and go to the appropriate table. Okay, so we rolled twice. So we got a 2, which is friends and enemies, and then a 6. Nothing happened that year. So we made a friend or an enemy. We got a 4. Enemy from a rival group or faction. So that was probably the people that, well, actually, no, the childhood thing happened in my childhood. So this is a new thing. Okay. When you have completed all the years up to the present, go to the current situation at the bottom of the page to see where you are now. 1. I hate my life, but I can't change it. Oh no. Oh no. Poor little guy. That's interesting though. So they have childhood trauma that they were betrayed. But the thing they value most is friends. And they like almost everyone, but they also hate their life and know they can't change it. Oh no. About stats. Oh, okay. This is messing with my brain a little bit. Stats, also called characteristics, are numbers that describe your character's ability as compared to everyone else in the universe. All people and creatures can be described or written up using stats. This lets you compare one person to another, which is often important in the game. For instance, a person with a strength stat of 5 is stronger than a person with a strength stat of 4, but not as strong as a person with a strength stat of 6. What the stat numbers mean. Stats define the basic structure of a character, and the numbers show how good a stat is relative to other people. But before we can go on to actually constructing that character, we'll need to know something about the type of character it will be. Is he an everyman who finds himself suddenly catapulted into a life adventure? Is he a seasoned veteran who is trained to face danger without flinching? Is he an idealistic crime fighter granted strange superhuman abilities that have allowed him to fight against evil? And what numbers best represent each type of character? Here is a handy set of descriptions that can be applied to numbers for each stat. So it goes from 0 to 10. Challenged, everyday, competent, exceptional, heroic, legendary, super heroic. These values ranges may overlap some, particularly at the lower end of the range. Normal people often have values of 1 to 4, for instance. Usually 7 is the value where the real world stops and where fiction begins to take over. Note also that many characters will have stats and skills in a wide range of values. Even a superhero may have most stats in the competent to exceptional range, with only a few stats being superheroic or legendary. Characters in heroic campaigns may have 1 or 2 stats in the incredible range, and the rest competent or exceptional. Most characters have some abilities they perform better than others. It's rare to have someone with the same stat values across the board. 2. Primary versus figured stats. There are 2 kinds of stats in Fusion. Primary stats are stats that are bought using a pool of points, which we'll discuss below. A good example of a primary stat would be a character's body stat, used to judge how tough he is. Figured stats are stats that are created by applying a simple mathematical formula. Oh no, where's he made? Not math. No, I can't do math on stream. It's so hard. A good example of a figure stat would be a character's stun, which is figured by multiplying his body by 5. Both primary and figured stats will vary from campaign to campaign. So for right now, we'll discuss the basic method of buying stats in all cases. The power to buy. The power to buy your primary stats comes from a pool of points called stat points, given to you by the referee when you make your character. But how do you determine that value? The best option is for the referee to multiply the number of primary stats by the average value the referee wants the characters to have. This will give you the starting points for the campaign. Example, in a fusion campaign with 10 primary stats, the referee wants to have exceptional characters. He gives them 10 times 5 points, so 50 points. Referee should consider this simple guideline to determine the number of stat points to give beginning characters. Competent, so realistic style would be 3 points per stat. Semi-realistic elite style would be 4 points. Action TV show style 5. Action movie style 6. Mythic comic book style 7. And cosmic godlike style 8 points per stat. Primary stats are purchased at a ratio of 1 stat point for 1 level of ability in a stat. Example, I want to have a strength of 5. I pay 5 stat points. You must put at least 1 stat point in each stat. The maximum amount you can put into any one stat is normally 7 or 8 for a normal human. However, if you're creating a superhuman or your referee allows it, you can put as many points into a single stat as you want. The referee may also set his own limits on the value of any or all stats. Okay. Wait, are they going to go through each one? No, okay. About stats. One thing that doesn't fall into the realm of everyday infusion are feats of strength. This one is one of those places where reality must compromise a little with fiction, since many fusion settings allow you to deal with superheroes or women in hard suits, as well as more realistic normal humans. For most characters, you can simply use one strength scale to determine one's might. But how do you explain the abilities of most superheroes? How can a well-built but not exceptionally so hero or a shapely fashion model with a thong and no visible muscles at all lift a battleship and throw it a mile? Well, I mean, clearly the thong is what's giving the powers. Come on. Like, you know, like Raiden, or is it Raiden? I forget how it's pronounced in Metal Gear Solid. It might be pronounced Raiden. But like he moves like a super battleship, and I think he has his butt cheeks out. I mean, granted, his butt cheeks are like a, you know, like a weird cyber body, but still, I think cheeks out means super strong. I think that it's sort of like Saitama being bald-headed that we talked about last night. Maybe those are your two options. If you want to be super strong, you either need to shave your head or have your ass out. So you're totally right. Everyone was early. It's kind of rude that they arrived early before you. But welcome in. You came at an interesting talking point. But yeah, this is a Bubblegum Crisis. It is a TTRPG, it's a 30-year-old TTRPG based off of the anime series Bubblegum Crisis, if you've heard of it. The role system seems to be fairly simple, with it leaning a lot on role playing and juicy flavor. But Bubblegum Crisis, the show, is about night sabers, which are a group of women that pilot motorcycles that turn into small mechs, like I would say city street level mechs, not like, you know, the like huge Gundam mechs. And they fight boomers, not the boomers you're probably thinking of, but a variety of androids they're evil. They're being controlled for evil, and they do evil things. Even if a human could lift a battleship, the distribution of weight around him would either drive him into the ground like a nail, or punch a man-sized hole through the hull of the battleship, or break the battleship in half. After all, what's holding up all the parts of the battleship where a hero's hands aren't? It's pretty obvious that entertainment physics isn't like regular physics. That's why strength table below starts going up faster once you get to legendary territory. That way, characters with incredible strength can lift the amazing tonnage that they can do in comic books and manga. Even though reality doesn't support this concept, the strength table below is for deadlifting the weight to waist, or dragging it. Pressing it overhead would be half of this. Carrying, you know, this is the normal strength stuff. It's kind of interesting to see it going into this level of detail specifically for strength. That seems like a very D&D thing. The character index sheet. This is where you start the character by creating a background and history called life path, which we went over just a moment ago. Using life path to decide the important events and people who shape the character's worldview. This is where you list the cash you needed to buy your character's abilities. So that's the stat points, campaign points, complications. These are discussed throughout this rulebook, but start on pages 24 to 28. This is where you write your derived stats. Information calculated from your stats through simple formulas, finding information. We also went through that. This is where you write your skills, perks, and talents, things you buy to make up your character's unique skilled individual. This is where you write your equipment, and this is where you write your weapons and armor. Primary stats. Fusion comprehensive structure allows you to build a character with a lot of depth and fine-tuning, as well as giving players the ability to add or remove stats as a particular campaign demands. In addition, Fusion allows players to create derived stats on the fly, even if their original stats remain unchanged. In Bubblegum Crisis, characters have 10 primary and 6 derived stats. The mental group is intelligence, willpower, and personality. And then combat group, technique, reflexes, and dexterity. And then in physical group, we have constitution, strength, and body type. That's an interesting breakup. It's also interesting that dexterity is in the combat group and not your physical group. So they're almost treating like combat stuff a bit almost like something that is taught to you, not just like, innate body thing, how it is normally done in D&D style stuff. So creating a character. To create a total fusion character, you'll need some stat points. Primary stats are purchased. Yeah. You must put at least, yep. There we go. In Bubblegum Crisis, the maximum amount you can put in anyone's stat is 10 for humans. However, if you're creating a boomer or other superhuman, you can put as many points into a single stat as you want. Let's see, 2. Optional. Stat, bonuses, and penalties. Bonuses are a simple way of establishing an overall baseline that will affect everyone in the campaign. For example, if certain players are role-playing as a species of alien that is typically stronger than humans, a bonus of 1 to 4 points to their strength would be appropriate. If the species is weaker than humans, a penalty of a few points might also work well. Bonuses are always a referee option and should be applied after the character has been created. Example, a referee. I decide that 3 of my players will be playing the Karzon, a powerful feline race of aliens. After the characters have been created, I give the Karzon players a +3 bonus to strength. Characters with 5s now become 8s, making them far stronger than any normal human. By contrast, I decide the Zark, a tiny lemur-like race, are far weaker than humans, giving them a -5 penalty. A 5 strength character now has been reduced to 0. Adding new stats. A new primary stat can be easily added in Total Fusion. Yeah. Just some homebrew stuff. And I guess it's not technically homebrew because it is optional, but see, derived stats are things common in all Fusion campaigns. It is interesting that they talk as much about the base system as they do about Bubblegum Crisis specific system, which I get why they do that, because they can't assume that, everyone, like if they made like a Fusion generic system, like that was the first thing they made. I'm not sure if that is actually a thing. They may have made made Fusion TTRPG as the generic system and then built this stuff along with that. But I think I would prefer if they were just more specific. Here's the specific Bubblegum Crisis stuff. And if you wanted to, like, outside of the little blurbs of where they said you could mix all this stuff together, like, if you wanted to know just the generic Fusion stuff, that you had to get the Fusion book. but it makes sense why they did this, especially back then. You know, if someone got a random TTRPG that wasn't D&D, there's a high chance that they, that was probably their first TTRPG. The most typical derived stats are endurance, hits, run, luck, physical defense, recovery, resistance, stun. Okay, some of these are weird. Let's see. Endurance represents how long the character can expend energy, whether in physical endurance or in the use of special ability. It is spent the same way as hits or stun points. When it runs out, you're exhausted and cannot do anything more except rest and recover. Generally, 1 die of effect, 1 minute or hour of time, or 1 point of power used spends 1 endurance point. Endurance returns whenever you take a recover action, which restores as much endurance as your recovery. Hits, how much killing damage you can take before you're dying. So that's your HP. So endurance is like your stamina. Hits is your health points. Run, move times 3 meters. Leap, move 2 meter. Swim, move 1 meter. How fast your character runs, swims, and how far they can leap from a standing start. Luck, fate acting on your behalf. Each game session, you may take points from this derived stat and use them in other places to add to important dice rolls or subtract from damage. When you have used up all these points, they are gone until the next game session. You've run out of luck. Physical defense, how resistant you are to stun damage. Your physical defense is subtracted from any stun damage you take. Recovery, the stat determines how fast your character recovers from damage. You get back this many stun points each turn when you rest, and this many hits back for each day of medical attention. Interesting. I think it was, this is remind me, so Index Card RPG, I believe it also used stun points. It was a little bit different, but in its Index Card RPG is a generic D20 system that focuses on like loot and stuff, but it has different settings. So it has like a hell cowboy setting. It has like a space opera sort of Guardians of the Galaxy style setting. It has classic like pulp fantasy setting. It has a superhero setting, but all those come with different rules, like optional rules for those specific settings with like also items and stuff. And now it's just hitting me that it feels like that some of the conceptual ideas were inspired by the fusion system, because I'm pretty sure the creator has mentioned that one of the earlier systems they played was Bubblegum Crisis. So that's very interesting. I'll need to relook at Index Card RPG after. See, resistance. This stat shows the character is resistant to being knocked out, and their ability to resist seduction, intimidation, and other persuasion rolls. Also, if the character takes more hits than their resistance in a single blow, the character is rendered unconscious. Stun. How much stunning, brawling damage you can take before you are battered into unconsciousness. Calculated as a points. Important note, while your stun and hits have the same value to start with, you can change this by moving points from one to the other when you are creating the character, not afterward. The amount you can move is limited to 1/2 the starting stun value. Example, your character has a body stat of 7. This gives you 35 hits and 35 stun. You cannot move more than 17 points from stun to hits or vice versa. You decide your character should have more hits than stun. You move 5 points from stun to hits. Your hero has 40 hits and 30 stun. So I am a little bit confused. So your hits is how much you can take before your character dies, while stun, I'm assuming stuff can either take away from stun or your hits. But I'm assuming hits is taken first. I guess we'll see as we read more. But it seems almost like stun is a temporary HP type of situation, with hits as your like actual HP. Optional derived stats. Optional derived stats are stats that vary from fusion game to game. In an old Western campaign, for example, you may not ever need to have a derived stat for energy defense against lasers, but because these are derived from primary stats, you can always generate an optional derived stat when you need one, allowing you to transfer characters between genres. Okay, I see. That makes sense. I was planning on looking at the Shadowrun system, but like I feel like, at least inside the TTRPG sphere, Shadowrun is a bit more well known. Just from I think in part because its systems are like so clunky, at least like the older ones. I'm not sure as much on the newer ones, but they're just like they have built up this like legacy of, you know, being really heavy crunchy systems that they're a bit more well known. And I was one to look at, which honestly, that's a good question. Which system is more well known out of the two, Shadowrun or Cyberpunk? Oh no. Oh, that's no good, Stoat. That's not a good sign. I'd say that the very least, I heard of Shadowrun before Cyberpunk. I guess, well, I mean, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but Shadowrun had a first-person shooter on the 360, and it might have been on the PS4. Was the PS4 with the 360? Or is it the PS3? It might have been the PS3. But that's where I first encountered Shadowrun, was the first-person shooter. Honestly, it was a lot of fun. I really liked that game. But because like it had classes in it that you could pick. It's like a team-based first-person shooter, and I think it had like a really small campaign to it. But me and my friends played it for like one summer, like in between some Call of Duties coming out, and it was kind of sad when we stopped playing it to go to the next Call of Duty. But that's where I first heard of Shadowrun, and then after I got into D&D finally, then I was like, oh wait, Shadowrun's it's also a TTRPG. And then I watched an actual play of Shadowrun that was really good. It was using 2nd edition Shadowrun, and I was just happy. I wasn't a player. I liked watching it, but I was like, oh, I'm not sure if I could play this. Let's see, derived stats. Energy defense is how resistant you are to damage from lasers, electricity, force beams, blah, blah. Humanity, your basic morality and humanity, often used in games where characters faces dehumanization, extreme horror, or the unearthly. Sort of like a Sandy type thing. Derived stats may not be increased or decreased directly. However, certain talents and powers that may or may not be available in your campaign setting may allow you to increase your derived stat either temporarily or permanently. Okay. Campaign options. I think before I start reading this, I'm going to go take a quick bio break, get me a snack, and refill my drink. and we're going to keep getting into this. I feel like it's doing more work explaining the fusion system than the system that you would be running when you bring Bubblegum Crisis to your friends. And I'd say that's probably my critique so far, which I understand why they did this. It makes sense why they did it. It's just, I would rather just have the purely Bubblegum Crisis information and not, this is what you can do with every fusion system. Isn't it so cool? But we will continue on after I get back. This would be a good time for y'all to also take a break, stretch your legs, get a snack, get something to drink, do what you got to do. And we'll be back in a few minutes. Oh, I'm back. I just realized I didn't have that music set on loop. Oopsie. Let me get us switched over. Back here. Like a gremlin, like I usually do, I just opened up the fridge and devoured some deli meats. That was my snack. Maybe I should try to get a mini fridge in here at some point, just to house random things for me to munch on while I'm streaming. It would need to be healthy stuff, like, I don't know, like celery and peanut butter, stuff like that. Oh, honestly, I would fuck that up so hard right now. That would slay. Or honestly, carrots and peanut butter I also like. Welcome in, Colton. I hope you've had a good day. I hope the sickies you had, they have passed you and work has been chill. We are just getting back into Bubblegum Crisis, the TTRPG. The Bubblegum Crisis anime, I am like, that thing sounds absurd. I'm gonna have to watch it. I might watch it tonight instead of watching more Tanya the Evil. Just to see. I'm feeling good. As usual, I woke up like right before stream was going to start. So it took a bit for my brain to warm up. But I just got some snacks. I ate some deli meats as honey ham. And I'm really happy I decided to look at this TTRPG. It's outside of a few things that I'm not liking or would prefer was done differently. I am liking the vibe. I'm interested to see, because like so far it's been explaining like the generic system as much as the core system, and I want to see the more specific core system stuff, because this uses the fusion system, which was sort of made as a generic system to be able to go into a bunch of, I'm assuming, a bunch of the different books they were making at the time, because they had made several TTRPGs based off of animes. I think the Sailor Moon TTRPG used the fusion system. There's Kids from Outer Space, which it wasn't based off a specific anime, but it was an anime oriented TTRPG. I believe it also used the fusion system. And all of these are out. They cannot be bought, I don't think. Teenagers from Outer Space might still be up to buy, but a lot of these, I think they lost the rights to them, or the contract ran out or whatever, so they're not in production anymore. They are a relic of the 90s. Which, as a 90s kid, I do like. Yeah, just like us. Oh, so okay, so that bringing that up. So earlier in the book, let's see if I can find where it was. Yeah, so here it talks about like the Bubblegum Crisis series, and it sort of hit me while I was reading through this that it's like the reason why it's going so in depth about this is because there was a decent chance the people that bought this, the teenagers or younger kids bought this, didn't really have easy access to the internet. So like they actually give where it's like if you want to be able to like look at the animated series and you don't have a place near you that sells it, that to like contact this anime importer, and they gave the like fucking like PO box address, which is really funny. I'm like, holy shit. There, it's still clung to my mind the days of having to use like a phone book to find someone's number. Let's see if that company's still around. We'll see. It did have a website, so let's see if it's still around. Anime IGO.com. Yeah, you got to get your dailies in. Oh, it's still around. Holy shit. Welcome to Anime IGO, now part of Media OCD. Click below to redirect. Okay. Oh, wait. Robert's crowdfunding projects. Macross. Interesting. So it's still technically, I'm not sure how old this is. I'm not seeing any dates. Let's see the Macross 2 Kickstarter. When was this? Oh, this is recent. So this is actually recent. So they're still kicking around. They're under a different, but not a part of Media OCD. So yeah, they're still kicking. Now I'm not sure if if they're still headquartered in Wilmington, North Carolina, but oh no, I'm lost in my tabs. Oh no. Come back to me, tabs. I haven't thought about Macross in a bit. I never like watched it, but I definitely heard about it a lot back in the day when I was just starting getting the anime and being on the internet and being a goober. Back when I used to do Yu-Gi-Oh role play and also was like a Pokemon gym leader. Those old days. There is a TTRPG that is specifically about being about being a card fight anime. I think it uses Powered by the Apocalypse. Let's see. It's for a bit I was a fire type gym leader, and then eventually went to steel. I moved to steel. Because back in the when I was at my most competitive in Pokemon during Diamond and Pearl, when it was the new thing, and I feel like that's when like competitive Pokemon really started to hit its stride, was around the Diamond and Pearl era. It's definitely grown since then, but which I guess that makes sense because like sort of YouTube is becoming more of a thing. Some of the still big like Pokemon YouTubers, I think they're still around, were starting to come out. But still as a type was so fucking strong back then, and I think it was kind of slept on. Like I sort of thought at that time, I thought back like why I was doing so well, because I was they didn't necessarily have like a leaderboard or anything like that, but I was like in the like sort of at least top online competitive stuff, and the majority of my teams ended up being steel. Like my most commons were Jirachi and Scizor, and I like outside of me doing like, oh, I'm going to do a specific silly team. Like if I was like, you know, doing competitive stuff, I'd pretty much always run Jirachi and Scizor. Yes, Skarmory was used a bit back then. I never used Skarmory. I don't know. Like back then I didn't really vibe with Skarmory that much. But I think I fuck with Skarmory more nowadays. I think it might have been the anime. That's what, I don't know. That just, it made me not vibe with Skarmory. I'm gonna say you are grass. That's my guess. You're grass. Grass or maybe earth. Ground. That's what it's called in Pokemon. I haven't played a Pokemon game in so long. It's kind of Bug. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember you mentioned Bug. The Bug back in the day, being a fan of Bug types was rough, but they've definitely gotten better with releasing cool Bug type Pokemon. But like if you were like Gen 1 through 3, that even then, like if you had, that was still a rough time. They started doing better, I'd say, by where it picked up, probably the 5th gen. I'd say that's where Bug type started being like pretty legit as a type. But whew, that I honestly, like, I like a lot of the Bug Pokemon, and I kind of like them just from a core, because like Pokemon, as far as I remember, was directly inspired by the idea of being a kid in Japan and doing like actual like beetle battling and stuff. Like you go find the beetle in the woods and you battle the beetles that you get with your friends. So I feel like Bug Pokemon deserved more recognition earlier in the game's history than it got, considering that was such a direct inspiration. But now you got all kinds of cool shit. You got the electric bug one. That might be my favorite of the bug. Is it Voltic? It's kind of funny that is my favorite, or one of my favorites out of the bug Pokemon, considering I have arachnophobia. And I also like was that Gen 3 that had the spider bug? Or is that Gen 2? That is Gen 2. It had, I think it's Spinarak that evolved into the, I'm blanking on the other one. Yeah, I think it might have been just Leech Life and String Shot, and maybe was Harden a bug move back then? No, Harden was a normal. Gyarados, yeah. That's actually kind of funny. I never thought about that, but the two spider bug Pokemon are my favorite bug types, and I have arachnophobia. Maybe it's because they're cute. Maybe that's why I don't have the intrinsic spider fear, because they're cute. That might be it. But speaking of Pokemon, I know Vice and Cassie, they're doing the Magic Cup thing, which has been really cool, and I'm sad I wasn't able to be a part of that. But I am planning on, because there are some cyberpunk themed Pokemon games. I don't think I'll be able to get to them during Cyber Summer, but I am planning on playing them at some point. They are like the fan Pokemon. There's no, I mean, I guess like Pokemon could be Cyberpunk, just like a core Pokemon, depending on, yeah, I could see them leaning into that, because it sits at a weird, like, it is modern. Pokemon is a modern fantasy setting, but it also does have some, like, you know, sort of sciencey stuff going on. Like Mewtwo's kind of a cyberpunk thing if you think about it. Like Mewtwo could definitely fit in a cyberpunk setting. He's just straight up a mutated like creature from a lab that got psychic powers. Like fucking Akira. I remember going to see the Mewtwo movie, the original one. I know was there 3 Mewtwo movies in total? There's the original what was the second one called? Was it called? It might have been Mewtwo something like that. Mewtwo's Return. I don't remember. It's been too long. But the first one came out, watching it in theaters, that was so fucking good. Apparently, Leech Life had a power of 80 in Gen 1. Holy fuck. I didn't know that. That's intense. That's strong. You know, I understand, like, especially in the like in the idea of Gen 1 that the bug Pokemon they evolved early, so they were stronger early game, so you could have them earlier, and then you'd eventually be able to swap over to the like late game Pokemon. But I just don't think people really play Pokemon like that. Like people tend to they're like, oh, I like this, I'm going to use it forever, even if it sucks. Like, I remember when I first got Yellow, it was like this, I think it was the summer, I got Yellow version, and I don't know why I chose to do this, but my very first playthrough, I was like, I am only going to have Pikachu and then the starters, because you could get each of the starters in Yellow version. You get Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle. And you don't get the first starter until I think you get Charmander in Cerulean City. I think Charmander's the first one you get. It might be Bulbasaur. But so to get through the beginning with just Pikachu and like beat Brock, that was so rough for me. Child me, they were going through something when they did that. But this isn't Pokemon. This isn't the Pokemon stream. As much as I got derailed by the thought of Pokemon. But this is Bubblegum Crisis, where it's hot girls fighting boomers in motorcycle slaves that turn into mech suits. And we're still very, very early in the reading of this. I think we have already, let's see. Hold on. This is where we are now. See, campaign point options. In any campaign, characters will need to get the basic skills, talents, and perks and equipment with which to fight, protect themselves, and generally adventure. These campaign options are usually specific to a style or genre of game. What works out in the science fiction. See, this is what I was sort of talking about earlier, where they talk more about the generic system than me playing Bubblegum Crisis. And this is so far the only thing that kind of irks me with how they go through it. Just I would like to know. I got the Bubblegum Crisis thing. I want to specifically know stuff about it, not the generic stuff. And I feel like for all these books, they spend as much time just talking about the generic system instead of whatever specific setting they have for these books. Far future would be mind-bending out of place in a medieval fantasy setting. The precise list of campaign options available in a particular campaign will always vary according to each referee's decisions, but as a general rule, they all break down into skills, talents, and perks, and equipment, all of which can be purchased using campaign points. When starting a new character, everything they own or knows is purchased with campaign points. Why is this? No, so like I want the mechanics to be specific to the setting. So like this is the Bubblegum Crisis role-playing game, and it's based on the fusion system which they have made, but they have so far they have spent more time just talking about the generic fusion system and like how you can mold it to whatever setting, right? They talk more about molding it. You can mold it to any setting that, you know, whatever. They spend more time talking about that versus the Bubblegum Crisis fusion system. And I would prefer if they talk specifically about how the Bubblegum Crisis version. And I feel like it'd make things a lot more streamlined. Which, granted, this came out in '96. TTRPGs weren't necessarily streamlined. That wasn't really a thing. As far as I know, the fusion system had already been out for a bit, and the fusion system itself was based off of other systems. They said there was the hero system and then like the interlock system, and the fusion system is a fusion of those systems, and you can use all those systems to interchangeably together. Let's see. I'm going to skim a little bit. Yeah, the writers were also the creators of the system. What I'm assuming is that they never published a generic fusion system book, and so because especially at the time, they probably assumed if someone picked up the Sailor Moon TTRPG or the Bubblegum TTRPG, they would only pick up that, and that'd be their only reference. So they tried to cram in as much about the generic system as possible. So if they picked up another one of these books, or they would be more likely to pick up more of these books. But I think like if this was made today, I feel like having a core generic system book that explains all this stuff, and then release the other books that just has the specifics of this. But like I said, this one specifically came out in '96, and I think the fusion system was probably made a year or two earlier, if I had to guess. So the TTRPGs, at least like design wise, not necessarily mechanics wise, but design wise, have improved a lot since then. And like for some of this stuff, it doesn't talk about like what Bubblegum Crisis is. Maybe they get into that later. We'll see. Like they may just, this may be like a forward to Bubblegum Crisis specific stuff. See, campaign points are not normally interchangeable with stat points, which are only used to buy stats. However, in certain situations, such as superheroic games, or where a character has undergone some sweeping or fundamental change, you can use campaign points to raise a stat at a ratio of 5 campaign points per 1 stat. After character creation, remaining campaign points automatically revert to money units. In this case, 10,000 yen per campaign point. Okay, that's interesting. See, optional rule, the rule of X. This is a very important option for referees who want more control over their campaign's growth. The rule of X is a simple way to set the overall power of a campaign and keep it at that level. Simply, the rule of X limits how powerful characters can be in a campaign. Well, the referee, of course, can break this rule. Blah, blah, blah. For offense, your largest physical attack added to your reflex plus your skill in attack cannot be greater than X. This is limited to attacks generated by the character personally, such as empowers and body attacks. In a campaign where the characters use weapons, there is no attack limit because there's no cosmic force stopping you from picking up a bigger gun. For defense, your hits divided by 5 added to your dexterity plus your applicable defense skill cannot be greater than X. Oh God. I know that was basic math, but that my poor doggy brain, it wasn't ready to read that. The value of X depends on the power level you want for the campaign. For instance, a superhero campaign might start with the rule of 20. A character with a strength of 12 and a reflex of 6 could have no more than a skill of 2 in his hand-to-hand attacks. A martial artist with 40 hits and a dexterity of 7 could have no more than a 5 skill with his martial arts attacks. Some suggested values for the rule of X here. So 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. The rule of X can be changed during the course of a campaign to let characters become more powerful if the referee so desires. The first thing most characters will want to buy with their campaign points are skills. Skills are things the characters know or can do. They represent their level of knowledge and accomplishment. Skills are normally rated from 1 to 10 and are used in gameplay by adding the level of a skill to the level of the most applicable stat the skill is related to. The good news is every character gets a free starting group of skills to begin with so that they won't be totally helpless in this new environment. Everyman skills. Yeah, that's right. You got to keep the players, you got to contain them. You can't let them get all wild and crazy. Everyman skills are things generally known by everyone in a specific culture or time periods: perception, concentration, education, persuasion, social, athletics, teacher, and local knowledge of your area. These are given free to all characters by the referee and have an automatic starting level of 2, about what the average person would know about their world. Each can be improved by adding skill levels onto individual bases. An individual referee may wish to or add or remove skills from an everyman category to suit the particular game. In a far future setting, for example, everyone may use computers, but only special people have any athletic skills. The everyman skill category thus gives you the flexibility to tailor your level of culture as desired. Ooh. Unlike everyman skills, general skills are purchased at the cost of 1 campaign point for every level of skill. For example, if you have 4 levels in firearms, to have 4 levels in firearms would cost 4 campaign points. Buying a skill generally gets you the ability to do everything described by that skill. However, if the skill requires you have if the skill requires that you specifically how it will be used, for example, picking what kind of scientist, physicist, chemist, etc., then you tend to be, you'll need to take additional specializations of that skill to be able to use it in other ways. For example, scientist, physicist, and scientist, chemist. The list of possible skills one could encounter in a fusion game is as wide as the possible campaign settings. What compiled here is typical skills applicable to many settings and genres. Feel free to use these guidelines for your adventures. So this is sort of what I'm talking about. They're giving us a generic list of skills when really it should just be the list of skills that are for Bubblegum Crisis. And I'm hoping later, once they finish describing the generic fusion system, they will just give us that list. Or maybe they're expecting us to make that list ourselves. Or is this actually the list of possible skills? Hold on. What compiled here are typical skills applicable to many settings and genres for free. Okay, kind of look like animal handling, auto fire weapons, archery, artisan, athletics, building, business, computers, concentration, demolitions, detective, domestic, driving, education, electronic warfare, espionage, expert, firearms, forgery, gambling, gimmick, gunnery, hacking, hand-to-hand, heavy machinery, heavy weapons, languages, law, leadership, local knowledge, mecha pilot, melee weapons, navigation. Oh, wait, hold on. General skills. Oh, here's more general skills. Holy, there is a lot of skills. Perception, performance, persuasion, photography, physician, piloting, pilot specialized, research, scientist, ship handling, social, stealth, survival, teaching, technical, wardrobe and style, writing. Experience, improving your skills. Sooner or later, you'll want to improve your skills from the levels at which you purchase them at. There are 3 ways which to do this. Yeah, it does give a little bit of the Call of Cthulhu skill list, which I guess it kind of makes sense. Call of Cthulhu was one of the. Was it the first skill-based system? I don't know. It might not have been, but I think it was the one that really popularized it. And I guess really, when it comes to skill-based systems, there's only so much you can do to change it. Yeah, I'd say it was either Call of Cthulhu popularized it, or maybe Traveler. I think Traveler is also skill-based. I think Traveler did come out before Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu came out in the early 80s, I think. Let's see. Call of Cthulhu release. Yes, it came out in 1981. No, the Great Pendragon campaign, that came out in the 90s. I'm pretty sure. Oh no, it was released in 1985. But Call of Cthulhu does predate it. Let's. Oh no! I need to shift my tabs around. I have not tried Daggerheart. I'm sure I will at some point, but someone's going to. I need to be the player. I'm not necessarily interested in Daggerheart, but I'm not against being a player with it. Draw Still, also same thing. I'd be interested in trying it out, but I'm not itching to run it. And I think at least, like, if to run a TTRPG, you should be excited about running. And if you're not necessarily excited, I think it's better just to play something else. But I don't think that's necessarily as much true about being a player. You don't have to be as excited. What about Sotadu? I'm drawing a blank on what that goes to. Shadow of the Demon Lord? I have played Shadow of the Demon Lord. I enjoyed playing it. I only did a one shot, so I don't have enough to be like, this is a good game. I enjoyed playing my robot character. But I did think it's the way it's has like the campaign set out to where you're supposed to like it's built for like 10 sessions, a 10 session campaign where you essentially go through like you gain a level after each session. At least I'm pretty sure that's how Shadow of the Demon Lord did it. So I haven't looked at it in a long time. It's been a long time since I played it. But it's not one of my like go-tos of being like, hey, people should play this. Let's see. Study and practice. How you get a how-to book and start reading and practicing. Studying is the hardest method. You have no idea where to begin and no one to correct your mistakes. In general, it takes about 1 month of study to gain 1 point. The biggest limit of this method is that you can only improve your skill to a level of +3. Being taught. Superior to book learning, the teacher must have a higher level of skill than a student. It must have the time to teach. How long this takes is up to the referee, but even the most knowledgeable teachers may not be any good at transferring their knowledge. That's where the skill of teaching comes in. The teacher averages their skill in the subject to be taught with a teaching skill, may then teach the student up to that level of skill. How long it takes is up to the referee, who can reward points over the passage of time, usually about 1 to 2 points per month. Okay, that's an interesting way of going about that. Like it makes sense, but it's also like, I wouldn't necessarily say it's noodly, but I feel like there's a better way of going about that. Experience. Still, the best teacher, whenever you do something really well, the referee may award you with 1 to 2 campaign points right on the spot. The problem is that these points are applied to the skill you are using to get the reward. Therefore, if you want to get better in a skill, you should use it every chance you get. Another way to improve stats, skills, or other campaign options comes into play after character creation, winning campaign points through adventuring with the character. There are 2 ways to gain these points. Role-playing. While it isn't exactly part of the game reality, referees should always reward their players for how well they play the characters. After all, that's why we're doing this. Here are a few suggestions. Player was clever, inventive, or role-played well, 1 to 2 points. Player solved a mystery or major point of plot is 1 point. Adventure was resounding success, 2 to 3 points. Base points for being in a scenario, 1 to 2 points. The referee can also give out points for specific skills or attributes, or even assign those points to a particular skill, power, or perk as a bonus over and above the regular points for a session. We like to call these the radiation accident gives player new power rule. Wait, what? Huh? We like to call this the radiation accident gives player new powers rule because it's best employed whenever a player undergoes a particularly meaningful adventure that may well change his life. That's a weird way to describe that. I understand it. It's kind of cheeky, but at the same time, I'm not going to remember that. Important. Converting campaign points. So the referee just dumped a whole load of points on you. Great, but how do you use them? Much like real currency, all campaign points need to be converted to buy or improve skills, powers, and gear. Even stats, if your referee's agreement. Campaign points can be converted to money if the referee permits. To convert points to improve stats, divide points by 5. To convert points to money, multiply points by 100. In Bubblegum Crisis, this is 10,000 yen to 1 campaign point. Talents. Talents are an innate ability, but not necessarily superhuman, that cannot be learned or taught, such as a bump of direction or the ability to see in the dark. The list of talents below is a general one. Which ones are available depends on the referee's decisions about the campaign setting. Each one of these talents costs 3 points each. If extra levels can be taken, each additional level costs another 3 campaign points. So we have ambidextry, animal empathy, blind reaction, common sense, direction sense, double jointed, eidetic memory, immunity, intuition, lightning calculator, light sleeper, longevity, martial artist, night vision, perfect pitch, rapid healing, speed reader, time sense. Special skill group talents. These talents all provide a bonus to a skill or stat. More of these talents may be created by the referee as appropriate for the campaign. The cost of 3 campaign points each level. Acute senses, beautiful or handsome, combat sense, high pain threshold, and knack. Perks or privileges. Perks are useful items, privileges, or contacts a character has access to in the campaign. Perks can be a special license or symbols of authority, friends, favors, or fringe benefits are accruing from a profession. They are purchased with campaign points, just like any skill, and function as a value gauge of how powerful the perk is, 1 being the lowest, 10 being the best. The referee is the final arbiter of a perk's worth on a 1 to 10 scale. Level 8 or 9 should be really mean something. Perks are extremely campaign dependent and should be created for each campaign individually, as we've done here in the adjacent section. Many perks have mixed benefits, both good or bad. The gameplay should reflect this. Think about it. A mafia godfather contact might require a favor of you someday too. Once the referee has established the level of the perk, they must decide just how much impact that perk has on the world. For example, a superhero game, being the head of a huge corporation, would be a character affectation. In Cyberpunk campaign, the same status would have serious impact. The impact is matched to the chart below, and the basic cost of the perk listed below is multiplied by the value indicated. This will be the final cost in campaign points. So very high impact is times 4, high impact is times 3, moderate impact is times 2, little to no impact is times 1. So let's see. Perk. So membership, license, contact, favor, renown, and wealth. Perks in Bubblegum Crisis. The impact values of perks vary from campaign to campaign. For Bubblegum Crisis, the impact modifiers of specialized perks are listed below. Reputation is 1. Wealth is times 2.5. Membership, individual or tiny group, is 1. Typical corp, normal police, yakuza or organized crime group, ad police, military, large corp, neo, NATO or UN, and then USSD or genome is times 4. Since the Bubblegum Crisis universe revolves around Japan, the standard currency in this game is the yen. Varying exchange rates notwithstanding, 1 yen is roughly equal to 1 cent. All costs in this game are in yen. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. Yes, I will also stretch. Okay, why? I just noticed. Why? Micro. What you doing, Micro Stream RPG? But yes, I'll stretch. Oh, 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 oh. Ooh, I felt something pop in my neck. You know, a stretch is good when it gives you the yawns. The fish game should be working. Let me see. Yeah, it's not working. Let's see. Okay, now it's working. Let's see if that works. Okay. It didn't. I should. That should have gave you a fish. Hold on. Let me see. Catch a fish. Let me try this again. Maybe it just needed. It needed a little jingle jingle. Let's see. Okay. So it should be working now. So I refunded the points, so you should be able to do it. You should be able to do it now. It should be working. I need to go through that again. And then after stream to see what's what. Let us see. Okay, a 10,000 yen dinner comes out to about a $10 meal, since one campaign point can be exchanged for one money unit. One campaign point will get you 10,000 yen. Generally, players with wealthy characters are disencouraged from keeping track of their money directly. It's a lot of tedious bookkeeping. However, there may be times when you absolutely need to know where you can buy that Caribbean island. If you can buy that Caribbean island. In this case, using the following rule, a wealth of 1, the player has a disposable income of 10,000 yen per week. This value doubles for each additional level of wealth. That means a level 10, you could spend over $2.5 million a year. Referees should be really careful about letting these rules cat out of the bag. This rule's cat out of the bag. Buying construction points. While campaign points can be translated into money with which to buy equipment, complex equipment like vehicles can also be rated in terms of its construction point value independently of its monetary value. They need to come up with a better way to describe these points, because you have campaign points, you have construction points now. Oh no. After all, a tractor might cost 50,000, but how useful would it be to your character? It's not worth 500 campaign points, that's for sure. For this reason, most of the vehicles and weapons in Bubblegum Crisis have a construction point value instead. One campaign point will buy one construction point. So if a referee wants their players to buy their own hard suits, they should make sure to give them an extra 100 or 150 campaign points to play with. Complications. One way to get your campaign points when creating a character is to take on a few complications. These are social, mental, physical, or emotional situations that define and enhance role-playing your character. They can often be linked to various life path events to add a character's background. There are 3 ways to determine the value of a complication: frequency, intensity, and importance. Just how often does your problem impact your life? The answer is the problem's frequency. How often the referee can inflict it upon you as part of the trade for those extra points. This table works for all complications. Infrequently, once every other game session. Frequently, once every game session, constantly, more than once every game session. Intensity reflects how hard it is to overcome the complication or just how much it affects you. Each complication has its own intensity rating, but we can also provide you with a handy table of general role-playing guidelines. Mild may role-play to overcome it, or make everyday will plus concentration roll to overcome it. Strong must role-play it and make exceptional will plus concentration roll to overcome it. Severe must role-play it and make incredible concentration roll, or extreme must roleplay it and make a legendary. Example: stubborn, risk incarceration, bodily harm, or financial social ruin means the intensity of the complication will get you 10 points. Importance rates how important the complication is to the character in the campaign. For example, taking foreigner in a place where everyone from another place is pretty valueless, but in a xenophobic environment, it takes on major importance. Another measure of importance is its effects on your character's survival. If it can kill you right away, it's generally more important than something that may complicate your role-playing. The final application to the referee. Minor, divide by 5. Minor effect on combat or damage with minor -1 effect on skills or world reaction. Major is a -3 or 1.5 times damage, serious effect on skills or world reactions, put character in danger. And extreme is -5 or ×2 damage or extreme effect on skills or world reaction, or puts the character into extreme danger. To determine the complication's value to determine the value of a complication, and add together the frequency value, the intensity value, and multiply the resulting total by the importance. Example: I take responsibility as a complication. I decide that this affects me frequently, and I decide I'm responsible for the care of my aged Aunt Meg. Since she is very old, she's considered to be challenged, but since I'm not in any danger and my skills aren't affected, divided by 5, taking care of my aged aunt is worth a total of 4 points. But if my Aunt Meg was constantly exposed to extreme danger that I had to rescue her from, I could milk the situation for up to 20 points. Good old Aunt Meg. Oh, poor Meg. Leave her alone. Psychological complications. These involve your mental problems or flaws. Absent-minded, bipolar, delirious, masochist, phobia. There's no, come on. I don't think being a masochist is a complication. It's just fun. Paranoia, split personality. Personality traits. It's the little things that count. Your good and bad habits, basic traits, and characteristics. Airhead, bad-tempered, coward, obsessed, shy, stubborn, berserker, unlucky. Oh, they have a lot of complications. Holy fuck. Oh, that's right. Actually, this is where the symbols come in. Let's see. Hold on. We're finally getting somewhere. Bubblegum Crisis character templates. While you don't have to use them on this, in the next page are offered a total of 12 character templates. These can provide useful guidelines for BGC character construction, noting useful skills, talents, perks, and some information that you expect each template. So we have the AD police inspector, an entertainer, hacker, executive, street operative, street tech, reporter, scientist, agent, soldier, high-tech vigilante, boomer character. Time, speed, and distance. Oh, God. Oh, no. So, one phase is 3 seconds. 20 phases is a minute. Oh, God. I'm not interested in this. taking action. Whenever your character tries to do something called taking an action, there's always the question of whether he'll succeed or fail. Sometimes the task is so easy that it's obvious. For instance, taking a step forward without falling down. In this case, you just tell the referee what you're doing. No die roll needed. But if you're trying to take a step on the deck of a ship, pitching wildly in a driving rainstorm, walking might be very difficult indeed. That's where task resolution comes in. All tasks in Fusion are resolved the same formula, taking the relevant stat, add it to the relevant skill, then add a die roll. Compare the resulting number to the target number. If you equal or succeed the target number, you succeed. Which stats do I use? Usually common sense will tell what stat to use. You know. Let's see, which skill do I use? Which die roll? Okay, this is one of the basic decisions you have to make before you begin playing Fusion. Which dice will you use? While standard 6-sided dice are always used for damage in Fusion, you can use either 3 6-sided dice or 1 10-sided die for task resolution. The referee should decide at the start of the campaign what dice rolling system will be chosen. The method then will be in effect for all characters in the campaign. Okay, that's really interesting. It makes sense. It makes sense why they... I get why they give the option for the D6s. It seems like they wanted to make a D10 system, but they had, it's like, well, you know, most people probably only have Monopoly, so they'll have D6s. So it's interesting. It makes me wonder, like, oh, I think I get why they did the 3d6, because 3d6 is going to be an average of a 9. So that's like, maybe that's their way of thinking. Like, this is the closest to get to a d10 with d6s. I don't know. It's very interesting because with 3d6, you're going to have the bell curve. So you're going to end up getting... What's the median of 3d6? Is it, you're gonna end up getting what, like 7 to 9? There might be like 7 to 12. That might be the upper end of the bell. So that's gonna end up being very different from a d10. Let's see, the target number is the value you must roll equal to or higher than with your combined stat, skill, and die roll, aka your task roll. Target numbers come in 2 flavors, opposed and unopposed. Opposed tasks, when attempting a task against another character, such as attacking someone, the target number is determined by the stat plus skill plus die roll of the character opposing you. An unopposed task, when attempting a task involving non-living objects or using an ability, the target number is given to you by the referee based on how difficult they think the task is. This can be done by using the universal target number table. So let's see. An everyday target number is 4. Competent is 8. Exceptional is 12. Oh, these go very high. Holy fuck. A target number is always described in the same terms as stats and skills. If a character has an exceptional stat and an exceptional skill, he has about an even chance to succeed at an exceptionally heroic task. Referees should use these values as guidelines. Feel free to modify them up or down to make a task more or less difficult. Target number is the easy way. If a referee doesn't have the universal target number table handy, there's an easy way to get it right, or the right target number. Ask a player for their stat and skill total, then assign a target number in relation to that total. A really easy task is -4 or -3. An easy task is -2 or -1. A rough task is +1 or +3, and a really tough task is +5 or +6. Do I need a die roll? Often you may want to speed up play by eliminating the die roll that is made along with the target number. When doing this, you'll substitute a numeric value in lieu of the die, based on the type of dice throw the player is attempting the task. The referee can also choose to automatically count as a success any task where the player's stat, skill, total already meets or beats the task number. Modifiers. So they range from -4 to +4. It looks like. Using your skills. Using your skills is the most common kind of action outside of combat. The first step of using a skill is determining what stat you're going to use and what skill to pair it up with doing something. What stat do I use? In general, common sense should tell you which stat to use for a particular task, or the referee in your campaign can decide if there is a dispute. However, the following guidelines may apply in most cases. Yeah. Let's see. Most important thing is to look at the type of task you're trying to perform versus will determine the most applicable stat upon which you base your skill. One side effect of this method is that you may often find the same skill being combined with different stats depending on circumstances and the way in which you want to use that skill. For example, if you're playing a piece of music and trying to make it technically perfect, you might use your technique stat in combination with your performance skill. But if you're trying to sway an audience to tears with the beauty of your playing, you could use your personality stat in combination with your performance skill instead. Each uses the same skill, but each choice stresses very different aspects of using that skill. Now, honestly, that's how I tend to prefer using skills, as that at least with skill-based systems that also have stats. I think I know a couple of skill-based systems that just have skills. But I do like when you can use the skills flexibly like that. It's not going off of the same stat every time. What skill do I use? The overriding rule here is that the referee will always be the final arbiter of what skill should be used to make an attempt at a task. Beyond that, common sense is best guideline. If you're using a weapon, your skill choice may be pretty simple. Use the skill that describes the weapon best. But if in a personal issue, you may be able to convince your referee to give you a lot more leeway. Maybe your social skill may be far more useful in convincing the gang leader to release the hostages than your persuasion, especially if you can call upon a little known gangland code that requires he honor your request. The ability to bend skills around to fit the circumstances allows you to use the one of the best strengths of the fusion system, flexibility. When you don't have a skill, sometimes you just don't have a skill to use. In these cases, there are two options the referee can elect to use. The first rule is the outer luck option. You just don't get a skill to add to your stat. You just don't know anything about what you have to do, and you're totally relying on just your stat and dumb luck. A good time to use those luck points you've been hoarding. The second rule is the cultural familiarity option. In most societies, there are very few things that can be done that aren't described in some manner or other. People shoot guns in movies. Legends describe how the hero used a sword. Tom Clancy novels tell you how submarines work. Cultural familiarity assumes the more widely educated you are, the more chance you have to run across something relating to what you're about to attempt. Therefore, when you don't have a skill that will apply, you can gain 1 point for every 3 points of education you currently have. And since most people start with at least 2 points of education, 1 point of additional education may be enough for you to get a start. Use the above rule is, of course, subject to the decision of the referee. That is an interesting idea, that if you're educated enough, you can sort of vaguely I don't think I've ever seen a system have something like that, where you, just because you're so well learned, you have an idea of how something works, so you get a bonus off of that. I think it's a cool concept, but I'm not sure how I'd like it in practice, because that means, like, if you just maxed out your education, like, that would give you, like, depending on, because the way the stuff works, like, if your max skill level you could put in was like 6 or whatever, if you max it out, that would give you 2 points into every skill that you don't put points into. Improving skill use. Besides the basic ways of using skills, there are a few variations that can improve your chances. Trying again. If you fail a skill roll, you can't try again until your roll has improved for some reason. You took longer, used a better tool, made a complementary skill roll. Complementary skills. A complementary skill roll is where you use one of the skills directly affects the use of a subsequent skill. For example, if you were a singer and needed to sway a crowd, a very good performance roll would make the swaying persuasion a lot easier. As a rule of thumb, at the referee's discretion, a good roll in one skill may have a bonus effect on the subsequent use of a related skill. This bonus will be in a ratio of 1 additional bonus point for every 5 points in the related skill succeeded by. Example, Sue wants to convince Bob to go out with her. By making a really good wardrobe and style roll, she could increase her persuasion by dazzling Bob with her sexy wardrobe. As a rule, this bonus will usually only affect a subsequent attempt once. One really high wardrobe and style roll won't allow Sue to convince Bob to marry her. It just helps her get the date. The rest is up to fate. As a rule, this bonus should only involve the interaction of one skill attempt to another skill attempt. Taking extra time. Let's see. Taking extra time can also give you a bonus to your skill roll for every level on the timetable used beyond the amount of time the referee assigns to the task. Add +1 to the skill roll. Oh boy, so many tables. A critical success is when you get lucky and manage to succeed at something you normally would have no chance in Hades to accomplish. In gameplay, oh wait, I wonder if they did the no chance in Hades thing because of the like satanic panic stuff going on. That while I don't think it was like, it wasn't as big as it was like in 96. I think it had that whole satanic panic thing had sort of died down, but definitely still was an issue going on. In gameplay, this is simulated by allowing you to roll an additional die which are then added to the original roll to enhance its effects. The rules for this depend on which die option you're using. If you're rolling a d10, on a natural roll of 10, you've scored a critical success. Roll another d10 and add the result to your first roll. If you roll another 10, you may not score another critical success. If you're doing 3d6 on a natural roll of 18, roll 2 additional d6s in this result. Okay, so that's a significantly harder to do if you're using 3d6. Because you have a 10% chance to roll a 10. When was the chance of rolling an 18 on 3d6? It's like, I don't even think it's 5%. Is it like 3%? Uh-oh. I'm not going to do math. That's just me trying to remember the flat number. I might be wrong. In a critical failure, sometimes even the best of the best have a bad day. If you're rolling a d10 on a natural roll of 1, roll another d10 and subtract the result from your first roll. Oh no. Actions based and advanced. In Fusion, each player can perform one action per phase, but what kind of action can you perform when your chance comes up? And how do they all work together? In general, there are 2 kinds of actions in Fusion: basic actions, which are simple descriptions of tasks that you want to perform during your turn, and advanced actions, which represent more sophisticated maneuvers that add strategy and tactics to your gameplay. Both have advantages: basic in speed, advanced in subtlety. The following section discusses basic actions a character perform, each explained. Advanced actions are described on the following page in their own section. Both have summary pages to recap what each action means. So, attack, block. Wait, hold on. We got to read block because I see something about rock, paper, scissors. Use this action to deflect attacks. In general, this means stopping a specific melee or hand-to-hand attack in addition to your normal defense roll. When blocking an attack, make a hand-to-hand defense or melee defense roll against the roll which your attacker already got past your defense roll. If the roll is successful, the attack is blocked. After being blocked, the attacker is put off balance and must act after the target next phase, regardless of normal turn order. This is a good time to introduce the rock, paper, scissors rule of blocking. As a general rule, certain defenses can be used to physically block certain kinds of attacks. Against other attacks, these defenses are worse than useless. You could lose an arm. As a rule of thumb, always remember wood damages flesh, metal damages wood, energy damages metal. Okay. Dodge, get up, grab, half move, full move, other actions. So just miscellaneous actions, and then throw. Oh. Advanced actions. Oh, that's a big list. There are other actions you can take besides basic ones. Remember that even this list is only a fraction of the possible maneuvers you may want to invent or add to your campaigns. Okay. So this is just come up with funky stuff you do. And they wanted to give you an idea. So abort, aim, disarm, dive for cover, draw and attack, entangle, escape, haymaker, martial strike, martial throw, move through by, wait. Melee and hand-to-hand attacks. Oh no. How much is this going through? Okay, it's not. It's still fairly specific. But I was a little worried how specific it's going to be. Strike. This basic attack action includes punches and kicks, as well as attacks using swords, clubs, knives, and other melee weapons. In general, a strike can be defined as any attack made with a body part or that is powered by the strength of the body. The simplest attack. It involves only 4 steps. Only 4 steps for the simplest attack. Facing, range, line of sight, and modifiers. Facing and range. Facing is the direction you're pointing. And many fusion games are played in the head without maps. The standing rule is that you can clearly face anything that is positioned forward of your shoulders when using a standard gaming hex map character's face through any 3 adjacent sides of the hex they're standing in. That's honestly, that's how you can tell this is an older game. I'm like, outside of like tactic specific games that are coming out, like I can't think of any RPG that actually talks about facing that much. Range. Can I reach out and smack it? As a rule, melee attacks can hit any target within 2 meters or yards of you. This defined as melee range. Polearms and other long melee weapons can hit anything within 3 meters of you. This is extended melee range and is applicable only to these weapons. Line of sight. What's in the way? Line of sight deals with whether anything's between you and your target. Line of sight can either be clear, obscured. There's something that may block your view, but it won't block a swing, such as smoke or darkness. You can't see who you're fighting. The enemy is invisible in darkness, in ambush, or because you are dazzled. Each phase, you must make a perception roll. If the roll is successful, the penalty of -2 to all subsequent offensive and defensive rolls you make that phase. If the roll is unsuccessful, the penalty increases to 4. Block. There's something in the way that you can't get through. Or if the target's only partially blocked, swing at what you can reach. Determine how much exposed, then modify your roll. Okay. Modifiers are what my chances are to hit. Combat modifiers take into account the conditions of the battle. Modifiers are always applied to offensive rolls. You may use some, none, or all of these rules. A special modifier, surprise. It's an ambush. An attack that surprises the target, such as an ambush or backstab, gives the attacker a +5 offensive bonus for that attack, but no initiative bonus. To lay an ambush requires the following conditions: the opponent is unaware of your location, and the opponent's attention is distracted. Making the attack. In combat, the attacker combines his skill in the chosen weapon or hand-to-hand skill with his reflex and a die roll to create an offensive roll. He may have to add or subtract certain modifiers from this offensive roll to determine the final outcome. Example, an attacking character with a reflex stat of 5, a hand-to-hand skill of 6, and a die roll of 6 is an offensive roll of 17. A -2 modifier for an aim shot in turn brings us down to a 15. The defender combines his dex, athletics, or martial arts skill, and a die roll produces a comparable defense roll. Example, a character with a dex of 4 and an athletics skill of 6 and a die roll of 3 has a defensive roll of 13. The two rolls, offense and defense, are compared. If the defense roll is equal to or greater than the defense roll, you hit. A built-in modifier, weapon accuracy, reflects the differences in quality between weapons and their effect on the user's abilities. The better and easier to use the weapon, the better you use it. And the worse the weapon. Weapon accuracy are not always used in fusion games, as their use varies from campaign to campaign. However, they are in play in Bubblegum Crisis, so if you find them listed in your description of a weapon, use them. Just apply the weapon accuracy to your offensive combat roll as with any other modifier. Melee weapon damage. The weapon list on page 141 includes typical melee weapons found in 2033. This table not only lists the weapon cost, but its accuracy modifier and its damage class range. How many 6-sided dice it throws for damage. Damage caused by any strength-powered weapons, like a sword, mace, or bow, or animal teeth and claws, as part of the body, is determined by the strength of the attacker. With fist doing 1 DC of stun damage for each point of strength the attacker has. A kick does an extra DC on top of the strength, but suffers a -1 offensive roll penalty. Example, my strength is 5. This means I do 5 dice with my fist, or 6 for a kick. Unlike body parts and teeth and claws, strength-based attacks use weapons have a maximum damage each weapon can do. This value is equal to the weapon's listed damage class. You can do as many dice of damage with a melee weapon as you have points in strength up to the maximum listed DC. Melee weapons don't make you stronger. They just convert stun damage to killing damage. Example, my short sword has a DC of 4 with a strength of 2. I can only do 2 dice with it, but with a strength of 6, I can only do a max of 4. That is an interesting concept. I think it makes sense from like we're simulating stuff, but I think it's a bit too noodly. Let's see, optional minimum strength. This is the minimum strength at which you can use a weapon with no penalty. It is equal to the weapon's listed max strength divided by 2, round up halves. Below this level, you take a -1 reflex penalty for every -1 strength. Example, Aunt Meg, strength 2, tries to use a great axe with a 5 strength minimum. She only do 2d6 damage when she hits, and will take the -3 offensive penalty. That is interesting though. So like with obviously we went through this before, but just the idea that they have 2 HPs. One you only take if you're being attacked by something deadly, and the other one you only take when you're being attacked by something not deadly. It's kind of interesting to have 2 different HP pools, but that sort of function the same outside of if one goes down, you die. And usually when you see systems that have like 2 HPs, you usually have like your you'll have like an HP buffer, and then once it goes down, you'll start taking like lasting damage that it's slower to heal. But like at the end of a fight, that the sort of I guess like stamina HP will go back up to full. Or like thinking like OSR games that use those, the stamina HP will go back up to max every day, but with your like meat HP, you only recover at like one HP per day. I think if I was simplifying the system, I would probably remove the 2 HPs and just have 1 HP. But I could see like if if you're playing in a specific setting where there might be a lot of non-lethal damage, but there's a chance of things becoming like really lethal, like maybe in like a Wild West setting where like there's the incentive that you don't want to pull out your gun. If you're getting a fight, you don't want to pull out your gun because then all of the things, it's lethal, and other people might pull out their guns, so you want to stick with like hand-to-hand fighting. I could see that. I think that might fit a particular vibe. Especially if like like I was saying, where if like the healing rates, it's easier to heal the sort of like stun HP if that comes back faster, but your meat HP comes back really slowly. It will incentivize not wanting that to go down. Ranged combat occurs whenever you're shooting at something. Any ranged weapon or attack can be shot. Energy beams can be shot from a superhero's hands. Bullets can be shot from a gun. Stones can be shot from a sling. In general, if it strikes the target from a distance, it's ranged combat. More line of sight shenanigans. Let's see the range. Is it close enough to hit? In Fusion, shooting ranges aren't based on how far the gun can shoot, but how easily it is for a marksman to clearly hit a target. If you can't see it, you can't hit it, no matter how far your gun can reach. This means that weapon ranges tend to overlap until they reach their extreme ranges, as reflected in the table below. The modifiers for each range are listed in brackets as well. So we have melee range, close range, medium range, long range, and then extreme range. Shots and rates of fire. Unlike melee weapons, most ranged attacks have a limited number of shots, arrows, bullets, charges, etc. This is usually be listed in the attack's descriptions. Rate of fire is how many times an attack can be shot in a 3-second phase. Most ranged weapons have an rate of fire of 1 or 2, but others may have the capacity for automatic fire and rates of fire of 20 or more. Like shots, this will also be listed in the attack description. What are my chances to hit? Combat modifiers take into account their conditions. Yeah, we went through that before. Let's see. Then the weapon accuracy, that was talked about before as well. Making the attack. In combat, the attacker combines his skill, the chosen weapon, with his reflex, and a die roll to create the offensive roll. You may also add or subtract certain modifiers such as range, cover, etc. from this offensive roll to determine the final outcome. Example, an attacking character reflex stat of 5, a firearm skill of 6, and a die roll of 6. Okay, that's pretty much the same. I want to see if there's anything different between these. When attacking a vehicle, the attacker will use a skill with the appropriate vehicle weapon or vehicle attack skill, such as gunnery or heavy weapons. He attacks as usual, opposing his target's skill in controlling the vehicle, such as driving or piloting. The resolution is completely the same as any other combat. You know, like within a Bubblegum Crisis, if you're expected to be playing as the Night Sabers, like within your like mech suits, I can also see that having the 2 HP pools. Like if one is like your mech suits HP, and then once it goes down, you start taking like your physical HP. You're like, I'm gonna die HP. Let's see. Area of effect attacks are attacks that strike an area rather than a character. The area affected depends on the kind of attack made and will always be described as part of the description or construction. The attacker rolls against a target number assigned by the referee. All characters in the area of the attack take the same damage. Okay, that's interesting that shotguns are considered an area of effect of one. Effect radius is 1 meter or yard. It says shotguns per barrel. So if you had like an 8-barrel shotgun for whatever reason, was this like the movie Phantasm that has the dude with the little ponytail with the 4-barrel shotgun? That is another movie I've been wanting to watch recently. That I remember watching those movies as a kid, and they were just so weird. They were like really stuck in my head. Like I think is the second one had the kid with the like the deadly frisbee. Also there was that scene where one of the demon girls was like giving the 4-barreled shotgun dude with the ponytail like head, and then she like went all Evil Dead demon on him. He's like, oh fuck. That I don't know why. I don't know why that stuck in my head. But it's probably because I watched that movie way too young. I think that was within my. I don't think I was in elementary school yet when I watched the first movie. I watched so many horror movies before I was the age of 5. It's kind of wild. Let's see. If the character misses his attack roll, the center of the attack shifts 1 meter / yard. Oh, I think this is in all of the our Talsorian games. They all use meter or yards, and I don't know, just something about my brain. I don't like it. I guess I play too much D&D. I'm stuck in the realm of feet. Roll 1d6 to see which direction the center of the attack scatters and consult the area effect table. Then roll 1d6 to determine how many meters or yards the round fell in that direction. Auto fire attack. Shooting a lot of something, bullets, fireballs, etc. in one attack is called auto fire. Many guns, superpowers, and other range attacks have the possibility of using the auto fire option. In auto fire, the weapon or attack fires as fast as it can in a 3-second turn. This is called a rate of fire. Auto fire allows a wide variety of combat techniques. Burst. A burst is a limited auto fire attack, usually 3 shots. Since the weapon isn't bucking around as much, there's no attack penalty. Make an offensive roll. If the defender fails his roll, he takes 1d6 for every 2 bullets. Hosing them down. When using auto fire against a single target, a normal attack roll is made. For every 1 point the attack succeeds by, 1 shot hits, up to a maximum number of shots fired. The catch: there is a -1 penalty for every 10 shots fired, since your gun is jumping around so much. Multiple targets. An auto fire attack that can also be directed against several targets at once. The attack must be directed to an area called the fire zone, and the width in meters of the fire zone must be specified at the time of attack. A total rate of fire of the attack is divided by the total number of meters in the fire zone rounded down, and this becomes the total number of rounds that can possibly hit a target in that zone. attack is made as above, and each target making a defense roll against the attacker's single offensive roll. For every 1 point the attack succeeds by, one shot hits, up to the maximum amount. Example, I fire into a 10-meter area with 30 rounds. 30 divided by 10 is 3. Sue, Bob, and Harry each make a defense roll against my offensive roll of 12, totaling 13, 11, and 7 respectively. Sue is missed. Bob takes 2 rounds, and Harry, although he loses by 5, only takes 3 rounds because that's all that entered his part of the fire zone. That is, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. It makes sense, but at the same time, like imagine playing that. I don't know. I don't know if I could do it. I don't know if I'd want to do it. Archery attacks. Bows are a special category of range attack because they are strength-based range attacks. Bows do 1 point of damage and have 20 meter of range for every 1 strength of a maximum of 7. Compound bows and longbows have a maximum of 10. Crossbows work like normal firearms. Okay. It's an interesting choice. So they do flat damage, and they have a flat range for every strength. So if you had 10 strength, each bow shot would do 10 damage. And be able to fire 200 meters. Universal weapon damage table. The following list of all the classic weapons, both range and melee, that can be found in modern and near future genres. This is by no means an exhaustive list, but works as a benchmark for which to establish your own guidelines. Okay, so far we've been concentrating on how to do things in Fusion. Now we're going to tackle stuff you won't want to do, like get hurt, knocked out, or even killed. In short, damage. Damage and damage classes. Damage is an abstract measure of how much something can be harmed before it's either killed, destroyed, or bludgeoned into unconsciousness. In Fusion, all damage is measured in 6-sided dice, with each d6 representing a unit called damage class. Example, 1d6 is a damage class of 1. Each point of DC represents 1 6-sided die when rolling for damage. You roll the specified number of dice and then add the results together. The total amount of damage done is your target. Example, I have a DC 3 handgun, so I roll 3 dice and get a 5, 6, and 3. So I do 14 points of damage with that attack. Determining the DC of an attack. As has already been discussed, damage caused by using parts of the body or any strength-powered weapon, like a sword, mace, or bow, or animal teeth or claws, is determined by the strength of the attacker, with fists doing 1 DC of stun damage for every point of strength the attacker has. A kick does an extra DC on top of that with a penalty to hit. Honestly, I think just getting rid of like kicks, it makes kicks do technically are like stronger than like punching, but I feel like just moving like punching and kicking and just, into like martial combat or whatever is just like, that's just to streamline things a bit. But I definitely know some people, they can get really into the noodly stuff. I'm just not one of them. Melee weapons also have a maximum damage value, which they've already talked about. You can do as many dice of killing damage with a melee weapon as you have points in strength, up to a maximum. Furthermore, the minimum strength at which, Let's see when they're going to talk about some new stuff. Most range attacks require no physical strength to operate. Guns, blasters, and bolts. So always cause damage based on the attacker's damage class listed in the description. Hits and stun. But what is the damage taken from? That's where hits and stun come into play. In Fusion, all living things have hits, points which represent how much damage they can take. A character generally has as many hits as his body stat times 5. 1 point of damage from a weapon or attack will remove 1 hit. Living things also have stun points, a measure of how much damage they can take before they pass out from pain or shock. 1 point of damage from a body blow or stunning weapon will remove 1 point of stun. Finally, inanimate objects have structural damage points, which measures how much damage they can take before they are rendered non-functional or destroyed. Now that you've got that worked out, let's see how we apply damage to those hits and stuns. There are 2 kinds of damage that you can take from an attack: stun damage and killing damage. Stun damage is damage that creates pain or shock, but not serious injury. It's fist fighting damage. Impacts done with parts of the body, such as hands, feet, or head. Welcome in, XP. It's good to see you. Just going over the Bubblegum Crisis TTRPG. Holy heck. Hexy. Welcome in. It is me, Howard Coyote, the Backstreet Chimera of Stray City. Today, on Cyber Summer Day 13, we are looking at the Bubblegum Crisis TTRPG as part of my big month-long Cyberpunk event. It's old. It's old. It's 30 years old. And yes, thank you. This is new me. I am very cute, but I still bite. Hexy, if you need a raid run, if you need to go get something to eat, take care of yourselves, do post-stream things, do what you got to do. I appreciate you raiding in. I'll take care of your peeps. And that honestly, I've been at this, we're over 4 hours, and we're not even halfway through this. So we'll see how far I get into this TTRPG. But for those not familiar, Bubblegum Crisis is a late 80s, early 90s cyberpunk anime about night sabers, which are sort of like, imagine cyberpunk Power Rangers, that ride motorcycles, and those motorcycles turn into mechs, but like street level mechs, not like big city size, or not city, but big like building sized mechs like in Gundam. And the start of this TTRPG went through the synopsis, and that anime is fucking crazy. Apparently it does some weird shit. The Cyber Summer is going very well, I would say. There's been quite a bit of scuff through this, but we pushed through. We're halfway through. We have 1 more week left after this, and I'll be done with streaming every day. My brain has went into like a stasis mode. I pretty much sleep until it's time to stream. And I've been going to bed at like 7 in the morning. But, it just be like that sometimes. It's technically like a donathon, subathon, as you can see up in the corner, the top right corner. We're currently on the getting a new CPU. I've already gotten the graphics card, and we've already got the RAM funded. But there's a lot going on here. So there's actually a command, my fingies, they don't want to type. Cyber Summer. Heck, so you're totally fine. That was something that I wanted to do with this, like with the goals. They're all like sort of personal, based on the person. There's no like big overarching goals. But really, the thing about this is just looking at a bunch of cyberpunk stuff, enjoying our time with me streaming every single day. I've learned a lot of new stuff, like Citizen Sleeper, fucking amazing game. People should definitely check it out. Proto Violence, the Violence series. There's Proto Violence, Malviolence, and I think there's a third one coming out. Also, really good visual novel. Mullet Mad amazing first person shooter roguelite. It did crash my computer at one point, but have I seen Brigador Killers? No, I don't. Is that a game? Let me do a quick peep. Let's see. Brigador Killers. Oh, I actually, it's on my wish list. Maybe I just put it on there, and because when I was prepping for this, I just saw, like, if I saw Cyberpunk, I just kind of put it on my wish list so I could keep track of it. But yeah, this does look cool. It's kind of it looks like the original Fallouts, like Fallout 1 and 2, and then I believe is the Wasteland series is the spiritual predecessor, not predecessor, spiritual remakes of the Fallout. Yeah, this does looks cool. I am planning on, even after the cyber summer thing is over, I am planning on playing more Cyberpunk games, because I have more Cyberpunk games than I could stream during this event. And there's some that haven't come out yet. Like, I'm planning on doing some Cyberpunk Pokemon games in the future. Not turn-based. That's interesting. A non-turn-based isometric. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I'll definitely look at it and give it a chance. Yeah, there was a lot of Cyberpunk demos. I thought about doing like just a demo day, but at the same time, with the amount of scuff I get, like, I'm not like, I have watched streams of people doing like demos, and it just bricks their computer during the demo. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to risk, considering the amount of scuff I get in general as it is. But like, there's a Cyberpunk, like, old school JRPG dungeon crawler that I want to try at some point. There is another, this one's not necessarily cyberpunk, it's more like mega structure dystopian, that it's like a parkour wall climbing game called White Knuckle. It looks really cool. Honestly, there's as I was like researching for this event and looking sort of things that aren't quite cyberpunk but like fit into like dystopian-esque stuff, there's so many cool games out there that I want to get into after this. Yeah, Hexy, happy birthday. It is your birthday. I did say that earlier, before, like right when I woke up, I was like, oh, happy birthday. And then I think I fell back asleep immediately. But yeah, Hexy, happy birthday. I hope you have a good night. Enjoy being scooted around. I appreciate you, Rena, and I'm excited for the VR chat thingy. I'm excited for that. Yeah, bye-bye. Make sure to get some food and some drinks. Enjoy yourself. We're gonna get back into this weird ass, crunchy, but still sort of small game. Where were we? Let's see. We were on 3 damage types and effects. Let's see. Blah 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 blah. As a general, it is part of the body, and is it sharp, it does stun damage. The exception to this rule is the futuristic stun weapons or stunning attacks. Stun damage is always subtracted from your character's pool of stun points after being reduced by your character's PD. When his stun points are at 0, his body will react by shutting off the pain and passing out. Killing damage, on the other hand, is serious injury that can maim or kill. Anytime you're hit with a weapon, even if it's just a club, you will be taking killing damage. In addition, any sharpened part of the body, fangs, claws, horns, etc., can also do killing damage. Killing damage is always subtracted from your character's pool of hits. When this is reduced to 0, your character is dying. So this is the first time we've actually, I think they mentioned like there being a dying thing. I'm assuming it works like a lot of TTRPGs, like D&D style, where you need to get attention soon and be healed. But we'll see. Important tip: avoid dying. It can really put a crimp in your role playing. Collateral damage. Since killing damage also causes a fair amount of pain and shock, you'll take 1 point. You'll take 1 stun point for every 1 hit you lose. Okay, so that's interesting. See, this sort of further reinforces just getting rid of stun. If I was to run this, which honestly I might, because the more like Bubblegum Crisis seems pretty fucking cool. Like the setting seems really cool. But like if hit damage is already removing stun, like it's not a choice. And sometimes a stunning blow is powerful enough that a small amount of serious damage is also done. So 1 point of killing damage for every 5 points of stun you do. Stun rollover. When you have lost all your stun points, any subsequent stun damage you take will continue to convert into killing damage at a 1/5 rate, reducing your remaining hits. If you're being senseless, and the beating continues, you could well be beaten to death. Stunned. If you take more than 1/2 your total stun in one attack, you are stunned. A stunned character cannot act in the next phase and is -5 to all stats. He cannot move, and he may take no other actions. He will remain stunned for 1 phase, becoming unstunned in the next phase. And phase is just their word for like rounds. Knocked out. Your character is knocked unconscious whenever your stun is reduced to 0. You are automatically unconscious. You are effectively knocked out, but will regain consciousness once you have recovered enough stun to put you back over 0. The hits taken are more than your resistance. Okay. Impairing wounds. Whenever your hits have been reduced enough, you'll become impaired. At half your total hits, all your stats are reduced by 1. At 1/4 a total, they will be reduced to 2. Death spiral. I think especially modern games, they have moved away from having death spiral stuff where once you're injured, you just get worse, which makes you more likely to get injured. And I don't know, at least in like play culture wise, people are very unlikely to like run away. Like I feel like you really have to wrangle your players a lot to get them to just run away from fights. And so I feel like the sort of death spiral stuff ends up popping up more because people don't find running away fun, and then causes a lot of frustration. Okay, so this is when dying. When you reach 0 hits, you are dying. You will be aware of your environment, assuming your stun is still above 0. You may even be able to choke out a brief dying speech, although you can do nothing else. You lose 1 hit in shock and blood loss per phase. When you lose ×2 your body stat, you're dead. Okay. That is, I almost think it'd be kind of interesting for whatever reason if you had like stun remaining, that you could still act. I think that would be kind of cool. Because stun is sort of like your ability just to stay conscious. It has nothing about it's less about like how much damage your body's taking. It's just how much your body is holding on to the pain that it's getting. So if you could like, I think that'd be cool. I'd probably let players do that if I was using stun like that. But honestly, I would probably rename. I feel like stun and hit, like just rename them to HP and like stamina or something. because it's like it's almost there but it feels like they were just trying to like not be D&D, so their things are like named like close but just a little bit to the left. Armor versus damage. Structural damage points, SDP. Soft targets, like living things, take damage differently than hard targets, structures, and vehicles. Infusion, inanimate structures, vehicles, and other non-organic objects, commonly called hard targets, have structural damage points instead of hits. SDP is different from hits, but works the same way. 1 point of damage from a weapon will remove 1 SDP. Optional, random hit locations. Where you hit can often be just as important as whether you were hit. While fusion usually uses a single pool of points to determine how much damage or stun your character can absorb, individualized hit locations do play a part in determining the severity of the damage. Getting hit in the head, for example, is far more lethal than being hit in the arm. Hit locations also help determine if armor is being worn over a particular area or not. If useful if you neglected to wear your power armor's helmet this morning, they are also used to determine the hit modifiers for attacking specific area. When using hit location charts, roll 3 6-sided dice and modify the damage as appropriate. Note the damage is multiplied after penetrating armor. Oh no. Oh god. I know this is an option to roll, but I don't want to think about having to keep track of different body parts and stuff like that. Oh, I don't want to do it. Knockback. Such mighty blows are delivered in some types of combat, especially between superheroes, giant robots, and kung fu action heroes, that the combatants are often knocked all over the battlefield. This phenomenon is known as knockback. In its realistic form, it becomes knocked down. To determine the amount of knockback characters take, subtract the body stat or kills of the target character from the total DC of the attack. For every DC remaining, which is damage, it's the like how many damage dice you have. For every DC remaining, the character is knocked back 1 knockback unit. The unit is determined by the style of campaign. So competent, which is realistic, you're just knocked down. Exceptional is 1/2 of a unit, or 1/2 of a meter. Incredible is 1. Legendary is 2. Super Heroic is 3. Cosmic is 4. Note, Mechaton Z Mecha replaces meters with 50 meter hexes. Oh, those are big mix. Then applied by moving the character that far straight back from the impact. In the event that something's in the way, move on to the section of collisions and see how badly you were hurt. Holy fuck. Honestly, when I first was reading this, I was not expecting it to be this crunchy. Like, this isn't like a high crunch game, but it's definitely got some crunch noodliness to it. Especially for, like, as far as I know, this fusion system was largely meant for anime style games. So it's interesting to see. I don't know. I guess in part it kind of. I understand why. Especially back then, a lot of the older school games were pretty noodly. Like, even like basic D&D, like that split off from advanced D&D, like even it was noodly. And it's supposed to be like the one made for like kids. Defense and armor. So how do you avoid getting knocked out or killed? The first way is just to stay out of the way. Use your skills and stats to make successful defense rolls. If that doesn't work, you still got another option. Use a defense. Offense is anything that gets between you and the damage first. Clothing, armor plates, scales, even energy fields that deflect or absorb damage. All defenses have a value which is subtracted on a point-for-point basis from damage before it's taken from your hits or stun. Armor is the best line of defense. You use that whenever possible. While most armor provides physical defense, other types can protect against energy attacks, mental attacks, or even sorcery. Armor reduces damage just like any other defense and will stop both stun and killing damage. Your natural physical toughness, the physical defense on your character sheet, is your next defense, but will only stop stunning damage. You will use this as a last resort and mostly in fistfights and other non-lethal engagements. Example, my con is 5, giving me a physical defense of 10. If 15 points of stun damage hit me, only 5 would go through. Layering armor. Since armor stops damage, you probably want to stack up as much of it as your character can afford. But armor also has encumbrance value, which is added to all other armor on the body for a total. This total is then subtracted from your combat stats, making you easier to hit. In addition, you may never wear more than 3 layers of armor at any one time. It adds 1 EV per extra layer, turning your arms and legs into sofa cushions. Holy heck. No, it's kind of an interesting thought because, like, there's, you know, some people that have been essentially playing using the same system for like decades. Like, there's people still running like AD&D. It'd be kind of interesting to see like a group out there that's been using the fusion system for decades. I'd want to see that. The environment. Guns and swords aren't the only thing that hurt you. The world is full of potential dangers, falls, illnesses, drowning, and even being hit by lightning. All this falls under the heading of environment and is discussed below. Cumulative environment effects: shock, poison, drugs, burns, disease, and asphyxiation. Oh my. Choking? I mean, you know, that doesn't actually need to be just damage. That can be for fun too, you know? Oh no, have I finally drank all my liquids? I mean, it makes sense. I have been talking for nearly 5 hours. Talking straight for 5 hours. Oh wait, I might still have some here. We do, we're good. Each of these effects of the environment will harm you through accumulation, shock and poison by continual damage to your body or will, asphyxiation through accumulated starvation for air. Electricity and fire are always ranked by intensity of the effect. Referee's decision. With damage occurring each phase, you're exposed to the source. Okay, let's see. So DC 1 through 4, so that means dice, 1 through 4 dice, battery or wood fire. Okay, intense is a DC 5 to 10 wall socket or gasoline fire, and then deadly lightning bolt or thermite, DC 11 or 20. Like electricity, poison and drugs are ranked by the power of the drug or poison. Damage effects occur each minute, not phase, while illnesses take place over days, weeks, or even months. Referee's choice. Let's see for the drugs. For mild is alcohol, strong is sodium pentothal, and then powerful is LSD. A drug or poison need not be fatal. Sleep or truth drugs also work by accumulation. Damage is subtracted from different point pools depending on the type of effect. Example, Madigan administers a strong dose of mind control serum, DC 5 to Nene, hoping to find out the Night Saber's secrets. Each turn, the drug does 5 to 30 points to Nene's resistance resistance. At 0, she gives in. I feel like they could just use stun for that. Like, that kind of makes sense. Like, you know. Because stun is like whenever your body sort of gives up and from the pain and goes unconscious, but you could just also have that for your body gives up and submits to whatever the effect is. Asphyxiation does 3 DC per phase, taken off of your hits. Sitting quietly, you can hold your breath up to 1 phase for every 2 points of endurance. A tough character should be able to hold his breath for about 2.5 minutes. If activities such as swimming or running is required, this cost rises up to 4 points of endurance per phase. Instantaneous effects, falling, or collisions. These are all types of damage that come from hitting something at high speed. Holy fuck. That's a chart right there. Note 1K equals 14 dice. Each additional kill adds 1 dice. So weight of object. This is kind of hard to speed. Holy fuck. I mean, I understand why. But still. Using the table at the right, compare the closest approximate weight of the object to the closest distance fallen. Shaded top portion of the table. The result is how many DC are taken. 1K equals 14 plus 1 DC per kill added. Note that at terminal velocity you will have no increase in speed or damage. Okay, so if something at 1 ton at up to 10 miles per hour, that would be 2K, so that would be 15. That'd be 15 dice. Recovery. Assuming you aren't reduced to vapor in an unfortunate accident, the next step is to get better. That's where recovery comes to play. Stun. Recovering from stun damage. Your recover stat determines how fast your character recovers from stun damage. He will get back this many stun points each phase he rests. Waking up. Once you've knocked out, you may stay that way for only a few moments or a long time. The simplest method is to say that you stay unconscious for the duration of the battle. The referee may have you make a con plus concentration roll against difficulty equal to the number of stun you've taken beyond your total. If you succeed, you wake up with 1 stun. If you fail, you're out for as long as the referee deems fit. 1d10 plus 10 minutes works well. So each phase, and so a phase is 3 seconds. So you recover, if you're resting, you recover that many. That's interesting. Again, this feels like something I necessarily wouldn't want to have the track. So wait, does that technically mean, like, so let's say you're in a fight, right? You know, like a gunfight, you choose to, like, you get damaged a little bit, like obviously not killing like wounds, but like, say like you get punched or whatever, and you go behind something and you can choose to rest, then you could like recover in the middle of a fight, recover stun points in the middle. Recovery from killing damage. Your recovery stat also determines how fast you regain hits. For every 24 hours you spend resting and with medical care, you recover as many hits as your recovery score. Example, I am wounded and take 30 hits. My recovery is 10. I will be back to my full hit level in 3 days. Optional rule, realistic recovery rates. Though it isn't as much fun, realistically, it should take much longer to heal back from serious injury. In this case, a realistic rate would be to recover your recovery rate in hits every week that you are laid up. The above example would take 3 weeks of medical care. Death. Saving a dying character is still possible. Another character, make a successful physician or first aid skill roll, can stabilize you at any point beyond 0. The difficulty for this task is twice as the number of hits beyond 0. Example, Lazarus is now at -7 hits. To save him, Fox must make a medical skill roll against a difficulty of 14. Okay. But actually, now that I think about it, it's sort of right. So stun does function as a sort of stamina pool of like stamina HP because it recovers after each phase. So if you like finish a fight and your stun is at, 5, like unless you immediately got into another fight, you would have your stun back to full within like a few minutes. Because each phase is 3 seconds. And if like your recovery is 10, you could heal 30 within 10 seconds. Vehicle and mecha concepts. Vehicles, planes, trains, automobiles. They're easy to classify. But what about space station, Cosmo ray beam projectors, giant robots, or sexy skin tight powered armor suits? That's interesting. That's an interesting way to describe that. Where do they fit in? Are they vehicles, gadgets, armor, inventions? Luckily, the Japanese, who love technology, okay, I feel like that's a little bit too descriptive. But have given the lexicon of high tech the perfect term, mecha. Derived from the word mechanism, mecha are any complex machine that requires some type of pilot or operator. Mecha include cars, planes, helicopters, ships, spacecraft, giant robots, powered armor, and more. Basic concepts. Although these rules don't deal with the actual process of constructing your own mecha, this may vary from campaign to campaign. All mechanisms designed involve the same elements. Armor. Most mecha have armor to provide physical or other types of defense. Example, the DD Airborne Battle Mover has a physical defense of 100 in its mighty armored hull plates, which translates to 2 kills of PD. See the next page for explanation of kills. Maneuver value, how responsive the mecha is to the pilot or operator. The MV value is applied to the pilot's reflex and dex for the powered suits whenever actions to be taken or initiative is rolled. Movement, the way the mecha gets around, if it can, usually expressed as a move stat, but different types of movement may be employed by the same mecha. These are detailed in their descriptions. Example, a motor slave can drive like a motorbike, surface move 22, fly like an aerodyne, effectively surface move 18, and run like a person, running move 25. Sensors. Vehicles with transparent canopies usually don't rely on computerized information, but machines whose cockpit is enclosed by armor needs sensor systems. If such a machine loses its sensors in battle, its pilot suffers a -4 to all combat rolls. Structure. As non-living devices, mecha record their hits as either structural damage or kills, a unit of measure describing particularly large or tough mechanisms. Style. Interestingly enough, a cool enough mecha can actually add to its operator's personality in a way that a Ferrari can enhance anyone's cool. This is always expressed as a bonus to the pilot per step. Weapons. Many mecha have built-in or carried weapons. These operate such as other weapons do, but often due to their large size and awesome power, are measured in special damage ratios called kills. Most mecha, being complex machines, weigh a fair amount. This is usually measured in kilograms or metric tons. Special systems. They are special systems that are unique to certain mecha designs. If present, they're always outlined as part of the mecha's description for the individual campaign. Certain types of mecha can change from one form to another, or otherwise vary their configuration to achieve different effects. This takes one action and usually is part of the mecha's description. The Transformers' abilities are also usually listed in the description. Automated or intelligent systems. These are highly advanced computers that can operate the mecha independent of a human pilot. These are generally described as one or two stacked characters, int and reflex, for example, unless they are intended to be fully realized artificial intellects. Synchro systems. These are systems that react or interface with the human operators to a level where they actually enhance their performance. Synchro systems usually give a bonus to their pilot's reflex or their deck stats or weapon accuracy. Maneuvers. Every time you try to make a mecha do something it isn't regularly designed to do, it requires a maneuver roll. This is done by combining your reflex plus piloting and a die roll versus a roll and a difficulty based on the type of maneuver you're making. See the table below, plus any appropriate modifiers for weather, driver, and road conditions. Tight turn, U or reverse, emergency stop, swerve, maneuver through or under, regain control. If the maneuver isn't described above, pick the coolest or closest appropriate one to work from. If the roll is successful, you will be able to pull the maneuver off. If not, you will lose control. In a walking suit or walking unit, you'll just fall over, then you must get back up. In a ground unit, this will be a skid, missed by 4 or more, and you'll continue straight for 1d6 meters per 10 miles per hour, or spin, missed by 4 or less, treat as a skid, but roll 1d6 to determine new facing. In an aircraft, you will probably stall, miss by less than 4, or spin, miss by 4 or more. Both require a roll to be made to regain control. It's a target number of 18 to regain control from a spin. Look out for the ground thing coming up at you. Holy smokes. Dogfighting. Sometimes the best option is to outfly your opponent, to count on a combination of innate skills and your vehicle's ability to maneuver. Start by determining the position of the combatants at the start. Is one closing on the other? Are they headed right at each other? This intercept can be determined by making a perception roll on either side with a high roll closing positions, and at the referee's discretion. To find out the result of an aerial or space dogfight, each participant rolls their piloting skill plus reference plus roll plus their vehicle's maneuver value. The player with the highest roll has the advantage position based on how many points they won by. The result is compared with the chart on the left. The player who has won can shoot or flee at his option. The key position is the tailing one because it adds +2 to your offensive combat roll that phase. To break off a dogfight requires either mutual agreement or one player making escape. The player with the current advantage announces his intention to break off combat at the start of the round and must maintain his advantage for as many rounds as the referee determines at the time the intention is announced. Oh, my brain hurty. I think this, like, if this was given like a pass now, like to refresh, I definitely think it could be worded better or it's more clear. But and I guess at the end it comes down to it's a die roll. That's what it comes down to. But there's more tables on specific specific situations. Vehicle and mecha combat. Mecha combat. In general, mecha combat is considered ranged combat and follows similar rules. The one exception is missile combat. Missiles are defined as any weapon that can follow its target independently. How good it is at its job, and thus the target number to beat while avoiding, is based on how smart it is. Does it just sniff a heat signature, or is it smart enough to outthink you? Missile. So they have missile intelligence. Oh my god, that is a stat in this game. Is missile intelligence. What are we doing? What are we doing, y'all? Why? Why would this be a stat you'd have to track? Aren't we tracking enough? Holy fuck. To avoid a missile hit, you must make a piloting reflex roll with at least 1d6 every 2 rounds. Roll for at least 2d6 per 2 consecutive rounds. This can be modified by the use of countermeasures, which adds a +2 to your piloting rolls. Make the rolls your clear, miss, and your clear, miss, and you are hit. In the case of cluster missiles fired at one time, one missile roll is made once for every missile fired, with one missile hitting the target per point of which your defense roll failed. Example, 10 missiles are fired at a jet. The jet fails by a roll of 7, so 7 of the 10 missiles hit. Special cases for mecha. The weaponry and armor used by mecha are subject to a few special cases. Take note of all of the special cases are optional. Special case 1, staged penetration. Oh my, we're penetrating? In combat, attacks on mecha will always be subtracted from armor, then from the mecha's SDP. However, even the heaviest armored machines will become vulnerable after a long fight. To represent this, kill-rated, i.e. mecha armor, uses the idea of staged penetration. Each time an area of armor is penetrated by an attack of 1 kill or greater, the area loses armor protection. Armor rated in kills loses 1 kill when it's penetrated. Armor with fractional kills loses 0.1 kills when it's fractional. Who is doing this? Who is doing this? Why? Why are we? Who would track like that? Fractional? Oh my god, no. Pain. Oh. I mean, maybe if like you're like using guns where you fire like a fuck ton of bullets, and maybe that's where that could come in. Like if you're firing like 30 bullets and you get that many, hits, that would end up being like, if you get like 30 hits, that would be 3 kills, I guess. Special case 2, chinks in the armor. Almost every kind of mecha has a weak spot somewhere, and in combat, it's possible for you to hit that weak spot. After all, Henri sure did in Red Eyes. A pocket knife punching through a hard suit? When making an attack roll, if you beat the target number by more than 10, your attack ignores the PD of the mecha's armor. In this case, in auto-fire attacks, only those hits which beat the target number by 10 or more will ignore the armor. Special case 3, powered armor damage. Powered armor, i.e. armor worn by the character, which has SDP as well as PD, has a very spread out structure which is tightly integrated with the pilot. Therefore, any damage which gets through the powered armor's PD is divided by 2. One half affects the powered armor's SDP, the other half is applied to the wearer's hits. All hard suits use this rule. Special case 4, structural integrity. Whenever a hit penetrates mecha armor, roll 1d10. If the result is greater than the number of fractional kills remaining, the mecha, or the location taking the hit, is destroyed. For example, 1.1k gets through to a 1.6k battle mover with 0.5k remaining on a roll of 6 plus on 1d10. It's scrapped. Oh, what? Oh, like y'all, I know I'm not the smartest dog, but the way they've chosen to do this is hurting my brain. Though this does make me realize more that probably could just use index card RPG to do Bubblegum Crisis, because one, index card RPG has a cyberpunk module or cyberpunk rules, and it also has its own. It has a book that came out called Hard Suit, which is about using sort of manish sized mechs. Granted, it's designed for a fantasy world, but it has the mechs. So I think you could just combine those together and take out the fantasy part and just run Bubblegum Crisis. My poor brain. But honestly, the more I'm reading this, I think there's a lot of this baked into index card RPG, because it has stun points. It has like rules for like how weapons damage like mech and stuff, and like various sizes. It has those rules, but they're a lot more streamlined. But so this is a sort of an interesting look at this after having enjoyed index card RPG for many years and starting to notice the similarities. Mecha weapons and damage. Mecha weapons often do such staggering amounts of damage that their damage is measured in a scale called kills that represent larger amounts of damage, usually associated with military level hardware, large inanimate objects, or extremely powerful attacks. Every 50 points of structural damage or armor converts to 1 kill. Thus, 100 PD of armor would equal 2 kills, and 200 points of SDP would equal 4 kills. Oh. Example, Celia's Hardsuit has 50 PD of armor. This, which is 50 physical defense of armor. This converts using the formula of 50 physical defense equals 1 kill to 1 kill of armor. 1 kill of damage also represents 14 damage dice, since the average result of 14d6 is about 50 points of damage. Large weapons, those larger than 30 millimeter guns, generally measure their damage in kills. A 30 millimeter gun does 1 kill, a 60 millimeter cannon does 2 kills, a 120 millimeter tank gun does 4, a 300 cannon does 6, and a 16-inch battleship gun does 12. Kill level weapons also have a blast radius of 2 meters per kill, dropping off by 1 kill of damage per 2 meters. So a 3K weapon would do 1K at 6 meters. Kills versus soft targets, but there's a catch to the above. Really big guns, those that measure their damage and kills, are designed to damage really big targets. Particularly, they do damage through blast, fragmentation, overpressure, etc., which would work quite well against hard targets, but not so well against soft targets, i.e. people. Thus, a large, hard target would be fully affected by a kill level weapon, but a man will not. Sure, a human who's hit by a tank gun is dead meat, but if they're simply within the blast radius, they might survive. To reflect this, soft targets are damaged differently by kills than hard targets. Soft targets do not take the full force of area effect over pressure attacks, aka weapons that do kills of damage. The person is taking 14 DC or less. It's all straightforward. However, each additional kill of damage a person takes only adds 1d6 to the base 14d6 damage, or a kill or less attack, because the remaining overpressure and blast effects just don't have a big enough surface to expand expend themselves on. For example, a tank shoots 4 kill shell at a man wearing SP45 armor. The attack will do 14d6 for being a kill or more, plus 4d6 for its 4 kills from overpressure. The armored fellow winds up facing 17 DC. The average is 60 points of damage, which is 15 points of damage after armor. He might survive. But what if a human in a kill level suit of armor were hit by a kill level weapon? Simple, subtract the kills of armor from the kills of damage, then convert any remaining kills of damage as above. If a man is wearing 1.8k of armor is hit by a 3k gun, the man takes 1.2k or 14d6 plus 5. Ouch. If the 1.8k armor is hit by a 2k gun, the man inside takes 0.2k damage or 2.8 d6. Come on, you motherfuckers. Who would do that? Just round up. Why you do that? Why you have to do that? Please, no. Oh my god, this is such a 90s RPG. This is so 90s. Oh god. Which is 2d6 plus 5 or 3d6 minus 1 in damage, less ouch. Oh, like I understand, I understand it, but at the same time, my brain isn't wanting to do it. The comic book rule: superpowers versus hard targets. Damage done by high-powered or superpowered attacks against hard targets converts up to the same way as kills of damage convert down against soft targets. A superhero's DC 20 punch is 7d6 greater than a DC 13 starting point for kill level weapons. So this superhero can do 7 kills or 20 minus 13 with a single punch. Note that this is upwards conversion is optional. In a 4-color superhero campaign, this rule would probably apply, but a low-powered, realistic game would probably not make use of this rule. Vehicle and mecha details. The do's and don'ts of BGC mecha. It's important to remember that just about every type of vehicle the human mind can conceive has turned up within the pantheons of cyberpunk, comic books, and mecha anime. Even so, Bubblegum Crisis has its own tech level and assumptions. So it would be a fallacy to say that anything goes. In the world of Bubblegum Crisis, there are no gigantic space battleships, no anti-gravity cars, no 100-foot tall giant robots, no civilian jetpacks, and no flying pets. No flying car pets? What's a car pet? Oh, carpets. I see now. God, I'm done. I'm so dumb. What the fuck? I thought they were saying like there's cars that pets, not like a carpet. Oh my fucking, oh god. Oh. I'm cooked, y'all. The weight issue. Every machine has a listed weight. For motorcycles, cars, and other mundane vehicles, a weight listing is largely a point of mere curiosity. For legged mecha such as powered suits and battle movers, weight is a terrible difficulty. Because of the physics of ground pressure, the full weight of a walking machine is going to be pressed down on 2 or more proportionally sized feet. If a walking machine were 12 meters tall, it would exert so much ground pressure it would crush its own feet. For this reason, mecha are never built much larger than, say, a bus. In Bubblegum Crisis, certain assumptions are made as to how mecha move and fight. These assumptions are based on, as ever, a mixture of cyberpunk, superheroics, and anime. Therefore, below are a couple of special stylistic rules which apply to BGC in particular. Mecha hit locations. Unlike people, which are generally treated as a single target, main machines are large enough to be treated as having several locations which can be damaged separately. When fighting a large vehicle, roll 1d10 and check the mecha's individual hit location listings, including with each mecha's descriptions. Determine what part was damaged. Movement systems hit. Note that if half the full number, round up, of wheels, treads, or engines your machine has are destroyed, the movement system is totally disabled. BGC movement notes. Flight system. In BGC, most flying machines use hover fans or other relatively slow flight methods, so their flying movement ratings are usually listed using the ground value of one move equals 16 kph. Remember that flight systems allow a machine to move off the ground in any direction, including backwards. Considering most of these machines can hover as well, flight engines are quite fragile. If the armor on a flight engine is penetrated, the engine can be considered destroyed. Jump jets. Also note that some systems grant rocket boosted jumps, but not true flight. Hardsuits and other mecha with jump jets can jump as far as their jumping listing in one action, just like taking a normal full movement action. In fact, they may jump up to their full range in one phase, then in their next phase take another action while returning to the ground. Bubblegum Crisis special weaponry and equipment. Generally, mecha equipment and personal equipment, including weaponry, work in the same way, but many mecha functions may have special effects. For instance, armor-piercing weapons treat armor as half its full protection. This is especially true for Bubblegum Crisis, which combines the high-tech sensibility of Cyberpunk, the power levels of superheroics, and the anything-goes attitude of anime. Below is the list of special effects and terms you'll find in the mecha write-ups in the next 100 or so pages. We have armor piercing, which they mentioned before treats physical defense as half. API, armor piercing in centenary, as above. The burning effect does 1/2 the damage on the next phase, 1/4 damage on the next phase, and for the next 2 phases beyond that. Area, an area effect weapon with a damage radius listed in meters yards. Burst, an alternative listing for shots, telling how many full auto firings the weapon has. One burst fires as many shots as the rate of fire. Defensibility, shields have weapon accuracies like weapons called defense accuracy, usually negative. ECM rank, pending a successful use of electronic warfare skill, versus ECM system ranks ×2 plus die roll. ECM can subtract a value equal to its rank from other perception rolls when using radar, or subtract 10% per one rank from other sensor ranges, or subtract a value equal to its rank from the offensive roll of any missile or group of missiles. ECM can be set to affect a single target or all targets within listed radius. ECCM rank, oh my god, ECCM offsets any and all kind types of ECM on a 1-to-1 basis. Ranks 3 ECCM will reduce rank 7 ECM to rank 4. Oh my god, the wording on this. Like, I feel like the people that wrote this, they were like strapped in the basement, no outside contact. They finished writing and they're like, here, it's done. That's what I feel like. Which I've done that before. I've wrote like that. I just like locked in a dark cave and just wrote and then just ripped it out. So I understand it, but at the same time, my poor brain. We're getting so many EM stuff. Energized melee weapons treat any armor effect as having 20 0.4k less physical defense. Oh, fly skim. Boomer's ratings are listed as having, oh no. The pound is the number of consecutive turns the boomer can fly, while the infinite means they can skim along the surface at that speed as long as necessary. Gravity weapons. Though these are energy weapons, physical defense defends against them like any normal damage. Also note that gravity weapons can do stun or killing damage. Lasers, also stopped by physical defense. Lasers have unlimited shots as long as their power source is still operating. linked. Linked weapons can be fired together in one action with one roll. If you're using hit locations, each shot hits a different randomly rolled location. Cross-linked, sometimes called X-linked, these weapons can also be fired together in one action with one roll. If you're using hit locations, all shots hit the same location. Quick, these weapons can be used to attack twice in one action. Recovery, boomers only. Because of their fusion and molecular cloning abilities, boomers can regain as many hits as the recovery per turn, provided they take the action to do so. Shock effect does killing damage and stun damage in one attack, but the stun damage ignores anti-armor's physical defense. Target analyzer, an advanced scanner system operated with electronic warfare skill. A successful roll allows the scanner to figure out pretty much any detail about the mecha being scanned, weight, schematics, functions, etc., pending the referee's approval. Warm-up recharges for the listed number of phases between firings. Infinite rate of fire. Some energy weapons can fire a constant beam, functioning like an infinite length energy sword. Very dangerous. Where we've got through the rules. We made it through the rules of that. That was it was harrowing for me. That was a lot for my brain. I was not expecting that level of crunch when I looked at this. So I might have been better if I had prepared to come in with a very crunch. But we got through it. I want to play in the setting, and part of me wants to like try to use this system just to experience it, but I'm not sure I'm the best one to run it. I'm not sure I'm that dog. But at the very least, we have cute anime girl. But I think this is a good time to take a quick break. Maybe we switch to Valhalla. We 5 hours in, and we're not even halfway through the book. And there's going to be, this is all lore. I don't think there's any mechanical stuff. It does have the character sheets though. Honestly, I think that was one issue, is the original character sheet example they had. It was just too small to actually be able to get a gauge of stuff. So this does help, but also it looks like I'm filing a tax form. But let's see. I like all the drawings. Like the sketches. That's honestly something I love about like the older systems. They have so much like sketch art. Now I'm a big fan of sketches. Oh, these look so cool. Oh, I fuck with that one. A new hard suit Nene. So that's Nene's hard suit. So we have the hard suits, which then connect to the motor slaves. Now I'm curious because it shows like that. Like, is that just how it is? It's more like a frame wrapping around, not fully covering them up. Okay, no, okay, it does fully cover them up. Or actually, no. Hold on. The motor slave. Yeah, that's super interesting. So they're like, their body's still exposed while using this the mech form, but I guess it has like it's like an autonomous form as well. But yeah, I'm gonna go refill my drink, probably slurp down some more snack, and we might go in a little of this. It'd be kind of wild if I did a 10-hour stream of just going through a single TTRPG. That would be kind of crazy. But yeah, y'all, if you're listening, go take a break yourselves. Go get a snack, get something to drink, stretch your legs, and we'll be back in a few minutes for more chaos. I've returned. I ate more deli meats from the fridge. Very tasty. Kind of hit the spot. I did see some. I think they were mangoes, but I didn't feel like messing with the cleanup. But I've rehydrated. And I guess we're at the question: do I want to keep going through this, or I want to read the lore, go through the lore that is Bubblegum Crisis, or switch over to Valhalla? Where is my ADHD at the moment? We could probably go until we reach the characters. I think that might be a good stopping point. Or we could check out the GM section. Oh, what's this? Fusion and fusion. Oh, so these are the boomers? Female combat boomer. The super boomer. Assassin. So these are a boomer woman. A boomer woman is, oh my god. Of course, they would just make a regular hot woman. That's the boomer woman. Do they have boomer man? Why is the sexeroid? Why is it like it doesn't look as hot as the assassin boomer? Feels like a missed opportunity. Oh, I need to turn that back on. Turn the music back on. Oh, there's the Doberman. Okay, so it looks nothing like a dog. There's the hyper bomber, hyper boomer leader. A heavy hyper boomer. Police boomer. The killer doll. Oh, I don't like that. A fusion boomer. Oh. That doesn't look good. Largo. Sylvie. Henri. Okay. Let's see. I think it was at 169. It has the refereeing. I guess we can get through this, and then we'll switch over to Valhalla. After my father died, there was a void in the Hobong's censorship. Successorship? But I didn't particularly care until Irene was killed by a genome. Then I was determined that I would have vengeance. First on the chairman of Gulf and Bradley for killing my parents, and then... Well, now you have your characters and you know the rules. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I do know the rules. And you got lots of background in the world. So what did you do all of this? So what did you do with all this? You create your own anime series. In this case, it's called Campaign, a series of episodes, adventures involving the players set in the Bubblegum Crisis world. One of you, the referee, will use a section to design plots and scripts for these episodes. He can then throw the players into his plots and let the story flow from there. running the non-player characters and presenting plot twists as they come up. This is a very free-form process since the referee never knows exactly what the players will do with their characters, and the plot can change at any moment as the players decide to take unexpected actions. Watching your players cope in innovative and imaginative ways with the obstacles and NPCs presented to them is one way things can make refereeing so exciting. The referee has to stay flexible, ready to shift events in response to the players' actions, rather than forcing all their actions into narrow plots. Challenging? Yes, but it's also a lot of fun too. In this section, we'll give you the tools to be a great referee, how to choose a theme for your series, devise an overall plot, structure an episode, and keep your actors on track. It's really interesting that they lean into like this is a TV show, which I think you tend to see more in modern TTRPGs where they have that sort of, they frame stuff as, you know, shooting like having scenes, episodes, stuff like that. Genre styles. Bubblegum Crisis merges 3 distinct genres into one unique whole. Anime, cyberpunk, and comic book superheroes were fired out of a particle accelerator, slammed into each other, and caused a chain reaction that blew the roof off the anime video market. To understand Bubblegum Crisis, one must understand the styles from which it was formed. Anime, this can be mostly easily defined as Japanese cartoons. Still, the definition cartoon would seem automatically to preclude any serious gaming. Not so. Anime covers the gamut from silly children's fare to adults-only material. Even so, all the anime shares identifying features: big eyes, vibrant colors, exceptional quality of story and art, and everything is done to the extreme. This is what makes anime so popular. Its unique set of assumptions which can be applied to any kind of story. While Bubblegum Crisis merges the superhero and cyberpunk genres, it operates within the parameters of anime extreme fiction. All of the roles are therefore based on fiction, not reality, and are designed to simulate that kind of kinetic, over-the-top action and ideas common in anime. Thus, they might not work as they should in the real world and may violate the rules of technology as we know. This is done on purpose. We're simulating animation here, not reality. Cyberpunk. This is the science fiction subgenre pioneered by William Gibson's novel Neuromancer and Ripley Scott's movie Blade Runner, which portrays the dark streets of the near future in a sort of Chandler-esque film noir style. Cyberpunk includes ideas like information is power, computers are cool tools, life is full of hard choices, urban decay is a fact of life, style over substance. The corporations are taking over, attitude is everything, live life on the edge. Whatever you got to do it yourself. Technology is accelerating and alienating people. The lines between man and machine are blurring, and the timeless mistrust of authority. In many ways, Bubblegum Crisis is very cyberpunk. However, it's colored by the quirks of a dark superhero story in anime. There are flashy mecha, supervillains, cute girls bouncing all over the place. Still, the genre's unique elements do contribute to BGC's distinctive nature. If you're interested in exploring cyberpunk in its pure form, check out the Cyberpunk role-playing game by surprise, our Talsorian Games. Feel free to use its source material for the Bubblegum Crisis world outside of Mega Tokyo. It works surprisingly well. Superheroes. Given popularity by comic books since the 1920s, the superhero genre presents exceptional individuals, often given with superpowers, who battles evildoers and protect civilization from destruction. Sometimes the heroes are bright and noble, while others are dark and tragic, but all fight against the evil they see. Come on. You've all read at least one Batman, Superman, or even pulp classics like The Shadow. Oh my God. Honestly, I think that might really date this. I have not thought about The Shadow in like 30 years. Holy fuck. Is The Shadow even still around? I gotta know. I remember watching the movie as a kid. but I have not heard anything about the Shadow since I watched that movie as a kid. Shadow comic book. Okay, let's see. When was, let's see, films. Oh, I didn't realize it had so many stuff. It had short films in the 1930s. It had multiple movies up into the 40s and 50s. And then the Shadow, the one that came out in 1994 with Alec Baldwin. Holy fuck. Let's see, comic books. Is there, okay, so there is still modern. Okay, not too modern. Looks like the latest came out in like 2016. So it seems like it's relatively dead. Well, apparently there was a shadow over Innsmouth, so like a Lovecraft shadow. That seems kind of interesting. But holy fuck, I did not expect seeing the Shadow brought up. Other features of the superhero genre include secret identities, unrepentantly evil villains and organizations, often with superpowers themselves, bizarre and elaborate hideouts, and weird science and technology. BGC has adopted many of these elements, with Quincy and Genome as scheming villains, and the Night Sabers as semi-dark heroes who must keep their real identities secret from the public or risk arrest. Super technology and two-fisted action abound. All this is rendered in the anime style and run through a cyberpunk filter to give us the ultimate techno superhero tale, Bubblegum Crisis. A theme is the basic idea that unites and pervades a story. All forms of storytelling are thematically oriented. The Bubblegum Crisis OVA series included. It's so interesting reading this because they really are explaining like you're not gonna have like you're not able to go on the internet and search things. Like, this is the single source that you will be reading about this stuff. So they're having to explain everything completely. Whether it's man versus machine, man versus nature, crime doesn't pay, or love conquers all, your campaign should have a theme as well. Most prominent theme in Bubblegum Crisis video series is revenge. However, BGC explores many other, albeit more subtly, including how people deal with crises, how society is affected by technology, and the nature of humanity. Such themes can be difficult to conceptualize fully, much less express in a role-playing campaign, so you should be sure to choose a theme with which you and your players are comfortable. Okay, so this is a replay. I think we'll skip over that and just keep going onto the themes. It isn't necessary for you as a GM to explain to your players what the theme actually is. You might give away too much by revealing the theme to them. Still, thematic choices should be made to unify a campaign's adventures, i.e. the story. Just about any theme from a superhero or cyberpunk sources will work, but here are a few to consider. Actually, I do think that giving the theme to players directly, I think that is good. I think a lot of times there is this like sort of fear of spoiling. We'll spoil the story, spoil that stuff. And at least in my way, I tend to give a lot of information to players, mainly because I'm just excited and want to talk about it. And usually the people that you get to talk to about your campaign are the players themselves. So, usually you're limited to just talking to them, and I'm not really one to like hold on to stuff too much. For revenge, as we stated, this is the big one in BGC. The Night Sabers are founded on it. Celia, Lena, and Chris are all driven in by it in various episodes. Gibson and Vision are obsessed with it. Largo absolutely enjoys it. Henri's grief drives her to it. Revenge is a relatively simple and perfectly acceptable choice for your campaign's theme. Your players can have a serious bone to pick with a villain, like Genome killed their lover, children, parent, pet, whatever. And of course, the campaign follows them as they act out their vengeance. Oh my God, have Bubblegum Crisis, John Wick. Honestly, I think John Wick's story would work really well in a cyberpunk setting. Technoshock. The world of Bubblegum Crisis suffers from a constant acceleration of technology. A major sub-theme in BGC, this could be a main theme in your game. Technology is changing society faster than society can adapt, causing chaotic upheavals, disrupting traditional lifestyles, and threatening to render humanity itself obsolete. Are the players riding the new techno wave, or are they fighting to maintain some of the traditional time-proven values of the past? Are the villains neo-Luddite terrorists trying to violently stop progress? Or are they ruthless technocorp pushing an agenda to progress right above people's dead bodies? What is human? Another sub-theme of BGC is the question of what is truly human in a world of artificial people and computer intelligence is very pertinent. Are the more advanced boomers really simply mechanical humans? Do they deserve the same rights as living beings? It is a 70% cyborg really no longer human? This is a great theme for the Boomer Runner campaign. See pages 55 or 155. Oh, that's the replay. Capitalism can be taken to an extreme. In 2033, mega corporations make a lot of the rules, and they don't really care much about the little guy. The rapid pursuit of material wealth and progress at all costs are not healthy goals to live by. Genome is the ultimate example of a capitalistic machine that has grown beyond its ability to serve people. Your campaign can explore the fight to bring rampant commercialism under control, with the players facing off against one or more megacorps solely to prevent them from rolling over everyone in their quest for profit. Your campaign doesn't have to be a manifesto for socialism. Simply show how even a good thing can go too far. Yeah, totally a good thing. Yeah. We definitely don't have to worry about that at all in the real world. Not at all. Oh, it's only in media. BGC campaign types. Being a fusion of superhero, cyberpunk, and anime conventions, Bubblegum Crisis offers a wide variety of possible campaigns to enter to the enterprising referee. Set in the near future Earth, plagued by problems new and familiar, expanding into orbit, the world of BGC has room for almost any type of story. What kind of stories do you and your players want to tell, and what characters do they want to play? The Night Sabers. If it strikes your fancy, you could play the battle-suited ladies themselves. There are certainly many more adventures awaiting them. What did they do from June to December of 2033? Anyway. And who better tell those stories than their loyal fans? But please try not to kill them. There's a new TV series in the works. Another vigilante team. This is likely to be a popular campaign type. Your group is a new team of hard-suited warriors or battle mover jockeys like Vision, fighting villainy in Mega Tokyo or your hometown. Our Talsorian's own Bubblegum Crisis campaign setting is Bubblegum Crossfire, where other super vigilante groups have popped up around the world. This campaign type can follow the team through their inception, including what motivates them to pursue a life outside normal society, into their fight for justice or revenge. Super technology, extreme villains, and the tricks of leading a double life would all be factors in these stories. The characters in such campaign can have varied backgrounds and professions, but all should have mecha or super tech skills and assume secret identities as vigilantes. Wait, hold on a second. That's actually an interesting idea. That would be really fun to do this type of game. But if you mix in like Delta Green, where like Delta Green has the sort of it's a stress mechanic, but like once you're not doing your, solving the Eldritch mysteries and stuff, and you go back home and you like having to deal with your family that doesn't actually know what you're doing. I think that'd be an interesting thing to mix in with this type of game. You can probably just have it, keep it in as a, sort of stress mechanic if you are wanting it to play up the fact of like the traumas and stuff that you're having to deal with fighting, all these super villains and stuff like that. I think that would fit in like seamlessly, but also I can see mixing it up with it not necessarily being a way that your character relieves stress and puts it on the people you care about, and more about the stress of you having to like live your double life. Which I haven't played that many superhero TTRPGs. I played the one that I mentioned before with Index Card RPG, but other than that I haven't played any. So that makes me wonder, are there superhero TTRPGs where that is a focus on your double life and having to deal with the stress of that, like during downtime and stuff? I could see maybe Masks having mechanics for that, because it would, I think that would fit in with the Powered by the Apocalypse style. But that's that'll have to be something to look into. This will require some background development between the players and the GM. How does the group make money? What kind of HQ do they have? Don't get bogged down on the details here, but don't let them set up anything that's too powerful either. Let them start with a simple base, a moderate source of income, and information network that lets them know where they need to be and a reasonable way to get there. Remember, they will always get cooler stuff as the series progresses. You could even let them start with a surplus police equipment, like a bunch of souped up K-12s and some copters, and let them build from there. Vigilante heroes face two related challenges: maintaining both secrecy and the team's reputation. Secrecy is necessary to keep their characters and their dependent NPCs safe from retribution and harassment, be it legal or otherwise. Should their real identities become known, their enemies and the press will be able to hound them at all times, which is why most superheroes don't use their real names. The team's rep is important as well. The better the rep, the better the jobs they can get as a team, and the more money they can ask. More importantly, the higher the rep, the more likely the local authorities will be to turn a blind eye to their group's extra legal activities, since they'll have a grudging respect for the team and appreciate the help. If the team gets a bad rep, however, such as one for injuring bystanders or inciting riots, the authorities will be all over them like white on rice, waiting for their next appearance with handcuffs and AP rounds ready. That's why when Largo tried to destroy the Night Saber's reputation in Red Eyes, they had to respond or be declared a menace by the AD police. All this doesn't mean that the team has to have a reputation of being nice guys, just that they'd be known for being effective crime fighters who protect the innocent. As the GM, you'll have to keep track of each of these factors, like who knows any of the team secrets and what their public relations status is like this week. Add police. Another popular choice this campaign would be to follow various police player characters as they respond to constant threats of their home city's peace. Police stories can be quite melodramatic, so it won't take much effort to create an ADP campaign, which is basically Hill Street Blues or NYPD Blue, but with mecha. Honestly, I think playing as the police force is stinky. I'm gonna skip it. Then we go straight into Space Cops. Oh my god. That's something I really liked about with Cyborg, the Morkborg hack that I guess it's not a hack, but the Morkborg system that we went over last week, where there's like, cops are bad. You don't get to play as cops. Suck it up. So these are just all campaign ideas. How many more they got? Okay, not a few more. Let's see, Boomer Runner. That's the one they described in the replay. If you want to explore what does it mean to be human, theming your campaign, some or all your characters could be boomers. This series type is quite challenging to run, but can also be a unique role-playing experience for your players. They could be androids, military or corporate combat boomers, or perhaps even rogue hyper boomers who have sworn to destroy the corporation which created them. The players could even be military-use covert boomers who escaped their warlike life and try to live as they please, all the while finding ways to repair themselves and avoid the AD police. Note, if you're going to mix boomers and humans in the same group, use sexoroid-like androids and other very near-human boomers to ensure that the humans aren't overshadowed by the boomers' superhuman powers. A boomer campaign is a tough one to start with since boomers require considerable role-playing on the part of the players and considerable control on the part of the GM. Boomers can be very powerful, but they are also outcast in society and always hunted. Like children, many boomers will be exploring what they are and how they feel for the first time. Some may see themselves as superior to humans, while others face a dilemma of being just a machine. So in addition to action, deep thoughts and issues can be explored if your group is up for it. Let's see, media virus. In the ever-shrinking global village of 2033, the media can reach more people than ever before. With increase in war, intrigue, and corruption that has swept Earth, there's plenty of bad news to garner ratings. The growing reach and influence of corporations has spread pop culture like a virus, and hard times fuel the passions of the people. Given this climate, groups of reporters or musicians can get rich and famous quickly. If they're really good, they might even be able to make a difference in their world. Reporters could cover dangerous stories like natural disasters, ecological crises, brush fire wars, or even could be hard-hitting investigators who expose corruption in media stars, politicians, and corporate big shots. That'd be an interesting campaign, not necessarily just in Bubblegum Crisis, but in general, playing reporters. Like, I can see that working really well in like Eldritch Horror, where you play as reporters trying to report on all the weird shit going around, or something like hunting down cryptids or looking for like aliens, stuff like that. I'd vibe with that. Organized crime. Players might want to work for the Mafia, Yakuza, or Triad using stolen technology in order to achieve their goals. Rika demonstrated that Triad Harrises can be cool. Why can't you? Of course, no one said that players had to be all organized. They could go into business for themselves. The players have consciences that nag at them about stealing. Throw in a Robin Hood angle. Steal from the wealthy, oppress of corps, and give to the deserving poor. Or the characters could be escaped prisoners seeking justice or retribution if they were wrongfully imprisoned, or vengeance on their jailers if rightfully imprisoned. Any number of other options or mixes options are available. Some BGC campaigns may well push the mecha and gear into the background completely, focusing on the characters dealing with high-tech, low-brow world that seems to be rushing into oblivion. Campaigns could be following civilians who build mecha as a hobby for use in sporting events, or specially trained emergency response experts who conduct rescue and disaster control operations using powered, armored, and medevac boomers. Others could focus on space colonists trying to build a new world after having given up hope on the old one. The choice is yours. Actually is an interesting thought of doing Bubblegum Crisis, but you go to a new planet and you're having to fight weird alien monsters in your motor slave suits. Oh. There we go. The plot. If you're trying to tell a story, any story, you need a plot, a thread of events that drive the story forward to its conclusion. Your plot could be resolved in a single episode or be part of a larger story that takes an entire campaign to relate. Consider the plots of the video series. The Brian J. Mason Super Boomer Largo plot runs through episodes 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. The Vision plot actually begins in episode 2 with the death of Irene, but doesn't come to the fore until episode 7. Then there are episodes 4 and 8, where an entire plot is begun and resolved in a single sitting. Note that these plots often consist of several smaller plots linked together. For example, the Sexoroid escape plot in episode 5 has its own beginning, middle, and end, and is not obviously linked to the Super Boomer plot until episode 6, where Largo reveals that he arranged the escape to discredit Kaufman and Flint. In the same way, your plots can have many small episodes, some which are interlinked to larger plots, and others that stand alone. Look at these stories for inspiration in your own ideas, but know that there is room for a wide variety of plots in the BGC world. Plots often start small with incidents or clues that only hint at a larger problem. The majority of the plot is a series of encounters or events that develop the story and allow the tension to build until the climax, where the truth is revealed or the goal of the protagonist is accomplished, or not. This is a game after all. Bubblegum Crisis does not contain some special elements in its plots. Does contain some special elements in its plots. One is the balancing of personal involvement with the big picture. In order to keep the players interested, the plot line should be relevant to them personally, but should also involve a great deal more. For example, an adventure might involve the murder of a character's friend, but the character should eventually discover that the murder was part of a much greater scheme, perhaps to keep the dead friend from exposing a plan to buy the city. This being an anime, sometimes the players will be the center of the universe, but even then, a much larger plot will revolve around them. It may be personal, but it's never simple. A corollary to this point is that the plot must have consequences. The outcome of the story will have repercussions in the story at large. These consequences are usually related to the overall theme of your campaign and reflect some aspects of this idea. The exact content of Bubblegum Crisis plots can be very flexible, though. War, espionage, natural disasters, political infighting are all possible. The basic elements can be mixed, matched, and modified to provide an enjoyable campaign setting. Bubblegum Crisis videos are structured within a very specific type of media. Half to 1 hour videos aimed at upwardly mobile, well-educated young adult audience. Each episode contains as many elements as possible that make it popular with its audience: action, cheesecake, flashy mecha, ruthless villains, etc. You too should aim to make each game's session its own great episode of a larger series. Make sure that each episode has some serious combat, some intense and personal action, a few sexy and utterly cool NPCs, and at least one new weapon or mecha to play with. A breakneck pace complete with a rock and roll soundtrack of your favorite tunes, and as many props in the form of character drawings, maps, and models as you can possibly throw on your gaming table. In the Creating Your Episode section below, we outline how to combine these elements in a way that ensure the pacing and balance of each of your episodes. Goals are absolutely vital to running successful role-playing games. While role-playing is much like regular storytelling, there is an important difference. You can't really script a role-playing adventure. No matter what you do, your players will come up with things you can never have anticipated. Therefore, you don't write scripts for your players to follow. You create goals to keep them moving in the desired direction. There are 3 different levels of goals in the BGC RPG. The beat goal, which is what must occur in order to advance the plot. The episode goal, which may be an end to itself or a link to a larger story. And the campaign goal, which is what all of the action is leading up to. Beat goals. Each scene or beat, see the next page, will have its own minor purpose or goal for the players to accomplish. Sometimes it will be as simple as surviving combat. As others, they need to get an informant to talk or prevent a theft of an important clue in achieving the episode goal. These goals are flexible, even disposable. With your overall plot can survive the removal of some of these beat goals, no problem. For example, if the team fails in preventing the theft of the clue, they could pick up another clue later on, or maybe go on a mission to get it back. Episode goals. Each time you sit down to run an episode, you should have an idea where the action is going to go. Episode goals are flexible. They can range from winning a card game to infiltrating an enemy base. An example: a spy is in the character's midst. The goal would be for the characters to discover the spy and expose them during the episode. Once you have a rough idea of what your characters absolutely must accomplish, you can give them a lot of leeway in how they accomplish it. Just keep in mind that there is something particular that should be accomplished during the episode. Even if in a roundabout way, you should always nudge events to achieve your goal in the episode. If the players throw you a loop, you should be ready to bounce back. By subtly placing the goal in front of them over and over again, you can eventually get them to stumble over what they have to do and save your plot at the same time. While it's best that the players accomplish a vital goal, it's acceptable but not desirable to have an NPC save the day if they don't. I would usually say, like, if something like that, you know, just have the consequences and that be the story, just shift. Like, you know, this is sort of thing. Like, a lot of times when like a character dies, that's just assumed to be the end, unless, you know, the players have the spell or whatever. They pay the ability tax and the character's not dead anymore. But like, especially in fantasy, I think you can even do it in, you know, other genres, but you can explore that character in their death. Like, I have done that before, and I think that's something I always think about. You can always continue the story without necessarily, like, even if they fail, and the worst outcome, you can still find the ways to explore that if the group wants to. Series goals. Each campaign should have a climax, the moment all your characters have struggled to reach, the moment of glory, or their final defeat. The referee should decide the series goal at the beginning of the story. You will need to guide the story to its final goal. Most of the episodes will build to this, and all the pieces should come together. The final confrontation with the villain, the last bit of information to solve the puzzle, or the final mission that will end the crisis. A series goal should be treated with more formality than an episode goal. It is, after all, the end of your series. Bubblegum Crisis stories are usually linear. They should never lose their feeling that they're going somewhere. If 2 sessions have gone by without progression in the plot, it's time to nudge things along. If the action is progressing, then then it has to be going somewhere, doesn't it? Soon comes the moment all referees and players fear, the end of the campaign. No one likes the idea of ending a game that is going well, but remember, just because you end the story doesn't mean you can't bring your players back for a sequel. Bubblegum Crash, anyone? Subplots. While plot-oriented conflicts and crises from the core of a good Bubblegum Crisis story, it is personal stuff that hooks a player's interest. Subplots are stories that are connected to the main plot but are of a smaller scope. They're a good way to help players see the larger picture by introducing them to a smaller one first. The rules of subplots are simple. First, they must have a direct relationship to the player characters. The relationship can be active, e.g., the players are doing something that is caused by the subplot, or witness. The characters are witnesses to an event that is caused by the subplot. Popular subplots include betrayal, vendettas, personal quests, political intrigue, or romance. Always a popular choice. In an active subplot, a player is likely involved in the romance herself. In the witness subplot, the character might spot a comrade in an illicit rendezvous with a known enemy. Oh my gosh, enemies to lovers? And then you go back to enemies again, then you're lovers again. You just keep doing it because it's hot. The second rule of subplots is they must take back the seat of the main story. You find more time being spent on a single subplot than the main story, it's time to back off a little. However, a collection of subplots can come to dominate the action for a while. While running a campaign in Bubblegum Crisis style, you should have at least one subplot of each of your characters. 2 or 3 characters can even share one. Put as much attention to working these subplots as the main story. Interaction with these subplots are what will make your character interesting. If you look at Bubblegum Crisis characters, you'll discover that the characters that catch your interest are the ones that are dealing with personal problems. Yes, that's Pris's secret. Make sure to use melodrama to your advantage. Don't neglect this interpersonal stuff, the vendettas, friendships, love affairs, betrayals, tragic events. Make sure you fit in a few soap opera elements into each session for your players. And don't forget to leave some of the plots unresolved so they have to come back next week to see how it ends. Taking a drink. There's been so much talking. Let's see how much of this particular thing goes. Oh my goodness. I think we're going to finish out this page and then we're going to move over to Valhalla, which is The irony is I'm going to be talking just as much in that. But overall, I'm really happy that I looked at this. First off, it gave me a chance to learn more about Bubblegum Crisis, which sounds fucking awesome. And it's also, I feel like I learned a lot about index card RPG from reading this, even though they're very different systems. But I can definitely see a lot of like, I don't think necessarily like active, like, oh, I'm trying to remake the, you know, the fusion system TTRPG, but like I think the creator of index RPG played a lot of this system, and that sort of influenced their play style going forward. Let's see, where was I? Planning an episode. Now you've got your genre, theme, plot idea, and some nice bits you want to put in your game. Now it's time to plan an episode. Whether for a BGC video or adventure, you need to decide where the action's going. Pacing is the most important part of that plan. You not only have to tell a story, but you also have to break it up into manageable chunks for the players. Each chunk of the story should convey information, be entertaining, or help provide excitement by pushing the plot along in some visible way. We do this in BGC games by using a writing trick called the beat chart, a framework in which certain actions or scenes take place in a certain order. The order of the scenes helps maintain dramatic tension and helps the storyline make sense. And honestly, I think this could be condensed down to like a pretty simple system that I think would be really effective in doing Bubblegum Crisis style stuff, which I might try to do. Which I always tend to, like when I'm playing stuff, I try to simplify stuff down as much as possible, just because I like, for me, it's more important of having like a strong baseline, whether that's like, which, like they mentioned, like having the theme, like knowing the theme of your setting. Like you don't need to know the setting inside and out if you know what themes that it is going for. That way you can sort of improvise stuff as you go along. And I think that also is true for like rules. Each beat chart has 5 parts or beats: the hook, the development, the cliffhanger, the climax, and the resolution. Some beats, like the hook, climax, and resolution, occur only once. Other beats, like the development and cliffhanger, are used over and over in alternating order. There are 3 rules for setting up a beat chart. The story adventure always begins with a hook. The hook is a short piece of action or suspense that is used to involve the reader, viewer, or player in the story. For instance, the sudden appearance of a rogue boomer may herald more trouble down the road. The story always ends on a climax, followed by a resolution. The climax is the big finale of the story, the battle where good defeats evil, or when the murder is revealed. The resolution is the tagline. It's the little part at the end that tells what happens as a result of the climax. It's the part of the video where we see the supposedly dead villain flying, escaping, or the heroes living happily ever after. 3. Developments are non-action beats that move the adventure along. They involve clues, revelations, conversations, and character developments. The cliffhangers are always action scenes, chases, dogfights, battles, and so on. Developments and cliffhangers should appear in alternating order. You probably won't want to have 2 cliffhangers or 2 developments in a row. As a general, if your hook has a lot of action and battle, you'll start the rest of the story with a development. If the hook has more cerebral and is more cerebral and inactive, you'll want to start with a cliffhanger to liven things up. You will also want to make sure that you'll end on a development if your climax is an active one, and a cliffhanger if your climax is more mental. Grab a scrap of paper and quickly jot down a rough idea of beat chart for your adventure. You'll know you'll start with a hook and end on a climax and a resolution. how many development and cliffhangers are going to need. One way to determine this is to decide just how long you want your adventure to be. The rule of thumb is that each beat in a chart should take about 1/2 hour of gameplay. Your hook, climax, and resolution automatically count for 1.5 hours. Subtract this from the total hours of play and then divide the remaining between development and cliffhangers. So a 6-hour game session gives you 4.5 hours of several developments and or cliffhangers. Decide in a general way, since you haven't started to plot things out yet, whether you want to start on a development or a cliffhanger and which type of beat you want to end on. Number the list in order of appearance and you've got a beat chart. I think that could be worded a little bit better, but I actually think that is a good idea of how to, start out the bones of prep. And I don't I think you can also, you don't have to be too rigid about it. I think on Bass the World, it will follow the sort of path you lay out. But I think you can mix and match that stuff as the players are doing stuff. And I just think having the sort of those bare bones scenes prepped, and so you can sort of introduce them as they're encountered, is good. It's sort of like how I tend to spend most of my prep time on the locations that players will go to and the people, guys, sort of story stuff and the pacing and stuff can change depending on how much role playing is or how long combat takes, stuff like that, and stuff you'll have to improvise in the moment. But having the base stuff down, you can more easily improvise between that stuff. At least I can. I know there's some people they need a lot more prep to feel comfortable. And honestly, I tend to I feel less comfortable when I'm running if I have too much prep, because then my brain starts to lose track of stuff, and then I get anxious. Plot beats. In this section, we'll list some of all the best beats found in TV shows, movies, books. Oh, okay. So that's what all of this is. It's just random beats. Honestly, that's really nice that they did that. But there. Oh, we didn't get through all of it. I skipped a lot of the lore stuff. Actually, hold on. What was this? We'll go through this bubblegum crossfire thing, just see what it's about, and then we'll end it on that. Or wait, we'll end this part on that one. Then we'll switch over to Valhalla. This is an alternate universe in which you set your own BGC campaign, one in which you're free to come up with your own heroic vigilantes who have the same style as the Night Sabers, but are distinctly yours. In Crossfire, Dr. Stingray didn't send a data unit only to Cilia. He sent numerous such data units to friends, associates, and others he felt could trust with his technology. By 2033, mercenary groups like the Night Sabers are popping up in mega cities across the globe. The Knight Errants in London, the Laser Angels in Los Angeles, the Dark Knights in Mega Gotham. Oh my god. That's funny. And others all wage a guerrilla war against Genome's evil machinations. Each team uses its own versions of the hardsuits and motor slaves as its own agenda, but they're all part of a growing movement to resist Genome's plans. When stuck in this crossfire, how might the super conglomerate be expected to respond? It's up to you. Honestly, I like the idea, but if I was to make Bubblegum Crisis the TTRPG now, I would probably just have sort of a similar thing, but have it set in Mega Tokyo, just because that's where most of the world building and stuff is already done. Even though I do think it's cool to set up your own sort of alt universe mega cities from places that you're familiar with yourself. And I think it'd be cool to have rules for that. Like how do you like sort of upgrade your like local city or whatever into one of these dystopian mega cities? But you just like you come up with your own lightsaber names, like your own like group and stuff like that, rather than needing to necessarily justify why you're, you know, like justify why the lightsabers aren't a thing in your setting and stuff. I don't necessarily think that is much of a problem. Like sort of like the new Ghost in the Shell TTRPG. Like you're essentially, as far as I know, what I've seen, like you're in Section 9 or whatever the organization that Major's a part of, is just you're assumed to be filling that role rather than like necessarily having to justify why isn't Major in here? Why aren't the people from the like story that we're inspired by or from? But maybe I'm just a weirdo. I've never really cared that much about canon and like what actually is like how rigid do we have to be to the story before it becomes its own thing. I just like to get inspired by stuff and then let my brain go in all the weird places it goes. As Bubblegum Crossfire is your own story, we're not going to tell you what your campaign's theme should be. You can focus on any of the major themes explored in Bubblegum Crisis or cover radically different issues. Maybe your characters are a secret covert team working on their working for their government, in which case the theme could be what price patriotism. The possibilities are endless, and we encourage you to be creative with your choices. As an example, we offer a sample campaign outline to help you get started quickly. In this campaign, the characters are secret vigilantes operating in a major American city. At the local Genome Tower, Genome VP Lenore Casca is instigating a secret program to provide heavy weaponry to the local criminal element, gangs, mobsters, etc., in an effort to overwhelm the city's law enforcement agencies. She is simultaneously submitting a proposal to the city council for an all-boomer police force. That sounds so funny. Coincidence? No way. Once the genome-controlled police boomers are in place, VP Casca will stop arming the criminals and Genome will control the city. So non-player characters, we have the main villain, which is the Lenore Casca, and have the main ally, Special Police Chief Murphy O'Brien, wildcard, UN spy Richter Sanction, Bubblegum Crossfire Episode 1. Now that we've given you an idea of what you might be working with, here is a beat chart for a potential first episode of your Bubblegum Crossfire campaign. This first episode will carry the players to Mega Tokyo and a confrontation with the Lightsabers themselves. See, like that, I don't know. I've never really been into that. Like, there was a little bit of time where I was playing in like a Critical Role, like set in that world. I'm not sure how many sessions we ended up doing, but like, I don't know. It felt like the group had to do a lot of justifications into why, like the Critical Roles party like wasn't involved and stuff. I don't know. I just never got it. I never got why people have to do through those mental gymnastics for that. Hook, Monsters Discovery. While the players break in their new powered armored against a rogue boomer, they find that their power cells only last about 5 minutes in real combat. This is bad. Development quest. The players find that their Stingray database is corrupted. Upon investigation, they learn of the Lightsabers and know that the KS must have an intact database. Will they cooperate? Cliffhanger confrontation. In Mega Tokyo, the team saves a young female AD police officer from some disguised genome thugs who were hassling her. It's Nene, but the team won't know that. Development alliance. A mysterious Lightsaber agent approaches the team and offers to help. A meeting is arranged. Cliffhanger battle. The players meet with the hard-suited Nightsabers. A discussion begins. Boomers suddenly ambush both groups, and both groups fight them together. The alliance is solidified, and a database exchange is planned. Development not what it appears. Nene secretly contacts the team and tells them that these are phony Nightsabers created by Genome. They want a copy of the team's database. Climax final battle. The players fight the fake Nightsabers and more boomers as the real sabers, keyed in by Nene, come to help. Resolution. Villain escapes. The fake boomers are destroyed, but the villain is never revealed. The team can now get Celia to agree to get them the data they need, but not the entire database. Our heroes wing home having made a valuable connection in Mega Tokyo. Customized mecha. We know that the players of Bubblegum Crossfire campaign will want their own distinct mecha to make them stand out. To design custom motor slaves, choose one of the four and simply mix and match their weaponry as you see fit. Hardsuits may be generated randomly with dice or be paid with campaign points, or you can do both. Okay, that was it. That was it for Bubblegum Crisis. There are technically two more books, and that cover the other animated series from Bubblegum Crisis, like OVAs. So this one, let's see. The AD Police Force, Bubblegum Crash, I believe was the sequel, the proper sequel to Bubblegum Crisis. And then Bubblegum Crisis EX. EX technology. So this one seems to be mostly about technology and stuff. Virtual vision. Oh, it comes with the actual adventure. That mech suit looks cool as fuck though. But let me get rid of that. So yeah, honestly, I might end up running something. I might not. I'm not sure if I'll run it in this system, but the more I've read into, the more I'm really vibing with this, and I think at some point I'm gonna want to run something inspired by this. But now I need to get us switched over to Valhalla. I kind of want to play Cyberpunk 2077, just to give my brain a break from reading. But I feel like we're pretty close to finishing Valhalla. If I was to continue it, I think we'd be able to finish it next week because we're on chapter 2. I guess I could check to see how many chapters are in Valhalla. That might be a smart person thing to do. I'm not the smartest dog on the streets, but I try. Let's see. Honestly, I thought searching would give me a quicker answer. World organizations, achievements, endings. No, I'm not actually seeing. That's fine. Let me get us switched over. Go ahead and change the category before I forget. Oh, my neck just popped in a weird way. Why did it not switch over? Okay. Probably should change the title because I had it just as the TTRPG thing. Okay. Now let's see here. Where are you, Valhalla? I'd probably help if I spelled it right. Okay. Now I should go and switch this over here. Come on. Come on, Valhalla. There we go. There we go. I can close this now. Anything else? Anything else I need open? I think I've got everything. Oh, I don't need this Pokemon lo-fi anymore. Every time I like look over at OBS and see my model, I just get so happy. I love it so much. They're so cute. Let's see. We're on 7. Your electricity bill will be sent out on the 24th. Please make sure you have at least have the 8,000 needed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We are very far away from that. Jill bought what she wanted and she'll be pleased with herself. She will surely focus at work. Have a nice day. The augmented eye. Danger's admin has been arrested. Cybercrime unit up in the admin's ass. December 17th will come. Second retribution day is coming. Okay. So just cut off there. By Lana Smithy. Famous hacker Alice_Rabbit graced the popular text board Danger U or Danger/U. We're just going Danger with a new threat, which resulted in the arrest of the site's admin known as Furfur for a second time. We have no details to give other than that he was arrested as part of an ongoing investigation. Cybercrime Unit's Lizette Blanc told the Augmented Eye during a call, "We are now busy tracking down the message that appeared yesterday." When inquired about the arrest, Furfur would only respond with a calm, "Not this shit again." NanoCam is now making smart. NanoCam is now making smart underwear. Huh? If underwear you can change with a voice command was something you really wanted in your life, NanoCamo has you covered. Already providing consumer versions of their advanced nanomachine fabric, they plan to release a line of underwear that can change its look with a spoken word. No more stains in your white panties. Just change its color to black and you will barely notice. That won't change the smell though. They're not that advanced. We expect an increase in sales next year thanks to the innovative product, a PR representative told the Augmented Eye. I'm already using them. Super comfy if you ask me. Honestly, I feel like if you had underwear that could change its color, how are you not far off from just having underwear that can, like, clean itself? Because, I mean, it's using nanomachines. I feel like if you're already at nanotech, they should be able to clean themselves. Or at least get rid of odors. The GSF January 4th card. GSF January 4th card announced 66 American kid and giant Yusuke headlining. The blood feud between the giant Yusuke and 66 American Kid will reach its climax this January 4th at the annual GSF Dome event. But it's not the only match of the night. Other interesting bouts feature great workers such as the Great DK and Errands, a full card below. So we have 66 American Kid versus Giant Yusuke, Red Comet Jr. versus Nagisa, Akito versus the Great DK, Roy Campbell versus Errands, and Jack Bomb and Blaze versus Hooli and Karakolta Tag Team Championship. And then Osuna versus Siegfried. So, I keep forgetting that she does little comments right here. 4 wrestling? Joe, my boss was just curious. Oh, that's right. 4 is the cat, and she voices the cat herself. So she is slightly crazy. She talks to herself via voicing her cat. Oh, that's the music player. We don't want that. The nano cam out. It'd be funny if you could buy the nano camo panties. Just have them hanging on the wall that you change. Let's see if Kira Miki has wrote anything. Anything new? No, she hasn't. It's time to go to work. Monday, December 19th. Good evening, Gil. Oh, hey guys. Dana comes in. How the hell did you get in? Gillian. I have a copy of the key, remember? Wait. That's how you greet me after so many days? Dana. I never doubted you'd be fine. If anything, I'd have to cut your paycheck for leaving for so many days without notice. Gillian. Dana. See, Jill? He'll be here on Monday like nothing ever happened. Jill. Wait, why does he have a copy of the key and I don't? Dana. The need for you having a key never arose. Jill. True. Dana. Anyway, I'm glad you're fine, Gil. Gillian. Thanks, I guess. Jill. Gillian. What are you going to make me wash the bathrooms again? Jill. Not today. Listen, I don't know who the hell you really are or what you're trying to come back to bite you in the ass. But remember, there are people that actually care about you. Don't just leave like you did. Especially after all hell broke loose. At least give us a sign that you're still alive. Gillian. So you were worried. Jill. Isn't that normal? Gillian. When it comes to you, I don't know. Jill. Shut up. Dana. She's right, though. You shouldn't make ladies worry so much. Check if the cats didn't move the internet antenna, would you? Gillian. Fine. Jill. Hey, boss. Why did you leave the hoodie at my place? Dana. Because it's yours? Jill. But I told you could keep it. Dana. Sorry. I couldn't find it myself to take it. Jill. Why? Dana. Partly because I didn't feel right taking it. But mostly because I thought you'd totally look cute with it. Jill. I see. Dana. Don't think I'm rejecting a gift of yours. It's just preserving cuteness is one of my principles. Jill. Right. Dana. Are you still worried about the whole bar closure thing? Jill. Of course I am. Not like I can't work because of it, but you know. Dana. All we can do is enjoy whatever time we have left here as best we can. Jill. Yeah. Dana. So, cheer up. Clients smell sadness and fear, and we don't want that. I'll go to my office. Jill, okay. Gillian. Antenna's fine. Did I miss anything? Jill, not really, no. Anyways, let's start the day. Okay, let's get rid of these. Jill, time to mix drinks and change lives. Oh, yeah. Gil? I'm not happy about the choice of having Gil and Jill. I feel like this is like a Gif Jeff reference in disguise. Jill. The reason why I'm just saying their names before I speak because my voice is it's a little bit fucked right now. So I'm not sure if doing voices on top of it. It really was poor choice on my part to mix TTRPGs and visual novels at the same time. I'm not sure why I did it. Joe, glad to see you're fine. I mean it. Gillian, thanks. Oh, new person? Excuse me, I'm looking for Dana Zane. Jill, may I have your name? Tell her it's Brian. Just a sec. Boss, some Brian guy's looking for you. Dana, tell him I'll be there in a bit. Jill, she'll, you heard her. Brian, oh, it's all right. Oh, wait. Jill, it's weird for someone to come asking for her, though. Brian, it's not so weird when you're BTC's regional manager in these parts. Jill, yeah, I guess that's, I guess I didn't give you the best first impression, Brian. Don't worry. I know who I'm dealing with. I'm not a fan of people treating me too nicely because of my position anywhere. Handle me like I'm just another client. Jill, all right, I can do that. What can I get for you, Mr. Brian? Brian, let's go with the basics. A sugar rush, please. Jill, coming right up. I love it when they actually just give you the name of what they want, rather being like, I want something that reminds me of when I was a kid eating lollipops while watching cartoons, but also something that smells like roses and gets me really drunk. That one lady, fuck her and what she was trying to do. She was just making my job hard for no reason. Here you go. Brian. Yeah, this one's nice. Jill, back in training, they made a big deal out of the sugar rushes. Why? Brian, they're like the fried eggs of mixing drinks. They're the most basic thing, but people can still mess them up. Sugar rushes are simple enough that you only need to follow the instructions. If you can't even do that, your future as a bartender is not bright. Jill, huh? They never told me that. Brian, you're Jill, right? Jill, yep, that's me. Brian, Dana has talked quite a bit about you. Jill, really? Brian, yeah, and I guess you must have a few questions for me. Am I right? Jill, Brian, mostly concerning the closure warning Valhalla got. Jill, can you disclose any information? Brian, I shouldn't, but you have the right to know. Jill, thanks. Brian, don't mention it. Know where to start. You saw the news on the information leak during the Apollo Trust Bank incident, right? Jill, about the White Knights having lots of members from criminal organizations in their ranks? Brian, turns out the White Knights weren't the only ones with shady people. Some of those same folks have been trying to elude illegal problems using BTC certified bars. The BTC bars have their own protocols, meaning the White Knights can't dig too deeply. At least not without going through a ton of paperwork first, giving criminals the time to cover their tracks. Although it takes a bit of time to set up, it has apparently proven an effective method for money laundering. Jill, where does Valhalla come in? Brian, young bars are the ones under the radar right now, and the modest to low income ones are the primary suspects. It's not just Valhalla. Any small bar with small income is being investigated heavily right now. Jill, so the closure notice is due to low sales? Brian, among the reasons a bar can get axed, low sales is the rarest one. If low sales were a problem, lots of bars would close every year. Jill, oh, you'll find out soon enough, huh? Brian, sorry? Jill, oh, nothing, don't mind me. It seems your guess was spot on, Gil. Gillian, Brian, if it helps, I'm doing my best to fill in your place. Jill, really? Why? Brian, most of Glitch City's bars are a pain in the ass. They constantly give reports of chemical damage or shady drinks. This one is one of the few places from which I almost never receive complaints. The closest thing to a recent complaint was that whole Farmer Fabric affair from a little while ago. Jill, so much saliva. Brian, I wouldn't get my hopes up though, especially since the BTC will try to save face by axing as many suspects as possible. Jill, knowing you're making an effort is enough. Thanks. Can I get you anything else? Brian, now that I remember, the recipe book has a drink created here, right? Jill, oh yeah, the suplex? Brian, give me one of those, please. Jill, sure. A suplex. 4 Bratson extract. 3 Flannergid, and 3 Chemotrin. All mixed on the rocks. Here you go. Brian, the registry form said this was an accident while making a pile driver. Jill, you can ask the creator of the drink just over there. Brian, so you're Robert? Jillian, yes, that's my name. I'm Robert, the one and only. Jill, huh? Brian, Jill called you Gil though. It's Argentinian slang. Jill, Robert here is from Argentina, so we call him Gil. Brian, I see. Jill, Gillian, Dana, sorry, Brian. I was sorting some stuff at the office. Please come in. Brian, I'll be right there. Any other questions, Jill? Jill, no, not really, no. Although, Brian, yeah? Jill, if you were to evaluate my performance right now, how would you rate me? Brian, clean and timely delivery of the correct orders, a top-notch bartender. Jill, thanks. Brian, now if you'll excuse me. Gillian, I'm surprised you haven't met him before. Jill, I received my training in another city. The regional supervisor there was some girl with a red mohawk. Gillian. See. Jill. I wonder what boss will talk about Brian. Oh, it's Stella. Jill, was it? I think my throat's feeling a little bit better. After hydrating more. We're gonna try the voices. Miss Stella, what a pleasure. Are you okay? Yeah, just call me Stella. And give me a big beer, please. Sure, on it. 1 beer. 1. Oh, so that's 2 aldehyde, 4 Bronson extract, 2 powdered delta, 4 Flannergids, and then 4 Camotrine. That failed. Do I need 8 Camotrine? 2, 4, 2, 4. We'll do 8. Big. The biggest of beers. Are you sure you're fine? You know Say, right? Of course. What's up with her? She was at the Apollo Trust Bank during the whole affair and... Oh. Right. That. So she didn't show up on the list of massive body count in the aftermath. So I was hoping that maybe you'd seen her. As much as I'd love to say that I had. Yeah, I figured as much. Man, the air is suddenly a lot heavier. I mean, I could tell her everything would be alright, but that would just sound a bit condescending. What does one do in this kind of situation? Maybe a joke? No, that'd be tasteless. Okay, just try and say anything. At the very least, we'll break the tension. Maybe distracting her will be enough. I don't think clearly when under this kind of pressure, do I? There was a private eye here the other day. Eye? Sorry, I'm a bit on edge. A private detective? I take it? Yeah, maybe you'll want his services. What's his name? I believe it was Art Van, no, Von Delay. Oh, that Art guy. Yeah, I actually hired him yesterday to look for Say. So you still have hope? I'm somewhere between bargaining and depression right now, and I'm afraid I'll let go of bargaining. I see. Is he any good? He doesn't look like it, but he's quite skilled at gathering intel. I believe he'll just give me answers about Say, whatever that might be. Sometimes I wish I had a magic wand. So I could solve all the problems with my swing, you know? Sorry if I'm making you uncomfortable. Oh, sorry. It's not about feeling uncomfortable. It's just weird. I usually try to say something to my clients when I see them down. And right now, I can't find any words that don't sound hypocritical, useless, tasteless. I'm glad to know you have that much common sense at least. All I can do is get you drinks. Can I get you anything else? Something sweet. That'll help me calm down a bit. Gladly. Give Stella something sweet to calm her. Okay, Sugar Rush. Probably not going to be very calming. I can see a sparkle star. They used to actually sparkle, but too many complaints about skin problems made them redesign the drink without sparkling. Let's see, a blue fairy. One of these will make all your teeth turn blue. Hope you brush them well. A moon blast. No relation to the hadron candy you see on the moon for 1 week every month. The Brantini. 8 out of 10 smug assholes would recommend it, but they're too busy being smug assholes. The Piano Woman. So none of them specifically say anything about calming, so I'm gonna go with the Sparkle Star. Sweet, girly, and happy. And 1 Powder Delta, optional Cametrine, aged, mixed. Here you go. Thanks. Seems you really like Say. I don't have brothers or sisters, and my social interactions are usually strictly business. So Say's more than a friend to me. She's. Sorry, I brought up that topic at a bad time. Don't worry about it. As I was saying, she's more than a friend. She's my emotional support. She's someone I can trust wholeheartedly. I say she's like my sister, but siblings usually lack that level of trust. Holy hell. Welcome in. It's me, your dog, Howard Coyote, the Backstreet Chimera, Stray City. We are playing Valhalla. I just finished looking over the Bubblegum Crisis TTRPG. I hope you had a good stream. If you need a raid and run, feel free to take care of yourself. I know it's late. We're like at 1 or something now. But I see he's playing Stardew again. I hope that was a nice chill time for you. I still have a bit of Stardew trauma from the archipelago. Like, that's been over a month ago at this point. But it's good to see you, Crow. I'm going to take a drink. Stardew is very fun, but Stardew, the archipelago is not the normal way to experience Stardew. The 17 hour stream is still fresh in my poor doggy brain. Even though it was a lot of fun. Yeah, if my friends ever want to do an archipelago again, I will say yes, but I'll also complain. Oh, both things will happen. Yeah, honestly, I'd say the 2 to 3 hours mark is probably the usual time that people stream. I'm just a weirdo that, like, when I first got into the whole, like watching Twitch and being a mod, like the first person I started modding for, she streamed like 10 hours was like the average, and a lot of times she would go over 10 hours. And then the other person, they also, at least when I first started modding from, they also streamed about that much sometimes, depending on when their how their work was going. But so yeah, I'm definitely an outlier, even though my normal stream times outside of this event is I usually try to stream for 4 hours, not mainly just so I have time to work on like outside stream stuff, like getting clips and all. But I might go back to doing longer streams after this. We'll see. Yeah, that's fair. I think, it is important to take care of yourselves. Streaming is it's a lot of brain juices. But also, as you can see, I have my new model. I'm now very cute, and I'm very happy about it. But Pro, if you need to go get those sleeps, go get those sleeps. Go take care of yourself. We're just going to be playing Valhalla for another 3 hours ish, roughly. We'll see how long my throat is. My throat's going. Well, yeah, if you ever, want help looking for that stuff, I've been around the VGen block quite a bit, and I know a few PNG model artists, and also the model artist that did my PNG, as you can see, very good. So yeah, feel free to hit me up if you ever want to look into that stuff. I'm always down to help peeps. Ooh, actually, I could use a trick. Oh, God. Like the original one I started with, like when I first started streaming, was it was like a pre-made that I heavily edited, and that's what led me to sort of the original version of this design. And then I got my second PNG model artist, and then I didn't hear from them a bit after it was made. Then I got this new one because I like how cute it is. I like how cute it looks, even though I say crazy ass shit all the time. Now, honestly, when it comes to PNG models, there are a lot of options. You have, like, what I use for the most part is PNGtuber Remix. But there's also VideoTube Mini. There's the main VideoTube, which is like, I think it's currently in a Patreon subscription that will eventually come out with its main release. There's like RahiTuber. There's a new one that's coming out that actually may be interest to you. Let me see if I can find the link for it real quick. But it is a PNG program that has it's almost like if you imagine if someone made PyCrew into a PNGTube program where it has a built-in like pre-made characters that you can sort of swap hairstyles and stuff like that, but it has a lot more animations because it is all built in together. Like, has hand animations, it's tracked via webcam, and honestly, it looks very promising. The creator has mentioned that she is planning on making it where you can import models as well. There we go. So I am keeping an eye on that one. Yeah, I would say it is a bit like Emote Lab. I used Emote Lab for animated emotes because I had an obscene amount of animated emote slots, and animated emotes can be a little bit pricey. So I figured have that as a base while I slowly get more emotes made, or have the time to draw my own emotes, which I want to get back to after things settle down. Like I did draw some of mine, like this one I drew. I am happy with my level of drawing skill, but I would not call myself an artist. Just I can like for instance, Watts, my little Pikachu looking thing in the corner, I drew that. And when I originally started out, most of the stuff that I had on stream was stuff that I had drawn, but I do draw with the mouse, and so it can be kind of scuffed at times. Oh, like starts with a P. I'm blanking on it. What is the name of the little chainsaw dog and chainsaw? Is it like Poco? Hoocha? Hookah? I gotta know. I'm gonna search it real quick. Pochita, there we go. There we go. We got to it. We got to it. We stumbled into it. Yeah, that is a little cutie. I need to rewatch that. I watched the Reese arc, like the movie of it. That was really good. And honestly, like, Denji is a spirit animal of mine. Like, when I was originally like thinking of my character, part of Denji was there, because I feel like I also too would do so much. I would go through so much pain for the attention of Adami Mommy. But also, I feel like me and my best friend, we really do give off a Denji and Power sort of friendship. We have that chaos inside us. Yeah. Hey, like I'm always saying, I am out here. I'm putting out the energy for the goth mommies. I'm waiting. Eventually they'll come. Or I'll come. You know, one of the two. It's hard to say. Yes, exactly. You get it. You know, I'm a big proponent. You just got to put the energy out there, and eventually it'll happen. Positive thoughts lead to positive action, as some people say. And I'm putting that mindset into the big titty goth girls out there. But in the meantime, I'm just going to keep being a weird ass dog. Instead of being a golden retriever, I'm more like if a chupacabra stumbled into your yard. Still very dumb, but the thought is there. I swear, the amount of talking I did going through Bubblegum Crisis it's really done something to my throat. Hell yeah. Ignorance is bliss, as they say. And I'm ready to be blissed out. Ooh. Oh, I need to stretch my back some. Wait, like, I have a really scuffed sleep schedule. So a lot of times, especially during this event, I've pretty much woken right into streaming. Welcome in, say. Hope you're having a good night. Hope you've been doing well. So my back is a little crunchy from going straight to bed to desk to stream for 10 hours. Oh, that's a good one. Oh. But I think it's time to get back into Valhalla. I've said this before, but I'm really impressed with the quality of storytelling that I've seen with a lot of the cyberpunk visual novels. I'm not sure if it's because the cyberpunk genre just tends to bring in a certain type of people into the storytelling story. Maybe I just haven't played a lot of visual novels. That might be it. Yeah, Crow, hope you have some good sleeps. Hope you have the sweet dreams. Bye-bye. What my plan is, I stay up so other people get the good sleeps. I have the crusty, fucked up sleep schedule for humanity. I do it for humanity, not for any other reasons. I have to deal with high-class pricks of every race and upbringing on a daily basis. They use a business mask to hide anything they don't want others to know, and I do the same. But with it, say I can be myself. I can do whatever I want and vent all my frustrations. Thank you. I appreciate that. It took me a long time to, I wouldn't say I'm still at a place where I don't like my voice, but I've gotten used to my voice where I don't viscerally want to destroy things when I hear my voice, which that is an improvement. She's always been there for me, and now she might need me. But here I am sitting at a bar making other people do that job because I'm a useless pile of flesh. Sorry about the outburst. I'm actually kind of jealous of the level of self-control you're using here. I mean, I'd be a mess in that situation. Bill, would you like some fresh air? I'm gonna take my break. You could use some. Well, for a given value of fresh. I'm fine, thanks. Okay then. Gil, please serve as Miss Stella while I take my break. Sure thing, leave it to me. I think like I know like people like when they hear because the people's voices sound different in their to them compared to when they hear it like through their ears, because we hear like the vibrations in our bones and stuff. But also I have a bit of the dysmorphia, which, you know, that's just how it be sometimes with the being the transgender MB self that I am. Also, I think it's a bit because for a while growing up, I did not talk a lot. Like I did have I wouldn't necessarily say is mutism, but like I would spend more time not talking versus talking. Like in school or like stuff, I would barely talk unless like someone hit my special interest and it's like a video game or something. Then I would talk, or like talk to my friends. But outside that, I barely talked. And I even sometimes now, there were just times where I can't talk at all. It doesn't. I have been on stream, which that might just be because my brain's like, oh, I'm streaming. I'm supposed to be talking. That might be part of it. Oh, that's awesome. It's always good to find more MBs in the world. We got to form an army. The MB army. God damn, it's chilly outside. Jukebox 3. Do we want to switch up the music? Like this like changing the music is so much louder than everything else. I'm back. Huh? Oh, it's Art. I forgot what Art looked like. I forgot their voice. We'll just do a generic voice until we see him again. What would a kid like you know about that, eh? I'm just giving you the facts as they are. What happened while I was gone? Let's see. Detective guy comes in. Cat boomer girl greets him. They start talking. Everything was okay until the girl mentioned the Zombatsu Corp offhand. After that, the guy got riled up and started bad-mouthing it. Oddly enough, he was the only one. She just carried on like it was just a normal conversation. I see. Oh, okay, I remember. I don't know why, but Art reminds me of George Costanza from Seinfeld. I think I was doing like a nerdy voice for him. Well, I won't deny Zombatsu Corp is anything but innocent. When you get down to it, it has enhanced the quality of life here. Yeah, if enhanced, you mean getting yanked around by a shiny new chain around our necks. Can't you see those big companies don't care about us? Why do you think Glitch City is mockingly called the guinea pig of the world? We're just one big test group for them to use however they want. But then again, I don't expect a kid to understand how hard it was, let alone a rich kid. True, I don't know, and true, I have privilege that clouds my judgment, but you can't deny that the meddling of Zanbatsu Corp has brought quite a few benefits. Like what? The AI integration program they started is making huge advances in the AI department. Every day, more and more countries are seeing the benefits of recognizing AI as citizens. Yes, but also hold the AI reformation program, meaning that we're also the world's Lilin prison. AI went rogue, transfer it to a delivery drone, or ship it to Glitch City. That murderer is now delivering your pizza. Fair point. Although that program has proven to have reformed many AIs, they don't brag about their 88% success rate for nothing. The city also has a stronger economy. Zanbatsu Corp's success has made more and more companies bring their products here. And the gap between classes continues to grow. More companies just means more people who plant their feet on their face. But also it means more products are being brought to lower classes. Stores have 20% more brand variety compared to last year. Zabatsu's Corp's main medical research branch has also made lots of discoveries. More and more illnesses previously thought incurable and being addressed every day. It's amazing for those who can afford them. Meanwhile, down here, we're experiencing medical shortages almost every month. You have a point there. Oh, but there's also more jobs. All the companies coming down here need more personnel. So the unemployment rate has gone down by almost 40% this year. More jobs. Shut up. Am I wrong? Well, that's... Hey, you. Don't just sit there. Give me a Zen Star. Sure. Make a Zen Star for the Sora baby. Oh my god, I love that. Let's see. A Zen Star is 4 of each. So 4 aldehyde. 4 Bronson extract. 4 powdered delta. 4 Flanagan. And 4 Carmotrine. On the rocks and mix. Here you go. God, this is awful. It's your order, though. I seriously hope you don't really believe everything you just said. Of course I do. Why else would I say it? You do bring up something I always fail to remember. All the benefits we've gained over time are limited to a few. I can talk about advances all I want, but at the end of the day, they're still a luxury belonging only to a few. And even those who can be accessed by everyone are more like an improvement in the bigger picture. That doesn't take away from the fact that there have been positive changes. Credit where credit's due, don't you think? That's a pretty mature answer. Discussions are a way for two parties to understand each other. The only people afraid of discussion are the ones whose points are too fragile to defend against someone. Yeah, mature. Whatever. I'm going to take the chance to ask you about that job I gave you yesterday. Yeah, I haven't been able to find much, but I can at least tell you that she wasn't at the bank when it opened up. What does that mean? Either she left before the whole ordeal started, or she managed to escape at some point before the whole thing ended. All the corpses are accounted for. They only found one totally disfigured, but witness identified it. It wasn't your friend, that much is for sure. I see. Did you call him here? No, he just happened to come here today. And the weird part is that girl did enter the bank. It's like she vanished or something. I see. Thanks. Keep it up. Your face brightened a bit. Hope is the last thing you lose, I guess. And if he's telling the truth, say you might actually found a way out. She's a resourceful girl. I'm sure surely she did something. I think I'll have another drink. Do you want anything? Me? Just get me whatever you order. 2 bad touches, please. On it. Two bad touches. On the rock. Next. Oh. Oh god, I swear I keep bouncing between it's too hot in my room and that's too cold. Please. I want to sit in the center. Another blackberry Dr. Pepper float? Fuck. Oh, I want one so bad. Oh. You tease me so. Okay, now we need to do the next one. I really should have made a Dr. Pepper float when we had the homemade ice cream, but I forgot it was a thing. I remember this one party I went to. That guy came up with the name of this drink, showed up. After people found out that one out, they lined up to slap him for whatever reason. They didn't seem offended to me, though. I imagine the guy shows up and tells you, I made a classy bad touch. Wouldn't you line up to slap him? Are you okay, Jill? I'm fine. Now that I think of it, did you find that girl you were looking for a week ago, Mr. Vandelay? Turns out she was at the Apollo Trust Bank all this time. No wonder I couldn't get in touch with her. Girl? Someone paid me to look for Crimson Rose, and she happened to be at the, what? I'm trying to avoid mentioning that dangerous assassin that got stuck in the same bank as the girl you're looking for. Oh, don't worry. Besides, the last thing I'm worried about would say is people. Why is that? Her attitude is usually so laid back and gentle that she has no problem getting people on her side. And on the off chance that she has to defend herself, well, I once saw her take care of a warbot gone haywire by herself. She did need medical help afterwards, but she recovered in no time and managed to take care of the bot. Is she really that good? She's not only really physically fit, but she also seems really good with Krav Maga and, something wrong? No, nothing. I just realized I forgot all about that. Say's not invincible, but she knows how to take care of herself. And like I said, she's resourceful. She surely found a way out. I just hope she's well wherever the hell she is. She owes me an ice cream. You want another drink, Mr. Vandelay? It's on me. Are you sure? Yeah, order away. Okay, then I have a piano man. And you, Miss Stella? I'm fine. Get his order. 1 piano man. 2 aldehyde. 3 Bronson extract. 5 powdered delta. 5 Leonard Gid. And 3 Harmatrine. Ooh. All on the rock and mix. Here you go. So this is what drinking something classy without worrying about the price feels like? All right. I should get going. My contact will arrive at the rendezvous point soon. I'll let you know if I find out anything else, Miss Hoshi. Please do. All right, then. You've been generous today. He made my night with his discoveries on Say's situation. I'm not totally over it, but at least I got distracted for a bit. I think I've had enough for today. How are you feeling? Better than when I came in at the very least. Thank you for everything. Please come again. Ooh, it's been quite a day. At least the streets are calm today. Oh no, a nameless person. I have arrived yet again at the oh god, at the majestic hall of heroes. Calm until now? Oh, it's Virgilio. What voice did I do for them? We meet again, bartender. You look winded, Virgilio. It is pronounced Virgilio. Virgilio? Virgilio? Virgilio. No, I'm pretty sure it's Virgilio. You said as much last time you came. Pronunciations are a silly thing society imposes on letters. They want to be free. They want to be pronounced however they want. You look winded, Virgilio. We are all little toys, winded by the cruel hand of fate. Just stumbling until it decides not to wind us anymore. And yet, you're the only one in the vicinity hyperventilating. That's, I was jogging. To rest like that? I can jog however I want. Oh, yes, you can. What can I get you? Something fake. Of course. Something fake? What the fuck does something fake mean? What does that even mean? Promo drink, maybe? We'll go through the list and see something that mentions being fake. We're nothing but mammals, after all. Traditionally brewed beer has become a luxury, but this one's pretty close to the real deal. Wait, hold on. I think I remember there was one that was... I think I remember there being one. I'm blanking on the name. It's so unnecessary brown. One of that will make your teeth blue, but I hope you brush well. 8 out of 10 smug assholes would recommend this, but they're too busy being assholes. It's like champagne served on a cup that had a bit of cola left. I'm not sure how I'd feel about champagne mixed with cola. Granted, I've never had champagne before, so I don't even know what champagne tastes like. It will knock the drunkenness right out of you or knock you out cold. A couple of these will make your tongue feel velvety. More of them and you'll be sleeping soundly. It's like drinking ethylic alcohol with a spoonful of sugar. PG rated shows, favorite beer, ersatz since 2040. This one's unbearable. It's mostly fans of the movie it was used in. It's supposed to mean a punch made of innards, but the name actually describes what you feel while drinking it. Mars Blast. One of these is enough to leave your face red like the actual planet. No thermometer was harmed in the making of this drink. No relation to the Hadron Cannon. Yeah, this drink does not represent the opinions a bar pianist unit, or its associates. Let's see. It doesn't burn as hard on the tongue, but you better not have a sore throat when drinking it. They used to actually sparkle, but too many complaints about skin problems made them redesign the drink without sparkling. Sweet, light, and fruity, as girly as it gets. Tastes like old chocolate milk with its good smell attack. Some say it tastes like caramel too. A small twist on the pile driver with the Zen Star. Okay. I did not see anything. I thought I remembered something that was about not being, yeah, but I don't see anything that would make me think this is fake. Like, I just, like, what kind, who orders this? Who orders something? It's like, I want something that's fake. Sparkle Star. Oh, you know, that's actually, that's smart. That's smart thinking. Thanks. Here you go. Now tell me why this is fake. Because I didn't even try? Your expectations of me giving a damn about these abstract orders are fake. Bravo, brilliant. Say, Virgilio, where do you work? I take care of the noble duties of curator of the Steampunk Museum. Really? What do you do? I study everything that comes and keep it clean for the people that visit its premises. But lately, my duties have been hindered by the museum's owner. Really? Yes, he told me, stop touching the exhibits. You're going to break them. The nerve of some people. Huh? He still fails to realize that I'm the curator there. Without me, all those machines would be rustier than they already are. Oh. Even the visitors get that I am the one responsible for those. Why can't the owner realize that too? Yeah. I bet he treats you like a janitor or something like that. Exactly. Okay then, time for your next challenge, bartender. Challenge, he says. I want purity. He wants purity? I can't give him pure ingredients, so something pure? What do you even mean by that? If I had to guess something pure, like pure alcohol, just like a fuck ton of alcohol. Sweet, light, fruity, as girly as it gets, maybe? Like, what? Doesn't burn hard on the tongue, but you better not have a sore throat when drinking it. I'm gonna be the piano. Mars Blast, Gut Punch. Definitely not the Grizzly. Frothy Water. PG rated shows. Favorite beer. No. Maybe this? We'll just do another. We'll pass to see if anything else would sound pure. Say the name of the drink 3 times in front of the mirror and you'll look like a full beer. Bad touch. Yeah, this is my guess. How is this pure? It's a drink. It's free from any human sin. It can do no harm consciously. Ah, yes. Beautiful. Huh? Hey, you. The guy over there. Me? Yes, you. Have we met before? Can't remember. Maybe. Yeah, I think. No. We haven't met before, ever, at all. That's an interesting reaction. Yes, Diane, your sister certainly is cute. Can I leave, please? Fine. We discussed what we had to anyways. Careful out of there. Thank God. A pleasure meeting you, Jill. Same to you, Roberts. Please come again. Bartender, if you're done ogling Mr. Holocron suit, would you mind giving me a drink? Sure, what do you want? I want to leave. Bye, bartender. Second time he ran off like that. He's either hiding here or would rather not be found by the police. What do you think, Gil? I know nothing of it. Of course you don't. Are we done for the day? Yep, quite a few clients considering the whole situation. Oh shit, that Virgilio guy. So you two actually met before? Yeah, you could say that. What? Gil stuff. Don't mind it. What were you talking about to Brian? Well, we were mostly catching up, to be honest. I hadn't seen him in a while. I offered him a drink when we met last week. I talked a bit about what to do after the bar closes. Oh, I tried to explain the situation with Robert here. He agreed to help me out with when the time comes. Oh. I was also tuning up the details for the new employee. New employee? Yeah, part-timer. You'll meet him tomorrow. Oh. Him? So it's a guy? An adorable guy, if I do say so myself. I suddenly have deja vu. Are you alright, Jill? Yeah. Must be nothing. Oh, I think Baya's shoulder massage will help her from getting too distracted. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, you'll come with me to work. What did I do? Okay. Let's see. Shoulder massager. How much does this cost? 600? Oh, my God. I think things are going to be close. Where is the shoulder massager on the thing? Is that it? I think that's it. I think that's new. Oh, what's this? Dangerous opinions. Nano camo underwear. I think I'll get a pair just to see what kind of skin I can use them with. They will nickel and dime with the DLC. There's no way you'll use the skin you want. No way to use the skin you want. It's going to get cracked day one. Maybe. I don't think it will be that fast. Yeah, I think I'll just wait until that modded for custom skins. I thought the nanomachine fabric was bad for your health. Nah, that's just a meme. My walls are made of that thing and I'm alright. Are the walls hacked yet? I'm going to marry Chemotan. We now have underwear that can change its look. Don't you just love the future? Yeah, have a good night, Crow. Sweet dreams. Oh, what if they weren't such a bunch of assholes with their business practices? Then don't buy the underwear. I won't. Thread closed. Apollo Bank is getting attacked. 4 and 3. Have we read those before? Client confirmed explosions. It looked like it was just one of them. I'm hearing several sources. A group of new one overthrow the government. Yeah, I think we read that before. I think they only had one per week or one per day. Uh-oh. That accidentally closed. Oh, we're good. We're safe. Nothing bad happened. Now, the augmented eye. Men prefer Christmas cakes? Men prefer Christmas cake study reveals. For the longest time, the term Christmas cake referred to a woman aged 26 or above who are regarded as undesirable. Just like a Christmas cake that ceases being useful after December 25th. That's fucked up. What the fuck? But men around Glitch City develop a sweet tooth. Who doesn't like a mature woman? Todd, 19, told the augmented eye. They have all the necessary experience already, and plus, I'm so tired of spoiled, immature girls doing stupid shit. I say bring on the hot office ladies. Jill, 27, is confused. Christmas what? Is that like the opposite of a beefcake? After discovering the real meaning, she launched into an hour-long rant. I'll let you know pencil skirts are the best. AM Township 64 announced. Sukbonsoft just unveiled a new line of personal computers for the anime enthusiast market. This after several attempts at appealing to a broader audience with the Uranus game console. Launch games have been announced as well. They include popular franchises like Monster Girl RPG, Monster Girlfriend, and Monster Companion. We're going for the weeb audience, says Kirinrin 51, a Tsubaki soft janitor. What's dignity anymore? Sukabon Soft plans to launch the AM Township sometime next year. The EKDV 186 get a historic update. Weapon enthusiasts are freaking out right now over a firmware update that Makise Heavy Industries is releasing for its EKDV 186 line of assault rifles. Fully compatible with nano camo has been announced, allowing civilian models of this weapon to use the nano camouflage and the option to customize their look for free with the help of nano camo out. We've been using nano camo in the battlefield for a year now, Makise chairperson told Augmented Eye during the phone conversation. I keep forgetting about the side combos. Fuck. You like guns? Nah, I don't need a penis that badly. Oh my god, that is so good. And thanks to the flexibility, we can now sneak past the enemies using the environment to our favor. Our equipment is basically invisible with nano camo. The nano camo update will be released this month. Oh, new Akira Miki blog. Dream person. Every now and then, I wonder if I'll ever meet my significant other. All the stimuli from being born just 3 years ago and directly being thrown to this wonderful disaster that is the idol industry makes me think of all the things I'm missing. Accidental love, lost love, even the gentle touch of another person. I feel like I'm in this bubble that won't let me catch all the possible feelings. My senses get tired of the same environment. I want to meet new people, places, because even though I have a large bank of knowledge, I actually never experienced with what most consider normal. Well, you already know that from my songs. It's saving time. I suddenly have an urge to hug her. If she'll ever come back to the bar. Tuesday, December 20th. Good evening. Hello, Jill. In that cage, I brought my cat. Your cat? Did I hear Yasunori Kato was in the bar? Bring me that bastard. I'll give him the fist of justice. I'll make him eat the Kanto Earth. I'll borrow his cap. Wait. Or no, you were Oname Yoji here. Boss, what the fuck? Didn't you say you brought Kato to the bar? My cat. Cat. Well, that's even better. Hey, Thor. Meow. So cute. Why did you bring him? Heard some apartments in my building were being raided. I don't have anything suspicious, but you never know. So I'd rather have him here at least today. Well, I'd say something about the health regulations, but we already had a pack of corgis here. You want me to take care of him in my office? Please? Sure, but he's a bit shy, so... All right, Fior, let's go to my office. And I think she didn't hear me. Say, Gil, how do you always come so early? Oh, I live close by. Really? Yeah, Chief got me a small apartment nearby. Something about the BTC housing program. Oh yeah, I got mine through that too. Anyway, let's start. We're going to pick songs that mention a time of day. We're going to try that. There might... Oh, there we go. I think shadows count. Nighttime maneuvers. Star. We'll do snowfall. I think that counts. Dawn approaches. Skyline dusk. I think those count. We'll do sleep. Oh, another snowfall. We'll do that one, sure. We did our best. Time to mix drinks and change lives. Yo, what's up? Lady, did you hear me? A dog? Another dog? Hey, I'm not just another dog. I came here as a part-timer. So you're the part-timer? Yeah. Oh, God. Boss, I'm taking my break. It's too early. Shit. The part-timer's here. Huh? He came early? Why a dog? Why? Because look at him. He has a Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses. And he's a Shiba, not a Corgi. I don't know what you're complaining about. They all look the same to me. Granted, Shibas could be seen as Japanese counterpart to Corgis. They're both funny looking and dogs used by royalty. Anyway, starting today, this dog will be help around here. My name is... It doesn't matter what your name is. Boss, please don't shout. Sorry. Just call him Rad Shiba. Why Rad Shiba? What part of Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses don't you get? He's the raddest thing here. Thanks. Anyways, he'll mostly be help getting orders, bringing clients in, and cleaning. But he ought to know how things work. Cleaning? That'll be the change of pace. He'll act like the client and see how you work. All right. What can I get you? I'll have a grizzly temple. Are you okay? Yeah, just a couple of post-traumatic flashbacks. Coming right up. A grizzly temple, you say? I'm assuming cyber dogs are okay to drink. Here you go. Wow, this is awful. People actually pay for this shit? Hard to believe, I know. So, what brings a dog like you to taking a part-time job here? I'm here to help funding of my organization. Are you with the Safer Toy Company? What? No, don't lump me in with those herding supremacists. I have a more noble and benign organization. I belong to Sierra. Sierra? Canine Independence Rescue Association. We give a place where dogs can be dogs and save them from themselves. Sierra is what I love, but damn is it expensive sometimes. We decided to take part-time jobs to help fund everything it needs. We want to help Sierra be the best it can be. And what do you do at Sierra? Pay treatment for hurt dogs, give them food to the hungry ones, play with the bored ones. We're there for everyone. Huh. That actually sounds nice. Say, do you have a menu? Something like that. Yeah, here. Now let's see. Any recommendations? Avoid the part with promo drinks. Oh, that Grizzly Temple is one of those. Fluffy Dream. I like the sound of that one. Coming right up. Three aldehyde. Oh, powdered delta. Excuse me, 3 powdered delta. And sure, we'll give the dog more alcohol. Fluffy Dream. Well, this one's nice. So why did you pick a bar? This seemed fun. I didn't need that many weird skills to be part of this, so it was my best bet. Besides, it's close to home, so I get here by walking. And I do love me some walks. I gotta walk all day. Weird skills? Yeah, stuff like food handler certificate, previous work experience, or bums. Why did you pick a bar? On a whim too, I guess. I want a place where I could see people come and go all the time. And bartending sounded a bit more glamorous than just being a store clerk. Oh yeah, about the way you mix stuff. Yeah. Is it? Hey. It's a cat. A cat. Hey, Four, weren't you in the boss's office? Hello, cat. Want to play? Let's play. Meow. Didn't dogs hate cats or something? We don't hate them unless they're intruders. Hey, you said his name was Four? Hello, Four. Let's play. Meow. No playing loud. You'll make a mess. Four, go back to the boss's office. Meow. That's one obedient cat. My pride. You want something else? Yeah, but I'll talk with John Face here for a bit. Huh? All right. Sigh. Shouldn't get riled up so easily by dogs, but I'm just tired, I guess. Hello, Jill? Huh? That voice. What happened to you? Nice seeing you too. Well, I fell from a really tall place to a really rough spot. Are you okay? Do you need an ambulance or something? I just got out of one, don't worry. How did you manage to slip by the mobs lynching white knights? It was a bit rough. Luckily, these bandages help conceal my identity. Why come straight here? The ambulance where I got treatment couldn't stray too far away from the hospital. They're nice people. I talked to them a lot on the rescue duties. I was nearby, and yours was the closest friendly face I could find. I need to regain my composure before doing anything else, so here I am. If you're scared because they might come for me, I can leave, you know. The security system of the bar are top notch, and my boss is also a bouncer of sorts here. I'd say you're actually safer here, so I'm not worried about me. Said I'm worried about you. First I hear you were at the bank, and then I find out you disappeared. And now you show up with all these bandages? Are you fine? What happened at the bank exactly? Did you talk with Stella? She was worried sick about you. Slow down. Slow down a bit. The medications make me feel everything more intensely. Almost like a hangover. Sorry. It's nice to know someone like a bartender was worried about me, though. Thanks. Everyone I know has been ignoring me, so I was feeling lonely. Why would they? Well, you've seen the lynching they give any white knights they find? By ignoring me, they're actually saving me from getting kicked to death. My good deeds finally paid off, I guess. Can I get you anything? Something sweet without alcohol. Thank God these pants still have my wallet in them. Oh no, I couldn't take your money right now. It's on the... Jill, please. I want to pay for my drinks. I take it I won't be able to change your mind. No. Yes. You won't be able to change my mind. Sweet and no alcohol, right? Coming right up. She seems to be in a bit of pain. Let me make sure I give her something sweet that doesn't have alcohol in it. Let's see. Optional. Powdered Delta all mix. Careful. Yeah, this will help me calm down a bit. So what happened to you? Where did you fall from? I was escaping the place near the end of the whole thing, and I had to make a leap of faith. I jumped from higher places, but I landed badly here. Most of my injuries are actually from some debris that fell on me. Oh, but my broken arm is actually from the fall. How? I rolled to mitigate the fall, but I made a bad move and broke it. Good thing I drink lots of milk. I was under the rubble for quite a bit, but luckily someone found me. Someone? I woke up in the hospital and they told me some guy brought me there. I don't know who he was, but I owe him my life. What? Nothing. You just sound, cheerful. I'm alive. Why wouldn't I be? After all that happened at the bank, here I am talking to you, being able to talk at all. Don't you think too much about it? I'm fine. I'm totally fine. Ow, 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 ow. How are things around here? I heard there was a huge commotion when the whole thing happened. I had to sleep here at the bar on Saturday. I guess it could have been worse. I'm glad to know that. Did you contact Stella? She was on the verge of despair yesterday. Hey Jill, I want another drink. A Bleeding Jane. A Bleeding Jane. 1 Bronson. 3 powder and 3 flanner. All blended. Here. Cheers. So, how are things inside the bank? Come again? What happened inside the bank? How did you manage to get through it? I was with a nice bunch of people. Well, they were apparently nice at the very least. We tried our best to find a way out of the whole thing, cracking through the security, finding safe spots. But then, sorry for asking all that. It was obviously over the line. No, don't worry about it. It's just that, it was just like still numbing me. I'll take my leave now. Thank you for everything, Jill. Are you all right? I'm fine. Oh. That girl saw some awful things inside that bank. The sight of the desperate people stuck in one building is enough to scar anyone. Maybe I shouldn't have said all that. It's true that she just woke up and ended up here. Oh no, I feel like I've been too pushy. That's not something I can measure. You were just worried. I bet she's still just in shock. Yeah. Gil? I want to make sure she's fine on her way. Please? All right. I'll go and take my break now. Ooh, that was crunchy knuckle pop. Very crunchy. We're on to that. Holy heck. I think this is a good chance. I'm going to go take a quick break to refill my drinks, get some, probably eat something out of the fridge again, if I'm being honest. And then we'll get back into this. We got 2 more hours to go. Holy fuck. Today is it's moved by fast. Baba, let's go. Go. This time, instead of eating slices of honey ham, I chose turkey. Oven roasted turkey, and it tasted so good. Where are you? Where are you, Valhalla? I still want to try fried turkey. That is something I have not had before, and I think it'll be good. much heavy stuff lately. We're just gonna go with that again. Oh, I hope everything goes all right. Hey, Jamie. Mm, Jamie? Jill. Gillian isn't here, I see. Are you all right? You look distracted. I'm fine. Don't worry. If you say so. Jill, where do I take 4 if he needs to use the bathroom? The cage has a small litter box included. Oh, that's convenient. 4? 4? 4 is my cat. Some apartments in my building are being inspected today. So I brought him to work just in case they enter my place while I'm gone. I see. What can I get for you? The usual gut punch. Coming right up. Here you go. I thought when someone ordered a gut punch, you had to make a joke about giving the client a punch to the stomach or something. Oh, that? In theory, yeah. Gil's the only one that pays attention to that, though. Really? He didn't receive proper training. He read an old manual my boss had. There was some sort of stipulation mentioning the need to say puns. It seems like it was some sort of anti-counterfeit measure. I mean, if they copied such a silly stipulation, they'd be caught in the act. Like when dictionaries add fake words, while someone else just copied all of it. Yeah. Why not tell them that? It's too amusing, to be honest. So, what's on your mind that's distracting you so much? Nothing you should worry about too much. It's like those times you just feel uneasy for no good reason. You might have actual reasons to feel that way, though. Come to think of it, mercenary is quite the uncommon occupation, when you say. I like to see what I do is bounty hunting, actually. How so? The only jobs I don't take are those I have to deal with people who just happen to be in the wrong place. There are some people willing to pay to off someone that done no wrong. Things like killing someone that owns a house in the way of some buildings, or a noisy reporter. I'm not better for turning a blind eye to such requests, but I'm not going to be the one dealing with those. The bounty hunter part comes where? If I'm sent to kill someone that has done something like stealing or killing and I get paid for it, you could see it as bounty hunting. Yeah, I guess. It's just cheap justifications for killing people, though. And then they're cheap. However, I won't be the one to kill for petty reason like those. Let's change the subject here. I have something bitter if you don't mind. Huh? Not sure. Dreamy asked for something bitter. That's a tad too broad a category, though. Maybe something manly would be better. Manly is a pile driver. Pile driver's bitter. Okay. Let's see. Suplex, also bitter. Mars burst is not bitter. A crevice spike is sour. Okay. So our two options are the pile driver or the suplex. They're kind of, I guess they are technically the same. Let's see. 4 bronze, 3 all in the rocks. More emphasis on the tongue burning rather than the throat burning. We'll do the pile driver. All mixed. There you go. Ah, yes. You just reminded me of my grandpa. He used to eat Bronson roots every afternoon. Said it made him stronger. Bronson roots have more nutrients per gram than most vitamin supplements. Your grandpa knew what he was doing. It seems always managed to make you uncomfortable. chills. Sorry. Oh, no, don't worry. Although I guess it's mostly because I can't wrap my mind around the whole taking a human life thing. Knowing you've killed people and now talking to me here. It's weird. Reminds me when I first took sex ed classes. I couldn't wrap my mind around people doing that stuff and living normally. Unlike with sex ed, it's better if you just stay that way, mind you. Taking lives is not something you should get used to. Ah, yes, I know a good way to change the subject a bit. Would you like to hear about the most dangerous bounty hunter in the city? The way you said that, like it was offering a tale to a bored kid. But yeah, I'd like to hear that one. You see, there actually was a bounty hunter organization in the city not too long ago. Law enforcement would put up a price on a dangerous person's head and pay for the proof of that person's death. There was a guy everyone called Jet Black James. He got his nickname because he always wore black clothes. The interesting thing was that the black clothes there were to hide the bloodstains he got from his contracts. His tracking skills were top notch. His information network was the best. So some even joked he would finish the bounty within half an hour or he wouldn't take the reward. He was too good, in fact. At one point, he took all the bounties and didn't take a single reward. He was just crazy by then. The last bounty that the organization ever posted was on James's head. The police had him cornered. His last words were, "Send it all to my account," before shooting himself. Damn, why hasn't that been made into a movie? So there was no more bounties after that? A registered bounty hunter was charged with many counts of manslaughter using his old targets as proof. If somebody else tried to recreate the organization, the seed of doubt would grow a little in no time. What guaranteed is there is such an organization wouldn't actually be a trap. They could just use the registered bounty hunters to take care of the most bothersome criminals, and then dispose of the bounty hunters by pressing charges using the targets as evidence. So, no. Jet Black James made sure that no law enforcement organization is able to set up bounty hunting of any kind. Ever since then, anyone crazy enough to be a bounty hunter works independently. Were you part of that organization? I've actually had those suspicions. I'm telling you about that since the day I heard such a thing exists. Glad to know I wasn't just paranoid. I don't know how well you changed the subject, but that certainly was one interesting story. Just to make sure, you're not a rebuilt Jet Black James or something, right? The name James is pretty common, Jill. Besides, if I remember correctly, his real name was actually Theodore. Oh. That story left my throat a bit dry. Give me a beer, please. Sure. All mixed. There you go. One of mankind's oldest friends. Cheers. One obvious thing I see that you don't take the use of the word kill in your stride the way Gillian does. I'm not good with violence. That's good. It's interesting though. When I compare you two, it's obvious Gillian has seen quite the share of traumatic stuff. That guy's a handful because of that sometimes. Still, he's the one of the most reliable people I've ever met. Where is he, by the way? I asked him to keep an eye on a girl that came here earlier. I feel that something happened. He could resolve the situation. His nose must be itching after we talked so much about him. Yeah, maybe. Well, I gotta go. Send my regards to your boss and Gillian. Will do. Man, today's been quite heavy. Everyone. Wait. If I say it out loud, I feel like I'll just tempt fate. Let's try it anyways. Everyone just has been gloomy face after gloomy face. And that dog. I sure hope the next client changes that. Oh, fucking Ingram. So, still work here? I knew it. I mean, quite the surprise to see you here again, Mr. Ingram. got out of my job. I need a drink badly. And I remember this crack house was nearby. What can I get for you then? I have a bleeding Jane on it. At least he tells me what he wants. That's an improvement over that girl. Just wanted to make me suffer. There you go. Tastes just like pasta sauce my mom used to make. Watered down, artificial, and nasty. So, where do you work, Mr. Ingram? I don't have a specific job, but there's this, well, network of engineers in need of assistance. I have no idea what they do there. I just follow instructions. That's all they need. Recently, I've been working with this Celia girl working on some experimental power suits. My only duty is to give them maintenance once a day. What's that about a network? All those nerds know each other and they recommend me. I don't ask questions and quickly learn to do whatever they need. Huh. That sounds nice. It's pretty monotonous at times, though. Why are you giving me that look? You're just more cheerful than last time you came. We all have good days and bad days. Today just happens to be a not bad day. Besides, with everyone scared shitless in their houses, the streets are clear with no traffic jams. Okay, yes, I will stretch my back, Hime. Okay, I'll do all the things. Oh. 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 Fine. Oh, the triple threat, I see. Oh. Oh. I hope all your packing and stuff for the off guys went well. You're not procrastinating until the last minute. Painting nails? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know. It sounded like someone they may not be done packing. Or they forgot something. You know, that's usually the last thing I ever pack, and it's always the thing I forget. I always forget it. And end up having to buy a toothbrush. What kind of nail game you got going on? You doing something fancy? I should probably paint my nails. It's been a bit. Ooh, velvet effect? What the fuck? That sounds cool. Weeping Willow? Oh, hell yeah. That's going to be sick. What kind of, that's my clear coat. Where the fuck even is my nail polish? I got basic black. I got teenager at Hot Topic black. That's all I got. I don't know where I put it. It's somewhere. Don't judge me once. Come on.
Yippee!
Oh, that's a good boy, Watts. That's a very good boy. Besides, with everyone scared shitless in their house, the streets are clear with no traffic jams. That's always a plus. I guess. It's almost became a bad day, though, thanks to some teens on their way here. What did they do? It's not that they did, it's what they said. They were talking about how they should just go to Zanbatsu Corp's HQ and blow it up. I've seen one too many kids throwing around that let's kill the king attitude when it comes to Zanbatsu crap. Even if Zanbatsu Corp's building suddenly went down, the ones behind it would still be alive. Killing the head honcho just means his or her duties go to the next rim jobber on the totem. Hell, I bet even plotting to kill each other anyways. Kids these days see too many action films where the rebels save the day by killing the evil corporation. Don't let it get to you. I don't. I just hate teenagers. It's interesting, though. Big corporation control is somehow more dangerous than a regular government. I wouldn't know. I'm not a political person. No shit. All right, give me a Zen star. Try not to mess it up. Coming right up. This guy. Rock me. There you go. Yeah, it's just about as nasty as I heard. Why order it then? Not your problem. Where's the red comet? My boss, she... Jill 4 is headed your way. Let's play, Floor. Let's play. Meow. Oh, a customer. Sorry for the intrusion. You have a dog here and a cat? The cat's mine. His name's Four. The dog just hangs around here. He looks well groomed and his fur looks healthy. Seems like you take good care of him. You seem to know a lot about cats. Nah, that's just common sense. Do you like cats, Mr. Ingram? I don't dislike them, but I do dislike having animals near me when I'm eating or drinking. So I'll take my leave. Please come again. Don't count on it. You said that last time. Congratulations, you scared a client off. Thor is as guilty as me. Yeah, but I like Thor. He's my baby. Now go play or something. Right. Ah, you're back. What happened with Say? That cat boomer girl picked her up. I couldn't see anything, but I guess she was happy. Glad to hear that. Did I miss something? Only Jamie and some other guy came. I see. You look exhausted. Yesterday was filled with people carrying heavy emotional baggage. I don't mind it, but dealing with them tired me out a little bit. I actually found myself wanting Dorothy to burst out of the door any moment. Same as Dorothy? Kinda. But anyway, nothing a good night of sleep can't fix. Let's just wrap things up around here and call it a day. Oh yeah, we got 4K. That means we might be able to pay our electric bill. Jill bought what she wanted and she's pleased with herself. She will surely focus on work. Oh, so we already got the thing that she wanted. Fuck yeah. Let's check the danger form. AM Township 64. Hype. Literally no games. Is anyone else tired of this Monster Girl meme? No, no, no. I'm going to marry a Monster Girl. I just want the actual gameplay next time. Why would you want gameplay from a Sukuban game? I don't know. All I see is pretty girls with nothing to back it up. Any info on the hardware? It's probably going to be yet another underpowered piece of shit. It's not like the competition's any better. Man, I think I'll just quit gaming. Nothing but trash is late. Yeah, I remember when games were actually good and devs made them with love and care. Me neither. Classic. Let's check the augmented eye. Soccer popularity sinks as pro wrestling rises. That's a weird shift. Once known as the king of sports, soccer is no longer even a shadow of its former self. After the corruption scandals of last World Cup, fans have begun drifting towards the theatrical magic of the pro wrestling industry. The latest GSF tournament pulled nearly 20 million viewers from Glitch City alone. As this moment, fans seem to be vastly favoring pro wrestling. It's easier to follow something we know is predetermined as opposed to something that pretends to be a legit sport, said a fan outside the GSF arena. People kicking a ball is boring as shit, too. Wow. The soccer hate. Quincy. I certainly like fried chicken. During our weekly interview with Prime Minister Quincy, he revealed his unusual taste for a certain rare food, fried chicken. I know it sounds a bit rude to say I like something most people don't have access to. I just can't deny my love for it. When you taste a chicken breast like the ones that Kenta make, you just can't go back, Quincy declared to the Augmented Eye. In other news, Quincy also confessed his desire to ban instant food, although he later said it was in jest. I wouldn't ban instant food since that's what people in the city like the most, even though I hate it. No, I wouldn't ban it. Monster Girlfriend Chiari becomes the best-selling video game of all time. The waifu revolution from the 2010s is no longer a laughing matter. What started as a trend has since gone out of control since the standardization of VR technologies, which allows people to live full-time inside their computers. As a result of this craze, it shouldn't be a huge surprise to know that the popular Monster Girlfriend franchise has become the commercial juggernaut with millions of copies shipped in Glitch City alone. Worldwide, the game has shipped nearly 90 million copies since its launch in March, making it a record holder that won't quit. Is the waifu age real? Well, there's your answer. I have a feeling if, like, the sort of, futuristic VR where you can, feel stuff, monster people in general would be very popular for completely normal reasons. Oh yeah, I'm still forgetting that they have the side conversations. Like, just imagine you could have like werewolf boyfriend. Do you want that game? Anime games are stupid. New ones at least. Wednesday, December 21st. Good evening. Ah, Jill, good timing. Is it? You two always make me feel like I'm late. If it helps, that dog isn't coming until sometime later. Anyway, do you have something planned for Sunday? Watch silly mega Christmas specials with 1,000 grams of black fur on my lap? Why? I was thinking about holding a small mega Christmas party here this Sunday. You in? Sure, why not? All right. Invite any client you've acquainted with. The more the merrier. You didn't bring your cat today? The raid stopped. They found whatever or whoever they were looking for. Huh. Anyways, we better start working. Yeah, you better. Have I not? Why is it not doing the playthrough? We'll just do it. Time to miss drinks and change lives. Welcome to Vaha. I want a fluffy dream. May I see your ID, please? I don't have an ID because, I'm the ghost of Mega Christmas Past. I'll haunt you constantly unless you give me a fluffy dream. Do you have money to pay for the drinks? Well, do you? Yes, I have money. The girl asked for a fluffy dream, but she's going to be crazy if she thinks she's getting alcohol so easily. Here you go. Wow, I actually got a drink. So, who are you here to stalk, Miss Ghost of Mega Christmas Past? Salt? Oh, right. I'm a ghost. That guy, yeah. Which employee did you leave without a Mega Christmas skill? Jill, please. It would have been funny if he reacted to that. Sorry, kid. I'm not in the mood to humor you today unless you have some sort of ID. Here. Well, in a year or so, I'd gladly serve you a drink. Until then, this is no place for you. But I already got a drink. A non-alcoholic one. You didn't expect me to really give you a drink, right? If you'd please leave. I can't leave. Not after trying so hard to get in here. All right, let's start from the beginning, Miss Norma. How did you know my name? I saw your ID. It could have been a fake ID. I don't think you're stupid enough to make a fake ID that doesn't put you at 18 at the very least. You're very sharp, Miss Bartender. You look like a nice girl, Norma. Why come to a bar like this? You seem like you're in a bad mood, Miss Bartender. Nah, she's just like that all the time. Shut up. Sorry if I've been harsh. These last couple days have been heavy. Having someone underage here reminded me of a certain incident from last week. An incident? Well, don't change the subject, young lady. Why'd you come here? What do you care? I can do whatever I want. Unless it's illegal, in which case anyone probably will stop you. I just wanted to be more wild, you know? Wild? My mom puts way too many expectations on my shoulders. I've always been out to make sure I won't disappoint her. But it's never enough. It's not good enough to have good grades. She also wants me to go out and take a college preparation course. I'm tired. And I don't want to do things for her anymore. So you came to a bar? Maybe if I came back home smelling like alcohol, she'd leave me alone. And if I'm not good enough for her, then might as well kill any hope she has in me. It's funny. I have a friend who's also being pressured by her mother. Really? Yeah, but in her case, it's being pressured to settle down and form a family. Oh. So let me get this straight. You came here to make your mother disappointed. Yeah. Do you like alcohol? Actually, I think it's nasty. Then you're doing things wrong. What? If you're gonna disappoint your mom, at least do it with something you like. Like, become a belly dancer because you want to belly dance. Otherwise, you're just trying to hurt her for the sake of hurting her. Let's start with something. What do you like doing? I don't know. I've been so focused on trying to be good enough that I haven't been able to think about what I want to do. Don't you think you should start there? What good is it doing something just for the sake of hurting someone? If she gets disappointing you over something you like doing, you have the right to protest. But if you're just hurting her by hurting yourself over something you don't enjoy, Sounds silly, huh? Very. Go home. Do some self-discovery before hurting your mom, would you? Or at the very least, humor her until you're old enough to move out. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Miss Bartender. Call me Jill. Jill. All right. Careful out there. In the end, you did humor her for a bit. Shut up. Oh, a doggy. Hello, little girl. Oh, shit. G and J, how y'all doing? You're late. Missed me, Jay? You're too early. Good to see you here. Boss, will he be good around here? I'm right here. I know. Of course, I spent lots of times training him. Why do you think he didn't show up last week? Because how the hell would I know you'd bring a part-time dog? Here, let me show you. Sit. Sir, yes, sir. Roll. Sir, yes, sir. Pa. Sir, yes, sir. Training, of course. He's only shouting, sir, yes, sir, and not doing anything else, though. I never said I did a perfect job. Is that a motorcycle? Oh, shit. Hey, not in my office. In the end, he's just a dog, I guess. Oh, holy fuck. We got Akira. We got what is that character's name? It's not Akira. Is it? It's not. Tetsuo was the one that had the brain worms. So actually maybe it was Akira. No. What's sad, I literally just watched it 2 weeks ago and I've already forgotten names. I'm so bad with names. My poor doggy brain. Yes? Bathroom. Oh, sorry. It's only for clients. Oh, promise me you'll buy something afterwards. It's that door over there. Who the hell are you? The other one. Sheesh. I said get out of my desk. But the world's ending. It's just a motorcycle. They are the 4 riders then. Those are horsemen. It's already stopped. Thanks. Don't mention it. I need to buy something now, right? Oh, no, you don't have to. Sorry, it looked like I meant to inconvenience you. No, I'll order something. I need a rest anyways. What can I get you? A piano woman would be nice. Sorry, I didn't hear you. I'll have a Mars Blast. Sure. Mars Blast for a biker guy. I think he said a piano woman first, though. So do you think we give him the piano woman? I think that's the play. He should be able to drink what he wants. Here. You look happy. Shut up. Is that motorcycle out there yours, mister? Call me Mario. And yes, it's mine. Sorry for the noise. Oh, don't worry. It's not like you stayed outside too long or anything. So, what do you do as work? What do you work as, Mario? I live to paint the roads black with my wheels, leaving the trail of my engine sound wherever I go. I'm a rebel. Fuck the red lights. Fuck the speed limits. Fuck the helmet laws. The roads are mine and mine only. I am... Guys, I'm going outside with the dog. We'll advertise the bar. Well, hello, doggy. Hello, shady guy. Shady? I'll be back before too long. Don't worry. All right. Careful. Who is she? Oh, she's my boss. She was cute. Not that you're not cute. It's not like I'm into girls either. Not that there is anything wrong with that. It's just, So, where do you work, Mario? I told you, I'm a rebel. Rebels can't maintain those bikes for too long. So, what's your day job? I'm a delivery boy. That's really appropriate, I guess. What do you deliver? I'm from a courier company, so it's kind of like mail, I guess. I'm always around the city, and I know it like the palm of my hand. Sure, I might not remember every building, but I remember every intersection, every street. That's nice. Still can't take detours without feeling totally lost. Try guiding yourself with the help of landmarks around here. Saber Stations at 10 is a good reference. What do I care? Fix that yourself, bitch. Do you want anything else, Mario? I guess a moonblast would be nice. Moonblast? Gut punch. Yeah, that one. This poor man. He's going through a crisis right now. So I have a feeling he's really lucky that Dana went out before he called us a bitch, because I feel like he would get his shit rocked. Here. This is good. It's a moonblast. No, never mind. Say, Mario, why do you try so hard to keep up that tough guy image? It isn't working? Maybe when you arrived and had to go to the bathroom. But after that, you just look cute. Cute? So why do it? Bikers are supposed to be scary, right? Rebels that cause trouble and ride free from society's ties. If we apply that brand of logic here, I should be wearing 1/3 of my clothes and lighting drinks on fire. I guess. You can do whatever you want, dress however you want. It's just that you look like you're trying so hard. Like you don't really enjoy that. It's not a lie. Who says you can't dress as a biker and still be a nice kid? Yeah, but other bikers. That sounded like something someone in high school would say. It's just advice. Don't take it too personally. No, you're right. I don't have to be that way. Unless you want to be. I ain't stopping you there. Yeah, but I don't. It's tiring and I don't feel good. If you want, you can try to stay quiet. You were pretty intimidating when you did that. Oh, I see. We have another drink? Or did you have too many already? I can handle another one. Get me a Fringe Weaver. Sure. One out of hide a 9. That is a lot of alcohol. All aged and mixed. There you go. Yeah, that's the one. Thanks. Say, that guy over there. Gil? What's up with him? Are you dating him? No. Is he seeing anyone? Not as far as I know. Do you think he... No, never mind. I said nothing. Thank you for everything. Please come again. Ah, Gil. You heartbreaking fuckboy. Oh, what? Nothing. I'll be taking my break now, Gil. Okay, careful. Poor Gil, always be catching strays. You know, we haven't seen Dorothy in a while. Why is it so hot in my room? What the fuck is happening? Jeez, I'm burning alive. Billy didn't smell like poo today. That's a new one. What? All right, back to business. Hey, we're back. Any luck? I managed to get out some flyers, but most people were distracted by the dog. I had to tell them to go to the Rad Sheba bar to get their attention. Oh. Anyway, I'm back to my office. You stay here. Fine. The door opens and the crowd goes wild and they say, "Ah, dog!" Stop, little girl. What are you doing in a bar? Honey, some help here? Hey, dog. I heard cats in the alley. Really? I'll go check them out. Wow. You really are bad with dogs, huh? Did I make it too obvious? Why, though? I don't know. Oh, hey, John. Hey. I think it's because I just got that trait at random. When aliens are created, they're given fears or tastes completely at random. I just happen to get stuck with fear dogs and chinchillas. Chinchillas are extinct, though. Thank gods. What will you have? Well, it's that time of the month, so I have a Bling Jane. Coming right, up. A Bleeding Jane for Dorothy in honor of her time of the month. All blended. You know, it would kind of fuck that, you know, you're an android. You were literally created and they're like, you know what? We need to give these bitches periods too. Here you go. That time of the month. Do Lila menstruate? Yeah, oil. No, silly, we don't. There are a few maintenance things we have to do every month, but those are a different story. And what time of the month is it? The time when I feel like drinking and Bleeding Jane. Oh. So, how's business? You'd be surprised how many people get struck by holiday depression and need some Dorothy in their lives. Although, it's also the season with the most competition. I didn't know you had competition. Of course I do. Both humans and Lilum. Half of them got a sexy Santa dress, and that's not fair. They were sold out. I won one too. But maybe it's better that way. How so? The other girls like to dress up in skimpy clothes and show a lot of skin. That scares off a lot of people. I learned that the best way to maintain regulars is just dress normally. Really? If I dress normally, they can just pretend I'm some acquaintance. No need to hide me until reaching the room. Hell, some even invite me to dinner or a movie before anything else. Although I must say it's been a bit hard to get the clients in the first place. They can't tell what I do at a glance. And the first time they see me after the call, they think I'm just making a prank or something. Oh, I never saw it that way. Which reminds me, do you serve only humans or do you serve Lilum too? Humans only, but I do have an at least 40% organic policy. 40%? Humans from the neck up, dicks preferably organic, but I can make exceptions. For females, I'm not so strict though. Why, do you know someone that might be interested? No, just merely curiosity. Well, your curiosity left me thirsty. Get me a blue fairy, a big one, would you? All right. A blue fairy. So we want 8. And then 2 planners with an optional chemistry, all aged and mixed. There you go. I wonder if anyone's seen fairies after a couple of these. Some guys tested that by drinking as many as they could. He thought he saw one, but he was just dizzy, and what he'd seen was his puke. Oh. You know, earlier today there was a mega Christmas spirit around here. Oh, what about it? Then I'm realizing I made a fuss about serving drinks to someone underage. But here I am. Nothing in particular, just a funny story. I have a funny story myself. It's a mega Santa prank. The what? It's a prank I pull every year. First, I pick a mall, wait for the day with lots of people. Then I go to Santa's lap, and when he asks what I want, I say in the most innocent tone I can muster, I want you to make me a woman. Sometimes they try to cover it up. The little one wants to be human. It's then when I say, no, I want you. After that, I say, well, at the very least, I want a dildo, a big pink one, or a very bumpy cucumber. So sometimes I spice it up. Instead of cucumbers, ask for a pony and a crane to lift them. I once thought about screaming, help, I'm being molested. But I remember it was a prank. I didn't want to ruin the guy's life. How considerate. Although I did get a client that way, he became a regular soon after. Huh? But yeah, 3 years, they still don't get it. It's always me. Oh yeah, how old are you? Old enough for anything you want. Numbers. I need numbers. Are you really asking a girl her age that way? Okay, then I'll tell you my age first. 27. No fair. You didn't get fidget or anything like that. Fine, I'll tell you. My mom's designs to look between 10 and 13 years old, but my last checkup said my mental age was 24. How long since you've been deployed? That's a secret I'll keep with me. Fair enough. I expect you to get all uncomfortable talking about your age, though. Why didn't you? How dangerous everything's been lately. Every year you get matters. Getting old isn't a curse. It's an achievement. You should make a shirt with that, because if you don't, I will. Feel free to do so. You want anything else? Let's see. I'll have a cobalt velvet. It's been a while since I've tried one of those. All right. A cobalt velvet. 2 aldehyde, 3 planners, and 5. How much? Oop. I have to reset. Oh. On the rocks and mixed. Cobalt velvet. Yeah, this is one. Do you like it? I don't dislike it. I guess I'm not mature enough for these drinks. Hey, honey. What day is today? Wednesday? No, the number. Number 21. Shouldn't you know that? I'm a little, not a calendar. I thought you would know that much. Next, you're going to tell me to make some convoluted calculation. You can't? I could if I put my mind to it, but it's not something I have quick access to. Yes, I have the inner calendar and calculator, but those are used in lots of other operations every second. I could do all that, but it's a lot quicker to just ask you. I see. Why you need the date, though? I have something to do on the 26th. I've been avoiding it for a while now. Oh, but don't worry. It's nothing dangerous or anything like that. It's just heavy. Would you like some help? Would you help me? You tell me ways you need help with. Maybe later. I have to go now. See you later. Bye. Do you think she really can't access calendars and calculators that easily? I guess it's kind of like how even if a text processor can access a computer's calendar, you don't use it for that. Why didn't you tell her you just missed her yesterday? Forgot about it. I didn't find any cats. That wasn't that voice. Why not look again? Good idea. Oh, new person? Huh? Another kid? Man. Maybe the bar got popular at some middle school. That would be a hassle. Oh gods, maybe Alma was right. Right about what? Well, the other day I was asking her opinion on the whole Alice_Rabbit thing before the whole massive transmission hack thing. And at some point she talked about how hacking become a fad and said, imagine if suddenly a group of tweens broke into this bar and started asking for drinks. And today there's been 2 kids already. Meh, meh. Eh? How would bartending become a fad? I don't know, maybe a cartoon? Kids' cartoons don't show any alcohol. True. Meh, meh. Excuse me, miss. Meh, meh. This is no place for kids, so you should... Meh, meh. Gil, she's staring too much, and she's saying nothing. She's not ordering anything. She's not causing trouble. Nothing inappropriate here. I mean, nothing inappropriate aside from alcohol, but alcohol is everywhere anyways. So what do you suggest? Let her be. Maybe she's just curious about the bar. She's saying nothing. Maybe she's curious and shy. Also, it's rude to speak about people that you have in front of you like they can't hear you. Yeah. Jill. Blah. How the hell did I startle you? What do you want? Can you help me out here with the beer? Right. A beer for Gil. Haven't I seen that girl before? A beer. 1 Adelheid, 2 Bronson extract, 1 powder dust, 2 Flanners, and 4 Camatrine mix. Here you go. Thanks. Lower your guard a bit, please. Oh yeah, before I forget. The disposal unit comes on Sunday. You have any expired ingredients on your side? Oh, right. Yeah. There's a bottle of Camatrine that's like a month past expiration. Put it by the sink so I remember to dispose of it. Thanks. Hey, miss. Oh. Yes? Are you happy? Am I happy? Well, that's a weird question. I'm not sad, I guess. I'm not jubilant, but... No, I mean, are you happy with your life? With your choices? Deep question. I mean, I might have 1 or 2 regrets, but I guess it could be worse. Regrets? Yeah, I mean, don't we all? I see. Hey, Jill. What? Again? Aren't you a bit on edge? Maybe. What did you want? Didn't you borrow the screwdriver the other day? I did. Why? I forgot to take the coins from the arcades in the corner last week, so I need to take them out. Oh, let's see. Here. It's not like they were seeing much action these days anyway. Chump change is still money. Pocket chain has saved my ass many times. What? Did you throw it in someone's face while escaping? That only happened once, and the old lady heard it. Right. Why does an arcade still use coins nowadays? Or physical money, when you get down to it? For the reason arcades still exist. Nostalgia. Maybe. Hey, miss. Yeah? Do you recognize me? Recognize you? I want to say I do, but, sorry. Really? You can't remember your own sister's face? Sister? Sorry, I don't have any sister? Not even a sister-in-law? No way. Gabby? Is that really you? God, I'm so sorry. You've just grown up so much since I last saw you. How long has it been? 3 years. Right. So you know her? Yeah, she's actually my girl from my ex's sister. So, how have you been doing? I actually had to transfer schools and I managed to skip a grade thanks to the admission test. I'll be out of middle school next year. You've always been a smart one. It's no surprise. Have you thought about what you want to study in college? You always said you wanted to be a scientist. I don't know yet. I guess I still have a couple years to think about it. Well, don't feel pressured about that. Maybe you need a sabbatical year. So, how's Lenore? Wait, who's Lenore? Her sister. She was my girlfriend. So you actually had a relation with something that's not a cat? Color me surprised. Hey, don't talk shit about my baby. So, how's Lenore doing? She's dead. Sorry, I don't think I heard that right. My sister's dead, Jill. She died last Saturday. I came all the way to tell you the news. Come on, Gabby. Stop fooling around. No, you stop fooling around. I mean, wow. My sister was left to suffer her disease alone while you were all merry here, mixed drinks and chatting. Wait, Lenore was sick? What? Since when? Localized nanomachine rejection. It gave her a heart attack. She started complaining about chest pains not long after you left. Was all the talk about getting your freedom worth it, Jill? Was your right to be married worth the life of my sister? Why are you lashing out at me like that? Did I infect her with a disease that killed her? No, but it's too much of a coincidence that she started getting worse and worse right after you left. She got physically sick right after your fight. There's no surprise that the fight played a key role in killing her. But that's just speculation you can't expect. And all that's because you wanted freedom? What kind of freedom is so enticing that makes you hurt a nice 3-year-old relationship? Was this freedom so important you cut all contact with us? Was this freedom so good you left everything behind? Was this freedom worth the life of my... Shut up. I didn't kill your sister, for fuck's sake. It's not like I infected her with a nanomachine rejection. Hell, this is the first time I even heard she was sick. And do you really know what kind of fear drove me with that argument with your sister? Do you even understand the fear of feeling your youth slipping through your fingers? Do you think this was all easy for me? I was scared. I'm still scared. But I need to grab hold of my life. It has nothing to do with your sister. I loved her. Do you think that fight didn't hurt me too? Idiot. Oh. For that did not go well for like hey, this person you cared about that was my family died. That conversation did not go well. I'll make sure that girl gets wherever she wants to go safely. Meanwhile, Chief. I know. Come on, Jill. Let's take you home. Oh, that's so loud. What the fuck? Oh my god, you can't change the sound of this? We just gotta suffer through this? Uh-oh. Hey, Jill, you want to grab something to eat? I'm not hungry. This is destroying my ears right now. Hold on. We're gonna fix it. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. I don't know why. And that decided. It does not. I don't know why, but this thing always pops up anytime I click button. I fixed it. I just lowered the volume in the mixer. Want me to come in? Keep you company? I'm fine. I just need to be alone for a bit. Chill. You can tell me what you're really feeling. It's okay. It's not okay. It's not. Come here, Jill. Come here. It's just, I feel like part of me's crumbling right now. My old girlfriend was sick and I didn't know anything about it. Her sister came to deliver the news and she held nothing but animosity for me. Not only that, but I lashed out at her too. History fucking repeating itself. Maybe if I hadn't cowered back then and apologized, if I wasn't such a selfish little shit, maybe. Thanks, boss. I really needed this. You want me to stay with you today? Thanks, but I actually need some time for myself. Some me time to put my thoughts in order. Yeah, I understand. But don't do anything funny, you hear me? If anything weird thoughts come to you, or you feel too anxious, call me. Yeah. Hey, 4. She's in your care, you hear? Meow. Remember to call me. I'll call you later, check on you, nonetheless. Holy fuck. Even at 14%, like I had the in-game volume down to like barely on, barely like inside the computer on, and that was still loud. What did they do? That was crazy. Your electricity bill will be sent to you on the 24th. How much? Oh, we did not make a lot of money that day. Uh-oh. Jill smiled a bit at the cutesy poster. The Makasi? I'm still not sure how you pronounce that. Makase? Makisi? Releasing the EKDV 186 update. This is the greatest thing to ever grace planet Earth? I really can't stop touching myself. Such a high quality release. But why is it camo blurry? I think it's a regulation for civilian models. Something's off. I'd be all over this normally, but I can't seem to get excited over this. Your shit taste is showing. Nah, I just think I'm kind of kind of tired of the same thing over and over. That's what happens when you consume way too much fucking military equipment and weapons. Yeah, I think it's that. I better stop buying so many weapons already or I'll never find pleasure in them again. Any word on the camo stuff from other civilian weaponry? They said they were going to announce more stuff on a later date. I like porn, you guys. Respect. Kiramiki Encore Concert. Fans of the famous cyber idol Kiramiki are in for a huge party, all thanks to the announcement of the second concert in Glitch City's Silver Thunder Superdome. I'm so excited to extend my visit, declared the cyber idol during an interview. Tickets are now up for the sale and expected to disappear in a matter of minutes. So be quick, secure your best spots. You can get the tickets from the following retailers: Ticket Lord or Idol Hell. New act proposes increased. We have nanomachines tracking people 24/7. However, due to the violent protests that have taken place recently, Prime Minister Quincy is now proposing a new law that will allow the government to shut down anyone with nanomachines in their bodies using a pulse signal. Many people died during the protest, and that could have been avoided if we had more control over the masses, Quincy said during a parliament meeting. We have the technology to simply shut down lawbreakers. It's non-lethal way to end any kind of conflict, and it's common sense to use it at this point. When asked about the possible negative consequences, Quincy refused to make further comments. 66 American kid returns, challenges Giant Yasuki to a title match. Ever since Giant Yasuki won the GSF belt, he's had nothing but negative responses from fans. Challenger after challenger has tried to take the title away from the imposing giant, but nearly all of them were injured in the process. 66 American Kid surprised the GSF world by returning to action almost 4 months earlier than expected, and then challenging Giant Yasuki to a title match on January 4th at the Super Silver Thunderdome. This January, I'll become the champion GSF deserves, 66 American Kid proclaimed during a promotion in front of 25,000 fans at the Kokoro Hall. Let's see. We need to save our money. We technically still have all that beer. I guess Jill isn't much of a drinker. Oh, interesting. It's time to go to work. We have 2 more days. 2 more days before the money is due. Good evening. Are you okay? I feel like shit. You sure you should come in then? You're all right to stay at home. I have to come. I threw everything I had in my life to be here. People I loved were pushed aside just so I could enjoy my freedom of being here. My stupid, stupid freedom. So I'll come here until I die, even after the bar closes, until my hair falls out. You're the one who looks like she's about to fall apart. Your eyes are red and swollen. Yeah, well, your hair is hairy. Yeah, it is. Who was the dipshit that changed the order of the glasses? It was me. I was the one washing dishes yesterday, remember? Oh, yeah. I was too busy staring at my crumbling life and all that. Why don't you go home, Jill? You're in no position to deal with people right now. Go home and rest a bit. My ex-girlfriend died, and I wasn't there to see her one last time. All because of a fight I spent all these years regretting and wishing to, but never actually apologizing for it. My decision to assert my freedom and grab a hold of my life led me to this. A bartender strapped for cash that distanced herself from her loved ones for no other reason than selfishness. So I won't fucking leave. I threw all that away to be here, so I'm here to stay. Or I will stay. This is what I wanted. This is why I left all that behind. This is why... See, you're starting to sound like a broken record. Oh, leave her be. I'd rather have her here than alone in an apartment. How are you feeling, Jill? I feel like a shit-eating piece of shit. I'm the lowest of any possible life form you might find. Nanobes look down at me in disgust, knowing they're far superior. You're spirited, that's good. Where's the mutt? Working with Sierra. At Sierra. I know what I said. In any case, let Jill process her anger. It's perfectly normal to feel like that way. And here, she's surrounded by people that care about her. That's a lot better than leaving her to fend for herself. I mean, as smart as 4 might be, he's still just a cat. Then why not have Jill stay, but not serve anyone today? What part of I won't leave didn't you understand? I didn't leave everyone behind just to sit and do nothing. Fine, fine. What do we do if she lashes out at a client? That's why you're here, Gillian Pliskin. Who? Hey, Jill. Oh, what? I'll be in my office, but if you need a break or a hug, just tell me. Oh, you already put on music. This is going to be an interesting day. The Hall of Heroes keeps shining, brimming with the... Do I smell tacos? Wait, it's outside. Never mind. Oh, hell no. We meet again, bartender. Virgilio, what can I get you? Today, the luminous pollution on the streets makes it seem almost like a starry sky. And when I think about stars, I think about celebrities. And celebrities fishing, and my favorite fish is octopus. So I want something octopus-like. Aren't you gonna do that weird bartending thing? I'm waiting for you to order like a decent human being. I'm not following. Spell out your order like you're a human who is not in need of medical help. Fine, then I'll have a sparkle star. S-P-A-R-R. Cool. Star. A sparkle star for them. See, was it that hard? Have you tried to spell under pressure? You look angry, spelling bartender. Are you having that time of the month or something? No, I'm just filled with ridiculous amounts of anger, pain, self-hate, and on second thought, you're not that far from the truth, I guess. I get those too, you know. Periods. You do? Yes, last month I finally got my renaissance and moved to my enlightenment. And here I was thinking you'd get to say something serious for once. Are you implying I'm not serious? Glaring holes through me will do nothing. I'm glare immune. But if you're allowed to give me a sincere piece of advice... Whatever, it's not like it'll help. You shouldn't kick yourself so much. You should keep it up, and any chance finally forgiving yourself will someday be gone. Self-hate will leave you with a hole that will never heal. So please take my measure against it instead of sulking so much. I'll be damned. That actually sounded half sensible. And here I was thinking you were just a pompous lunatic. Hey, pompous lunatics have stories too. Really? What story? I would rather not tell. Figures. You want anything else? Have you ever seen how the... bad touch. A bad touch. Whatever. On the rocks and mixed. Here you go. Yeah, I guess this is the one. Maybe he's right. I shouldn't be so hard on myself. Even though I deserve every second of it. If only I had apologized earlier, I might not be feeling this way right now. If I can't remember what held me from apologizing all these years. Bartender, you're making lots of faces there. Pride, fear. What kept me from going and apologizing to Lenore? Can't even fucking remember what kept me from fixing this whole situation. Can I at least find some solace in whatever feeling it was that brought me to this situation? Great. Now I'm feeling even worse thanks to not being able to muster whatever feeling held me. Is she okay? No, but just leave her here be for now. Hey, Jill. Huh? Oh. Thank God, a normal person. Whoa, a mummy? No, I don't have kids. Still more normal than this twat. How are you feeling, Sam? My bones are still broken, but at least the cuts are healing nicely. Thank God I'm not someone that scars easily. I mean, wounds don't leave me marks. That'd be a problem if I couldn't get scar tissue. What happened to you? Fell off a 2.5-story into some trash and rubble. You look better, though. Last time you came in, you looked like you were about to collapse emotionally. I guess. You're the one who looks like that now, though. How do I put it? It's like when I called you your full name, but magnified. Yeah, don't mind me too much. I'm in a bad mood. Anything I can do? Please forgive me if I suddenly lash out at you or anyone else. Do you want something? My tongue's not sensitive today, so let's have a beer. And you? Such a change in tone. I'm fine. I don't need anything. Let's make a beer. Here. Yay, let's see if this ain't different from the canned ones. And this one tastes less watered down. But did something happen to you? I'm fine. Nothing's happened to me. People are fine. Don't act like that. Oh, I get it. You're in one of those days. When it's that time of the month, I get a bit sulky. No, I'm not on my period. No? I'm dealing with the loss of someone, okay? Oh, sorry. Don't worry. Maybe I shouldn't have come in today after all. No, maybe, you all right? I'm trying to find something to say. Making a joke would be tasteless, and I can't say everything will be all right without sounding cheap. I'm at a loss of what to do here. Sorry. Huh. Want to hear something weird? I was exactly like that when Stella came here on Monday talking about you. Oh. Well, ladies, I'm leaving. Virgilio. Yes? You were just sitting with a Valkyrie. Really? Splendid. They'll make a good entry in my poems blog. Feel bad how the way I treated him today. Not for the fact he was being cryptic with his orders for no good reason. Like Stella when she first came? Yes. No. I mean... you could have given him a free beer or something and apologized. Yeah, I just keep messing things up with people. But you know, he seemed familiar. Familiar? Yeah, I can't put my finger on it though. Just like I've seen him somewhere. Oh well. Might just be that he looks like someone from an ad or something. So what brings you here? I want to come with Stella, so I'm waiting for her. Why here? To be with you, of course. That reminds me. How did Stella react when you arrived? She slapped me real hard. It hurt. She said, "That's for making me worried and not listening to me." And then she became happy. Huh? Can I ask whose loss you're dealing with? You shouldn't be bothered with it. Just pretend I'm in a bad mood and call it a day. Oh, okay. You really want to know, huh? I can't help it. I don't like seeing people sad. I just need to know the context, not the details. Someone whom I said a mean thing to passed away before I ever got to see her again. Does that work? Yeah, sorry. Oh no, not the Googas, the peony Googas. Uh-oh. About to be infected. Pollinated. What will I do? Yeah, sorry. Oh no, it's the Google time. No, I can't do anything helps me calm down, but I mean, it's not like I would help. It's just calm down. I get it. I can't contain myself when I see people in need. Oh no, I'm being pollinated in every hole. What am I gonna do? But I've learned that there are times when you just can't do anything, and that's kind of fine. Well, no, see, I have really bad allergies, so it would not be fine if I got pollen everywhere. I would be fucked. Yeah, this is my new model. I think I forgot to put the credit the artist in the bio. Okay, I'll do all those things. But this
fine.
This is the model artist. Oh, fuck. Oh, my back. Oh. But yeah, I have a whole body. I guess I can show off myself. Oh, I forgot. It's fine. There you go. Look at my feet. Witness me. Witness my dogs that are covered up. Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very happy with it. Yeah, she really cooked. I am unstoppable now. Well, I mean, it's just my shoes. I mean, the shoes are pretty fly, but I think at some point I'll ask her to draw the raw dog. Welcome in, Oso. It's good to see you. But yeah, this is a new me. I have a bat. I use that to beat up demons. I have a knee brace because my body's fucked up. That's not a Tamagotchi. That's where Watts chills when he's injured. And this is Die Young is the name of a punk band. They are an anti-immortal punk band. I mean, Watts kind of is a Digimon and a Pokemon together. He's kind of both. Let's see. I need to open this so it'll reset. There we go. I did it. The music got intense all of a sudden. There we go. But yeah, there will be some new toggles. She's gonna she decided that she would finish this first so I can have this. Then she's gonna work on some toggles. I forget which ones I picked. I think it was beat up but sexy, tongue out. I maybe have like an arm because I have a cool design for what my nails look like. They're pretty like glammed up. So maybe my like hand out with my tongue out. And then one where my like twisted mode where I go all crazy and yandere and fuck things up. Oh hell yeah! He may send me the nail pic. Let me peep. Let me peep the claws. I gotta see. Or did you post it? Did you post it somewhere? He may. Let me see. Oh, what's this? No, it'll be fine. He may won't mess up their nails at all. He'll be totally fine. I'm kind of vibing with the song. Uh-oh. Oh God. That's not what I wanted. Oh God. My tabs are all messed up. It's all fucked up. There we go. I unfucked it. We're good. Thank God I learned that. Otherwise, I would have just gone insane ages ago. You're a good person, Say. Nah, I'm just an annoying girl. Still, if there's anything I can do to help, let me know. I have broken bones, but that doesn't mean I can't offer emotional support. You can always order another drink. Oh yeah, that. Let's do that. Give me something cold, please. All right. Let's give Say something with ice. I don't think there's. Oh no, we can't see the velvet. I'm trying to even imagine like what is a velvet effect? Like what's that look like? I guess this worked. Oh, why did the music just suddenly stop? It was like we're done. Get fucked, Coyote. Oh yeah, those are cute. Look at them. Oh, that is nice though. Yeah, those are very sparkly. I approve. I approve of the claws. Why did the music stop? Uh-oh. So pressing escape does that. That's interesting. I think the game broke. I think it died. No? I what? Play? Love's a drug? What happened? I guess it's just like we're done with the fucking music. No more music. On the rocks. Mixed. Music? There we go. That was weird. Here. It's pretty cold outside though. Yeah, but I don't like it hot or warm drinks. They make me feel nauseous. You know what cheers me up? What? Singing. Hearing people sing helps me too. Do you sing? I mean, did you take singing lessons or something? No, people told me my voice is pretty nasty actually. But they also told me I'm good with the harmonica. So you play the harmonica? I need something to do some breathing exercises with, and a harmonica has a lot smaller than a tuba. And I guess you can practice now if you can become decent. That's something I didn't expect. I hear that a lot. I don't know. I look like a musical type. I used to play the violin right until I was 16 or so. Really? Can you still play? The violin's at my mom's house. I don't have it with me. But I guess I could. It's one of those things you don't forget easily. Why did you stop? I don't know. One day, I just felt like stopping. No deep reason behind it. Just like me and cooking. That, and almost burning the place up. Girl. When's Stella coming? Now that you mention it, she's a bit late. Let me call her. You do that. I'm going to go take my break. Tell Gil if you need anything else. Sure. Oh. Oh, my back. Oh. Oh God. I think we're gonna finish out this day, and then that will call it for day 13. And I know y'all aren't gonna like to hear this, but it will be good for me to make actual food and not just eating deli meats out of the fridge like a fucking gremlin. Still insane, make me a bit jealous. What? I mean, I've eaten. Like you can't say I haven't eaten. I haven't had like a proper meal. No, why? No. One day someone's got to change out that bottle. It's fine, you know. I've eaten so much deli meat. I'm thinking I'm gonna make like nachos or something. I think that will hit the spot. And this, I think a Saturday at like, you know, I'm gonna make another like 4 a.m. lasagna on Saturday because we got some like ricotta cheese. Last time I made lasagna, it was just like, you know, breaded cheese. It was like a weak lasagna. Still tasted really good though. Yes, catch the fish. Wait a second. I wonder, could you you might theoretically be able to have both this fishing game and lurk bait, and you could double fish at the same time. A 2 for 1 fish. That would be chaos. Back. Looks like you calmed down. Feel like kicking myself, make no mistake. But I guess I cooled down a bit. Say helped me a lot with that one though. Just can't stay mad when I see her. Speaking of which, where is she? I believe she went outside to look for that Stella girl or something. The way you are right now, it feels like I should be protecting you. Hey, the only one thing hindering me is the broken arm. I've gone to burning buildings with a 2 centimeter deep cut. Yeah, I remember that one. 1 millimeter more and you would have lost the motor function in your arm. Welcome. Hello, Jill. What's this about protecting who? I'm sort of like Stella's unofficial bodyguard, but I'm not really fit for such duties right now. My father insists I go everywhere with protection, so most of the time I only ask Say if she feels like going out. She's trained to deal with the kind of things that bodyguards deal with anyway, and she's more fun to hang around with too. So I'm assuming the gorilla outside is the bodyguard? That's Buster. Pretty cool guy. He played football professionally until he lost his leg in a demolition derby. We've offered him an implant surgery for all his years of service, but he rejects it every time. Well, he got used to the replacement he's using, so maybe it's the best. It's that thick oak branch of a metal bowl tied to his stump. And yet he can still run faster than me with it. True. Do you want something? I'm fine right now. A Brantini, a big one. I'm in a good mood. Yeah, she got her girl back. A Brantini. Okay, so we want 12 of those. 6 of those. And 1 Camotrine. All aged and mixed.